for the development of freight logistics in the region. I think some of you have seen what's going on in the air belt, even at the early stages of the development of the industry. Huge movement of logistics is required there, and still a lot is required. And I think many logisticians and many freight operators have already taken advantage of this growing industry. Government of Uganda has also completed the construction of one-stop center post facilities at our key border crossings with Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, DRC, and South Sudan. These facilities have led to improved efficiency at our border points, which has reduced the cost of transportation and improved the trade in the region. In addition, we have completed the construction of the multimodal logistic hub in Gulu, which we will expect to be exploited again by the freight forwarders, which we hope that they will be able to make great use of this. And soon, we are also rehabilitating the railway system connecting to that logistic hub from Tororo to Gulu to enable the hub to be functional. The project, which cost $8.4 million, will cater for the logistics needs in northern Uganda, South Sudan, and also in the eastern DRC. Distinguished delegates, government is also committed to developing the railway, inland water, and air transport. Rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway is ongoing on both directions, Tororo to Maraba to Kampala, and now we are starting. I'm actually going to launch the construction and the rehabilitation of the Tororo-Gulu railway line on Friday this week, so that that line can also be functional. We are also in the final stages of negotiating the financing arrangements for the development of the standard gauge railway. And I think the construction should be beginning this financial year. We should be able to start the construction. I want to assure the audience in this room that what had been the questions, the big question of whether Kenya is going to connect to Maraba for us to be able to connect on the standard gauge has been answered. This was answered and has been communicated in our communique, which we signed between me and my counterpart in Kenya, where both countries have agreed that we are going to start constructing our sectors simultaneously so that we can link up very, very fast. So that is out of question, whether we are going to link with Kenya. And Uganda, of course, as you have heard, we are the hub, we are the center in the region, and we are not going to just evacuate the goods from Mombasa and maybe from Dar es Salaam only into the capital city. We have to continue evacuating these goods to Congo, to Rwanda. So our standard gauge railway lines will have to extend from Kampala to DRC, to South Sudan, and to Rwanda. So we have a big investment to carry out on that infrastructure. Underwater transport, government is developing the trimodal port at Bukasa for cargo connecting to Musoma or Mwanza in Tanzania and to Kisumu in Kenya. Already phase 1 of the project is completed, and we think by 2024 we shall be moving very fast on that one. Under air transport, government revived the national carrier, Uganda Airlines, to reduce on the cost of doing air transport and ease connectivity to and from Uganda. Honorable members and delegates, our intention of revising the airline was not so much for the airline to make quick money profits. It was really to facilitate you people doing trade so that we can support. The airline itself may not make money immediately, but will support the other sectors of the economy, including the tourism, including trade, including export of our, especially our fresh foods. So I would recall upon all of you to highly utilize the airline, please use this airline so that it can be able to facilitate the economy. We have been in discussions with fellow ministers within the region, and we are trying to see whether we can talk to our airlines, because most of us have airlines here, in terms of reducing the cost of the air travel, because it's still somehow prohibitive. And so we think that we should find a way, especially working with the ICAO and the IATA and all these other bodies. If we can find a way of reducing the cost of fuel, for example, then to also reach into reducing the cost of air transport. We want to change the belief that air transport is for the rich, it's for the educated, it's for the elite class. We want air transport to be available to every person who want to use it. Also, our international airport, Entebbe International Airport, is undergoing upgrading with a view of increasing its handling capacity for both cargo and passengers. In addition, the construction of our second airport, Kabalega International Airport in Hoima, is near completion. We already finished phase 1. Actually, as I speak, that facility was constructed more to support the growth of the oil industry and to bring in cargo and equipment which possibly could not come by road. And as I speak now, with the facilities there, we can start landing the cargo planes. But we are moving towards the second phase to make it an international airport, which will be able to handle international flights. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rame conference, therefore, presents a unique opportunity to Uganda to showcase our potential as an industry and the nation at large, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank FIATA for entrusting Uganda Freight Forwarders Association and the private sector fraternity to host this important conference. My ministry will continue working with the Uganda Freight Forwarders Association and the Private Sector Foundation to enhance the development of logistics sector in Uganda and the region. Finally, I wish to commend the partners, the sponsors, and the organizers of this conference for a job well done. Madam talked about it. Thank you very much. It was not easy pulling it to this level. Thank you very much. Once again, I welcome you to Uganda and to the region, to the Region Africa and Middle East Conference 2023. Let us work together towards making logistics industry in the region more resilient and efficient. Our customers, the business community, are looking at us. We shouldn't let them down. I'm very happy to say before I finish that the meeting we had in Mombasa, which was chaired by President Ruto, was very, very productive. And many of the non-tariff barriers, which have been an impediment for doing trade between the port and the interior and other members of the region, most of the impediments, most of the NTBs, the President directed that they be addressed. And some of them actually he said, with immediate effect from then. For example, the roadblocks in the Kenya side, said, I don't want to see any more roadblocks on the way. Remove them. There were other issues at the port, and he said the port must work 24/7, no Sunday, no weekend. Some of these have been impediments to movement of goods and services, and this was a very big development. So let's take advantage and ensure that our logistics and our goods move as fast as possible, and our customers, who are the business community, are served as much and as efficiently as they require. Let us work together in making the logistics industry in the region more resilient and efficient. Please, as you have already been called upon by the chairman, enjoy your stay in Uganda, but don't forget to explore, don't forget to spend. Maybe we'll make a last check on the exhibit. Where is the last dollar so that you spend it in a coffee shop? Thank you very much. But again, President, before you leave, don't forget to eat a pineapple, because you'll never find a sweet pineapple anywhere in the world than here. So make sure you eat a pineapple. It is my singular honor to declare the Region Africa and Middle East Conference 2023 officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. Before you leave, if you could just come to the stage. You know, for us, we usually want evidence in form of pictures. And I'll invite the people at the front row. No. The President, the Chair of Rame. Professor, please come. The Director General, our elders, members of FIAFA board, kindly join in. Commissioner Katshave, if you could kindly join. It is very nice to see you there. The photographers will tell us how to center ourselves so that we can have a picture, proof, evidence that the conference was opened. I can see yes, the team from South Sudan, that is also very good. We shall be hearing from a number of the people you see on the stage right now in the course of the program. We are okay? We are good? Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you. At this point, the guest of honor and the guests, and indeed all of us, are going to move to the exhibition hall. In the exhibition hall, we'll have a tea break for exactly 15 minutes. And in those 15 minutes, take time to look at the exhibitions. A number of companies have exhibited. The guest of honor is being led by our chair and the board members to go and open the exhibition. So we are heading there, and that is where the tea break is going to be. In 15 minutes, we shall be back here, and we'll be able to continue with our program to make sure that we have fruitful discussions and deliberations. So if we could head for our tea break, and please recall, we are trying to catch up on time, only 15 minutes, and then we should be back. Please make sure you have time to visit all the stalls. In the course of today and tomorrow, the stalls are available. So let's do business. We're here to do business. Let's head to the exhibition hall right now. Thank you.
East Africa is on the move, and at the heart of it all is Tanzania Ports Authority. Under the leadership of Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Tanzania Ports Authority is transforming how business is done in East Africa. As the gateway to 8 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa, namely Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, the port is unlocking the region's true potential. This market size of over 400 million people, Tanzania has built a robust infrastructure to give you direct access. Today, Africa's future is in collaboration. And so, we'll welcome you all with open arms as we rise in a new dawn together. Tanzania Ports Authority, the gateway to East and Southern Africa. Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, the port is unlocking the region's true potential. This market size of over 400 million people, Tanzania has built a robust infrastructure to give you direct access. Today, Africa's future is in collaboration.
Welcome to the live
And so, we'll welcome you all with open arms as we rise in a new dawn together. Tanzania Ports Authority, the gateway to East and Southern Africa. East Africa is on the move, and at the heart of it all is Tanzania Ports Authority. Under the leadership of Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Tanzania Ports Authority is transforming how business is done in East Africa. As the gateway to 8 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa, namely Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, the port is unlocking the region's true potential. This market size of over 400 million people, Tanzania has built a robust infrastructure to give you direct access. Today, Africa's future is in collaboration. And so, we welcome you all with open arms as we rise in a new dawn together.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for getting back. So in the interest of time, we are going to get started. So if you could take your seats. The earlier session was basically an appetizer. Now we get into the real meat and potatoes. We want to take time to dissect the issues of resilience, adaptability, and diversity in the global supply chain. We want to hear about emerging trends. We want to hear about how the freight logistics associations can actually take the forefront of this push. Post-COVID, the world has taught us that we either adapt or we soon become irrelevant. So right now I want to invite a technical advisor of the Federation of the East African Freight Forwarders Association, Mr. John Mathenge, to make a presentation on FIAFA, a key driver in global supply chains. Mr. Mathenge, you are very welcome. If you could come and take us through your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning after the break and after tasting Kampala, Uganda pineapples. Thank you very much. Let me observe all the protocols and also take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, Uganda Freight Forwarders Association especially, who is a member of the Federation of East Africa Freight Forwarders Association. And therefore, when our member has done this, we are very, very grateful, we are excited, and this is the way to go. On behalf of the President of the Federation and the Board of the Federation, again, I also want to welcome you to this forum, this event, because this is FIAFA's region. And in doing so, I welcome you to interact with us. And those of us who are from this region, let us feel free to interact, to engage, because we are, as a freight forwarders, we are a community and we need to engage internationally. Having said that, I'll talk very briefly about FIAFA, but then I want to talk a little more about what is happening and how we can be able to leverage what is happening and be able to seize the opportunities that are coming around for the sake of our industry. Federation of East Africa Freight Forwarders Association was established, and sorry, I'm not making a presentation, I'm speaking to us so that we can be able to engage one-on-one. Federation of East Africa Freight Forwarders Association was established around 2006, and I see some of the founding members like Dr. Marian and a few others, Mr. Kalemba and a few others. And it is the regional body that represents the freight forwarding industry in the region. To date, it covers 6 countries of the region, that is Tanzania, Kenya, and Tanzania includes Zanzibar. We have Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi. We have South Sudan, and DRC is also joining in the fold. And we are expanding the horizons. We are already considering requests from Ethiopia to join the federation. And therefore, we are growing in our space and in our representation. And Our core objective is just to act as the agent or a catalyst for trade facilitation, enabling our people to do business, and in doing so, facilitating trade. Our core areas of intervention mainly is capacity building, and in this area we scored highly, just to indicate that we, as a federation, we are doing a lot of capacity building training, and I think we have trained over 6,000 professionals in the freight forwarding sector in this region on a professional course that is recognized in this region, and we actually an example and a mirror to others in other regions who are looking unto us in terms of what do we do? Because if we do not professionalize as a sector, as the moderator has said, we cannot sustain our business. We need to professionalize, we need to be ahead of the game, and as you look at the theme of this meeting about resilience and about adaptability, it is important that we keep ahead of the game. And if we are not able to do so, then it becomes very hard for us to be able to do what we are supposed to do and to remain competitive and also to grow our bottom line, which is making money and providing services. We are also too much into advocacy, lobbying to ensure that we are able to secure the appropriate business environment that drives our business. Because without that environment, we cannot be able to do business. And because of the efforts that the Federation has steered, working with all its national association, we've seen a huge uptake and appreciation of the role of the freight forwarding sector. I have been in this sector from 2006. I would say I'm already the industry, but I'm still told I'm a student of logistics. And indeed, I'm still a student. But when I remember those times when I joined as a student, and now I'm an old student, it tells you that logistics is very, very dynamic. What it was then, what it is now, and what it will be tomorrow is still dynamic, is still transitioning, is still transforming. And this is what is important for us. Now, if I could have a bit of a look of what is happening. I was just doing a bit of research, just a bit of scoping of what's happening globally. And in the international trade, 2022, the global trade was valued at about $2 trillion. That's $2 trillion. Then out of that, trade in merchandise was about 26 trillion, or slightly more than 75% of the global trade. The rest was trade in services. Now, out of that, China was having the biggest chunk of about 13%, US was about 80%, and Africa was doing very well at 3%. 3% of the global trade. Now, when you look at the volumes, around the same time, about 15 billion tons of merchandise were traded across the globe. And when I talk about international trade, I'm not talking about the national trade. I'm talking about goods that are moving from one country to another. In other words, they are crossing borders. If you include the national trade, it is much, much bigger. And when you're talking about 15 billion tons of cargo, even if you said hypothetically that one TU, 120-foot container probably is taking about 15 tons, then you're saying maybe the world traded in excess of 1 billion containers. If you took those numbers down, you'll find that with a population of about 8 billion people, you'd see that each one of us, even the kid that is being born today, if we were to share the amount of trade volume, we would be saying that each one of us would get a ton of goods. That means that each one of us would get 1 or 2 tons of goods. What does that tell you? That the impact of global trade is significant. 75% of the global trade is in merchandise. In other words, it is in goods that are moving from one place to another. Now, and when you look at the structure again of the international trade, you find that there are buyers and sellers, there are producers and there are consumers, there are exporters and sellers. And between the two of them, they are the ones that want to move goods to their customers. So if you are a manufacturer or you are a producer or you are an exporter, you are the one who wants to get goods to your customer. Or the customer wants to come and collect those goods from you. So for the 1 or 15 billion tons of goods, the producers, the marketers, whoever is concerned needs those goods to move across where they are required. And this is where we come in. Because as the freight logistics industry, we are the one who are charged with the responsibility of moving those goods. In the olden days, movements of goods and international trade was through, what not modernized way of doing business. There were, like when you went to West Africa, there were caravans. Traders were crossing countries, carrying with horses and carts merchandise from one country to another. The current containers that we have, which we are talking about, sea containers, 40 feet, 20 feet, 40 feet, they are part of the evolution of the logistics and the supply chain arrangement. So when we see where we are and where we are going, we need to be alive of the fact that today, tomorrow, things are not going to be what they are today. And the most important thing when you look at what international trade is that logistics is not necessarily a key actor in international trade. But we are required to be there because the owners of the goods, the producers, the buyers, do not have the professional capacity and the capabilities to be able to move those goods from where they are produced to where they are required. And this is where we plug in. That for us to be able to remain in business, we have to think about what does our customer, who in this case is the producer or the importer or the exporter, what do they require? How do they want to move their goods? Now, when you look at supply chain is basically about how those goods are going to be produced or they are going to be manufactured from zero, and then they can reach the end user or the consumer. The whole journey of transformation is the one that we call supply chain. Now, if you are living in a situation whereby you are producing whatever you are producing, you understand that by the say you are bringing a car, say, to Ugandan market, the process of producing that car is not just somebody sitting. There are parts that were sourced from many different parts of the world, going to a factory, and eventually the end process is that you see a car coming here. But that takes intricate and complicated logistics to get those products where and when they are required at the right time. And this is why, again, we say, when you look at international trade, you're talking about comparative advantage and competitive advantage. That all of us do not produce the goods that we want. We are sitting here, and I can bet that 99% of the goods that we are consuming here, maybe apart from water, probably they are not produced here. Because the theory of competitive and comparative advantage is that the person who is good at producing goods, they produce whatever they produce, and the rest of us buy that from that person who is producing well. That means the way to go is international trade. You can't run away from it. We will continue consuming, importing, and this is going to continue growing. Now, when you look at what is happening even in the African continent, you look at the African Continental Free Trade Area, and we are saying that we want to improve or to increase the intra-African trade. That means we are able to push more business across our countries. And this is where the game changes, because what matters most in trade in merchandise is our logistics. When you look at supply chain, the key elements of supply chain, over 50% of those key components are about moving goods from origin to destination. That means if your logistics is not working, you are in trouble. You can talk about supply chain, but supply chain is not there without logistics. Because I can produce this bottle of water, but if it's not delivered to the market, it doesn't add value, it doesn't help in providing the value that it was intended to provide. And therefore, the critical space that freight logistics occupies in a global supply chain is critical. It's something that cannot be underestimated. And it's important for us sitting here to appreciate how important that we are. Because often, there is some tendency sometimes not to appreciate the role that the logistics sector plays in terms of global supply chain. Now, when you look at what is happening globally, even issues to do with supply chain safety and security, all of it, eventually, they are anchored on logistics. When you talk about illicit trade, you find logistics in there. You talk about environment, pollution, you find logistics there. That means that our lives are within logistics. So as we do what we do, I think we need to consider and start appreciating and elevate ourselves to the position that we belong in the society. That without us, the world would come would glide to a halt. And if you recall last year, the last couple of years when we had COVID, I think one of the primary sectors that was not affected, or even if it was not affected, it is logistics. Because merchandise had to continue moving from point A to point C to whatever. And even now, you have the Ukraine and the Russia crisis. The problem isn't that the merchandise is not being produced, that grains are not being produced. We have a problem of grain in the world. It is not a problem of production. It is the problem of logistics, that you can't move that grain from where it is being produced to where it is required for consumption. And this is why we are saying that for supply chain to continue thriving, to continue developing, it is important for us in the logistics sector to be able to adapt, to align ourselves to the changing needs of our customers. Because at the end of the day, it is not us who call the shots. The customers demand what they want of us. The other points that I want to talk about are what is happening globally. When you're talking about logistics, the in thing now is automation, is digitization. People are running away from paper-based transactions to systems that work. Artificial intelligence has taken center stage. We are even having issues of shortage of labor. And I know we may think that we have a lot of labor. There is shortage of labor in the global economy with respect to logistics. And part of that is because of the kind of specialization and the unique skills that are required to drive logistics. Information, issues of accountability, issues of traceability, issues of green logistics. These are fundamental things that we sitting here must address ourselves to. And especially, and we are lucky that Rame is being held in Africa. That means the world and theater appreciate the role that the freight logistics industry in Africa is playing in the global supply chain. We must align ourselves to those emerging trends. Because if we don't do so, then it becomes very, very hard for us to be able to live and deliver and grow our economies where they are supposed to be going. Nowadays, we are even talking about circular logistics. That companies are looking at recycling their products. But that requires very unique skills and reorganization of the ordinary logistics that we do to ensure that you are able to provide a service that uniquely supports that kind of a demand. Again, that is a challenge that keeps coming around to us to ensure that we are able to adapt ourselves to that. When you look at the global emissions, the transportation sector roughly produces about 20-23% of the global carbon emissions. 10% or thereabout can be attributed to freight logistics, movement of merchandise across the world. Now, when you look again at road and sea transport, that is where the bulk of the emissions in terms of global volumes are. But when you come back and look at air transport, for instance, emission of air transport is 20% in terms of tonnage per ton per kilometer compared to what sea freight is, and 10% what road transport is. That tells you again the issues of environment that are critical, and wherever we talk, we are talking about environment. Even at the global level, we are talking about environment. Logistics and environment are intertwined. They are connected. And therefore, when we are thinking about ourselves, about providing services, we need to think about those dynamics. How do we fit in this equation where the world is going towards addressing the issues of climate change? We are emitting, as freight logistics, we are emitting about 10-11% of the global emissions. What part do we play to ensure that we are able to plug in our contribution so that we can be able to improve the business and environment and, our existence in this world? The other point maybe I also want to mention a bit is about what is happening in this region. And the Honorable Minister, in his opening remarks, he did allude to the developments that are taking place in this region. East Africa is becoming a logistics hub, is becoming a trade hub. And if you are following statistics, you will know that it is one of the fast growing economic regions in the world. The discovery of the oil and gas industry is a game changer in this region. When you look at the kind of infrastructure that are happening and are coming up, the appreciation by our governments of the importance of the transport logistics sector, all these factors put together have a tremendous change in the way business is happening. And therefore, for us, we are seeing this region becoming a center stage in terms of facilitating trade, in terms of logistics. And we want to invite all of us, those of us who are from around and those who are not from around, to be able to take advantage of these opportunities so that we can be able to capitalize on the gains that we have. And we as a federation, again, we are committed to ensuring that we continue to build the capacity of our people, because I want to underscore that capacity building is critical, is important for the logistics industry. It is not something that you can take for granted, because if you do not change, if you do not improve our skills, if you do not adapt ourselves to what is happening globally, we are going to become irrelevant. So, dear freight forwarders, freight logistics survey providers and stakeholders, let us take advantage of the advantages that are there, of the opportunities that are there, so that we can be able to claim our space in the global trade, in the regional trade, and we can benefit and take the value that belongs to us. I want to stop there. Thank you very much.
Interesting presentation, talking through how freight logistics is a driver to global supply chains and the importance that our industry in this room does play. As mentioned earlier, in the room are different players in the logistics, in the freight logistics industry. We have academics, we have the private sector players, we have insurers, we have bankers, we have policymakers, we have government, and each and every one of us has a key role in the freight logistics. And that is why we are in this place. Now, making a presentation on new markets and opportunities, it is my honor and privilege to invite to the podium Professor David Natukor. He is the Vice President of FIATA, all the way from Ghana, in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Natukor.
Thank you, MC. And I'm pleased to have the honor to give you an overview of the most topical and the dread after. And I would humbly plead to stand on all protocols established already. So my business is to give you after where it came from, where we are, and where we are expected to be. So, dear colleagues, without giving an overview of Africa, we might not be talking after the project under the AU Vision 2063, one of the 13 thematic projects to be achieved when AU turns 100 years in 2063. So Africa, as we all know, covers about 1/5 of the world surface area and is bordered at the various spheres of northeast by the various oceans. Yes, the AFTA project is an innovation and well thought of project to optimize our continent. Hello? No. Yes, so Africa is the second largest continent in the world, covering about 1/5 of the total land space of the earth, bounded by the Atlantic Ocean east-west, Mediterranean east-north, and the Red Sea east-east, and parts of the Indian and Atlantic Ocean on east-south. Yeah, it covers a total land area of approximately 11,724 square miles. That's in kilometers, as you see, and measured about 5,000 miles from north to south and about 4,600 from east to west. The continent, incidentally, as of now, we have a nominal GDP of only $2.9 trillion as at the end of 2022, and over 2,500 native languages, with Lagos, Nigeria, its largest city, and Polo, Angola, its smallest city. Yes, the dreadful after an ambitious project. Yes, was entered into force on May 30th, 2019, after 24 member states deposited their instruments of ratification following a series of continuous continental engagements spanning 7 years. It was then launched at the 12th extraordinary session of the African Union Assembly of Heads of States and Government at Niamey, Niger, in July 2019, as one of the 10 flagship projects of Agenda 2063. Its aim is creating a common market for Africa by eliminating trade barriers, which a lot of speakers have touched on, to boost intra-African trade and enable the free flow of goods and services across the continent, and to lift the trading position of Africa in the global environment. The commencement of trade under the AFTA began in June 1st, 2021, with its secretariat in Accra, the capital city of Ghana. The secretariat has enrolled out business categories such as trade in goods and services, digital trade, and investment, among others. It has over 1.3 billion people as its population, over 3.4 trillion market value, and 55 member states. As of July 2023, 54 UN member states have signed the AFTA agreement and obtained 45 states, and the counting continues. All geared to obtain a target of 450 billion US dollars in 1925 and take over 50 million of its population out of poverty. The Secretariat, under the leadership of His Excellency Wamkeli Meni, the Secretary General, has implemented products to the Africa Agreement in the areas of trade in goods and services, women and youth in trade, customs and trade facilitation, competition policy, dispute settlement mechanisms, intellectual property rights, as well as investment within the African market. The implementation of the AFTA project with policies, instruments, and regulations through meetings and monitoring programs has provided platforms to business, entities, and organizations to explore among themselves, to explore the global market and opportunities within the content. The Secretariat has provided high-level experts in legal affairs, economic policy making, research and communications to assist firms within member states and ensure that the agreements are enforced to the letter. In addition to the above instruments that shall ensure smooth transactions among business partners have been established, notably the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the PAPSS, the AFTA Adjustment Fund, the Automotive Fund, as well as tools to eliminate the trade barriers of goods moving across states. The implementation of the AFTA project with policies and instruments regulations through meetings of monitoring programs has provided platforms to business entities, organizations, and to explore and discover new markets and opportunities within the continent. The Secretariat has provided high-level experts in legal affairs, economic policy making, research, and communications to assist firms within the member states and ensure the agreements are enforced to the letter. In addition to the above, instruments that shall ensure smooth among business partners have been established, notably which have. Then, what are the opportunities of the new markets combined? The larger market opens avenues for several variety of products to offer the consumers more choices to make in their prices. The more substitute products with price variation shall be available to satisfy all classes of consumers and boost economic growth. AFTA has provided new opportunities for existing firms, expand their operations to increase production and supply to the new markets within the continent. The PAPS will facilitate payments for transactions whilst the products can move to reach their consumers located within the market area. Yes, the PSS system ensures that now we'll be settling our invoices in our local currencies. We don't need to go outside the continent, go to a third country, resolve issues of payments, come back to us. We all know what the cost implications are. So it's a very important instrument that they've introduced in the AFTA project. Partnerships and joint ventures opportunities. Businesses within the continent can now have the opportunity to collaborate into partnership, joint ventures, or agency/networking arrangements to expand their presence in every country within the member states. This will help raise low-income member states to an appreciable level to increase their revenue mobilization and well-being. So, in short, the larger market area created by the AFTA project offers countries opportunities that need to be explored, uncovered, and tapped as small and medium-scale enterprises, large corporate firms, as well as member states to develop Africa, our continent. Thank you so much for the attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Come on, let's give him a bigger hand than that. It is really eye-opening to get to know the opportunities that the African Continental Free Trade Area presents. And because business is looking for a way of breaking into the new, bigger market, we as freight forwarders and logisticians need to be able to move the cargo from one end to the other. I think that is what the two past speakers have just been talking about. We are seated in Uganda. We have great produce right here. But it would be interesting to note that getting produce from Uganda to West Africa in Ghana, where Professor is from, can still be a challenge. From Uganda to West Africa, or from West Africa to Uganda, we have oil and gas equipment in Angola, in Equatorial Guinea, in Nigeria. To get it here for the oil and gas in Uganda is very, very costly and still a challenge. And I believe the solutions can be amongst us as freight forwarders. And that's the reason we're here to have these discussions. We want to talk about, still under the African Continental Free Trade Area, we want to talk about the continental process, the Federation of Africa Freight Forwarders Association, bringing together all the freight forwarders in Africa. And so it's my honor and privilege to invite Mr. Joseph Masariri, to come and make a presentation on the continental process of the Federation of Africa Freight Forwarders Association. Come on, give him a hand while he comes.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Before I go into my speech, I would want to recognize the presence of the FETA President, Dr. Ivan, also the FETA President General, the FETA Director General, also Dr. Geba is here, and so is the Rame Chair. May I also please recognize the Chairman of FUFA. The FEAFA Chair is here as well. The FECFASA Chair is here as well, which shows the diversity of the people that are present. May I also want to recognize him. Our problems as freight forwarders are universal. That's the way I look at it. But at the moment, we are focusing on Africa. But we need to implement whatever we talk about. I think that is the challenge that we've got as Africa. Right there, I've got the Rame theme, which I think is very appropriate on resilience, adaptability, diversity in the global supply chains. I got this as the first, but it doesn't change the content. It's of what I'm going to talk about. But I'm really going to talk about what we are doing structurally here from the African continent. Yesterday we had a meeting of the freight forwarders before this conference, and there was an interim committee that was chosen, and I happened to be the interim secretary of that committee. That was why I'm standing before you. Our biggest challenges, the way we see them, are to do with infrastructure, the lack of software, border crossing in general, movement delays, non-tariff barriers to trade, then inadequate industry infrastructure for lobbying and networking purposes. I'm sure the number 5 is a point of debate. But that is just a summary of the presentation that I'm going to make, but it's going to be very short. I will look at infrastructure connectivity. And this way, we're looking at the hard infrastructure. In Africa, generally, we've got bad roads, the rail lines are not connected. I'm glad the minister was talking here about using a common gauge between Uganda and Kenya. It's a very good development, but it's not happening elsewhere on the continent. Airlinks, we have got the Amasukuru declaration in place, but we need to implement it more than what is happening today. And also the sea connectivity. You find that a few of our colleagues have got the seas in their boundaries. We need to use, especially the other side of Africa, opposite Mombasa, the other side. We need to be a lot more active on the African continent. Then we've got an issue of border structures. There is an initiative to bring in one-stop border posts, but again, it is still a point of contention. Then we've got software challenges as well to do with most of the countries now in Africa. They are using e-clearance in their border import and export clearing systems. Very few, if any, are still using manual systems. But some of those countries, even those that are on e-clearing, are still using manual systems. But those that are using e-clearing, I've given Zambia and Zimbabwe as an example. Our systems are very much independent of each other, and that is a big challenge for trade. We need those to be to speak to each other. The more that is done, it's possible. I've given an example of Zambia and Zimbabwe, where we've got a one-stop border post, and we've got a customs officer in one office. In the next, there's another customs officer. One is from Zambia, one is from Zimbabwe, but they are using computer systems that don't talk to each other, and that creates a very big barrier. We also are encountering delays on the African continent at the border posts and inland, also to do with police roadblocks and so on. I'm also glad that the guest of honor has also touched on Kenya, that the president himself intervened in the roadblock issues. Demarriage, my colleague John was talking about demarriage. It's also a big issue on the African continent. And then we've got cumbersome procedures, normally at the border post. And the mindset of the officials, yes, they've got the computers, but I think they also need training so that they change their mindset in order to facilitate trade. There is a lot of corruption on the continent. This is a fact. If you want your goods to move faster, then you must be prepared to pay informally. So that is a challenge that you must also look at. Anti-business is a very general term. There are plenty of them, but the message is that we need to tackle them. Here, I've just looked at the industry structure. What we are trying to do is to try to link the public sector structure to the private sector structure so that there is interfacing between the two. We can engage at different levels. So you find that on the continent, in terms of the public sector, we've got 8 regional economic blocks. But we don't have 8 also private sector blocks to engage with those regional economic blocks. I've said in number 2 that our African Union has now developed a continental free trade area which is a big challenge to us. And on the continent, the private sector in the freight industry, private sector, is represented by two non-regional structures in East Africa and in Southern Africa. We virtually don't have any other structures. That's why I said no association sub-countries. Rame is very, very good. These are the issues that you must look at as part of FEATA, the region Africa and Middle East. But we want to strengthen the African part of it. And we've come up, in fact, most of African countries, at the moment, there's a network across Africa of almost 33 countries out of the 54 that are on the continent. So we really want to strengthen the African arm of Rame. How do I reverse this? How do I reverse this? But anyway, there's a slide that, how do I reverse this? I was asking how do I reverse these slides? Right. This is one that I was talking to. We have said Rame is a very good initiative by FEATA, but as African countries, Fredford, we said yesterday, and we think there's very good scope of engaging at all levels with FEATA. So the interim committee that was put in place yesterday is going to do further engagements with FEATA in the very short future before we go forward. But it's very, very important that you cooperate for the good of the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Masariri. Let's give him a bigger hand clap than that. Mr. Masariri has broken down to a granular level the issues if we are to actually see the African Continental Free Trade Area come into fruition. And the challenge is out. Rame, you have your action points. You know what you need to do to help us come together. Only two associations, for regional associations in Southern Africa and in East Africa. What do we do for the rest of Africa? And many, many other issues that he has pointed out that I do believe if we acted on, we should be able to experience what other regions are experiencing. When you look at the European Union, you're able to move cargo from one end of the European Union to the other with minimal barriers, if any. And that is what we should be able to do. Okay? So thank you very, very much for that. We want to carry on to our fifth session of the day. We are doing okay, but we'll try as much as possible to redeem on the time. And for the freight forwarding, one of the key infrastructure is the ports. The entry points and the exit points of this cargo, the entry points into the continent or into the, whatever region it is, and also the exit points. We want to look at port performance and corridor management. There are some missing links. The guest of honor mentioned a few of them this morning, haven't been ironed out by the port authorities and by the government of Kenya. But I believe there is a lot more we can talk through here. And so we have a panel that is going to take the next 30 minutes to discuss this in detail. And we will have a session. If you have any questions, you should be able to the panel, you should be able to note them down. And at the end, we'll have a few minutes to engage with the panel. We're going to have a representative of the Tanzania Ports Authority. I need to know where you are and if you can make your way up here. The Chief Executive Officer of Gulf Uganda Limited, Mr. Emmanuel Mugamba, if you can come at this point. The Country Manager of Siva Interfreight, or Siva Logistics, Mr. Albert Mwebembezi, if you can make your way. And the representative of Kenya Ports Authority, if you could make your way to this podium. This session is going to be moderated by the CEO of Uganda Shippers Council, Mr. Alex Mbonye. Let's give them a hand while they come.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session, session 5. I'm Alex Mbonye from Uganda Shippers Council. We are privileged to moderate this session. Just a quick one, Uganda Shippers Council is a platform for cargo owners in Uganda, carrying out advocacy for efficiency in trade logistics and cost reductions for logistics in the region. So to set the scene, given the limited time we've been given, I'm going to introduce our colleagues. We have Albert Mwebembezi, who is a seasoned logistician with Siva Logistics, and he'll be setting the scene for us. Then we have Mr. Emmanuel Mugamba, who is the Managing Director of Gulf Consultants, Uganda Limited. This is the company, the project management company for Bukasa Port. Then we have from TPA, Mr. Yesaya Masanja, the Marketing Manager from Tanzania Ports Authority, who has over 20 years experience, and he holds an MBA from Dar es Salaam University. And we have from KPA, none other than Mr. Edward Kamau. He's the General Manager for Corporate Services and has been with KPA for a long time. So just to set the scene, I'll pose 2 questions to Albert, and then we will flow to the colleagues from the ports. So, Albert, Siva Logistics is a major player in East Africa after the merger with Spedag Interfreight. In terms of supporting import and export supply chains, what has been your experience with the major freight out of Uganda? What are the bottlenecks and how are they being addressed?
Thank you, moderator. Albert Mwebembezi is my name. And as he has said, I'm the country manager for Siva Interfreight, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and South Sudan. Just to bring to you to speed, since I may be representing the freight forwarding industry on this platform, and then we have the stakeholders, the KPA, TPA, who will be helping us to answer some of these pertinent issues. Now, freight forwarding, or a freight forwarder, just to set the stage, is that professional, individual or legal entity that helps these arranging the movement of cargo from origin to destination. And for this freight forwarder to work effectively, there are so many stakeholders involved, and I'm privileged to have some of them here on the panel to discuss the bottlenecks that we face. Of course, they are global in nature, but I will try to restrict myself to the East African region. Now, as freight forwarding industry, I would want to categorize the issues, the bottlenecks, into 3 sections. One of them is legal, one of them is financial, and the other ones are real supply chain issues. Now, starting with the legal issues, which are very, very serious issues affecting the freight forwarding industry. I will give reference to a different scenario, and this could have been one of the discussions that happened with the our presidents in Mombasa, where the freight forwarding is actually under attack because of legal legislature issues. Even here in Uganda, I think at one point we had an issue. Freight forwarding companies are always in a battle in courts because of unfavorable legal structures. And I think the direction we are heading in with Fiata, Rame, and then UFA, so that in future we have self-regulations for the freight forwarding industry, for example, in Uganda. So for example, in Kenya, I was talking about the legal registration. We have had, and I think have read about, where the industrial international freight forwarding could be having an issue with the legal structure. I don't know how the KPA and TPA will address that, but for us as freight forwarding, we need now a sort of a force, government intervention, the freight forwarding associations to come on board to make sure that the legal structure is streamlined. Now, in terms of financial issues, it's not necessary to say that the freight forwarding don't have the capacity to meet some of these financial obligations. But I want the stakeholders here, for example, TPA, KPA, there are some financial issues we're experiencing as freight forwarders because of the bottlenecks that we have in TPA, KPA. For example, there was a recent move, I think, in KPA where they scrapped off the credit terms and say that all transactions must be cash basis. Obviously, a freight forwarder who is in between the manufacturers and the consumers of these goods normally have to meet all these obligations, pay the freight, pay port charges, pay all the charges until the goods are delivered to the consumer. Now, this consumer is actually not paying you cash. In most cases, 99% of our consumers, we do these services on credit. But it's unfortunate that our partners, for example, in KPA, not so sure about TPA, and can come up with a scenario where they're saying no taking goods of credit. You make sure that you pay in cash for you to be able to access the goods. Of course, other financial challenges are related to, they have mentioned them before, demurrage, which is extremely very high. A fuel is also a problem. It's usually changing here and there, but it's mainly the freight forwarding companies that definitely face these challenges. Then the other bottleneck I want to talk about as I give stage to my colleagues is about the equipment that they use at these facilities. Definitely our guest of honor talked about it, but as we progress to digitalizing the logistics industry, we need to make sure that some of these equipments at ports, for example, the scanners, are working effectively. Sometimes you find queues in Mombasa simply because a scanner has broken down. It also happens with customs as we go along, but I want to restrict myself to port so that the interested parties are available to answer. Another bottleneck that we have witnessed, because the freight industry is growing very fast, and as ports and customs come up with initiatives, certain initiatives are not up to speed with the freight forwarding requirements. I would give an example, the issue of e-seals or rects, which are a very good tool to track the movement of our cargo for safety and ensure that our clients are keeping posted. But the bottleneck here is that they are not sufficient. They are not sufficient, and we call upon the respective agencies to support these stakeholders to make sure that we move along together. I beg to hold here, and then I will add on as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. I'll now invite Yesaya to make a presentation, a very quick presentation. Yeah, if we can have the slides, but we'll try to make it very quick. I hope we have the slides ready. I think. Okay. Okay, the slides are not ready, but what we can do in the meantime, do we have the KPA presentation ready? The slides? Otherwise, we'll just go into the questions I have here, and we discuss those. Yeah. Okay, meanwhile, what we can do is I'll pose 2 questions here. You can start discussing. If the slides become available, then we shall proceed. Please wait. You're presenting in place of your colleague, eh? Okay, please, you can take the floor. And I have 2 points which you can start with while they're getting ready. So one, Mombasa is a strategic gateway for East Africa and the Great Lakes region, anchoring the Northern Corridor. There have been major investments and systems improvements by KPA and the partners over the last few years. So there has been some supply chain disruption during the COVID pandemic. So how have you recovered, brought the level of performance to this level we are seeing today? Maybe you could first address that. Okay, your colleague Edmond will assist us with that.
Good morning everyone. My name is Edward Kamau. I'm the General Manager in charge of corporate services at the Kenya Ports Authority, based in Mombasa. You're right, Alex, that the global pandemic, especially COVID-19, came along with a lot of challenges along the supply chain. And there were issues to do with the return of empty containers, and therefore then goods were being delayed, to come to various parts of the world by ships. So one of the measures that Kenya Ports Authority did is that because there was limited physical interaction of people, and people actually requested to work from home, was automation. And we just didn't do this during the COVID time. Fortunately, we had done our automation agenda way back, and all our systems are automated, starting with the quayside operations. We do have a terminal operating system that is integrated with the ERP system, which is SAP. So for customers, they do not need to come to the port, especially the clearing and forwarding fraternity. At the comfort of your house or actually office, you're able even now to transact your business. You're able to load your invoices. We're able to communicate with suppliers in regard to LPOs and orders. Then again, we are also integrated with the critical government agencies that deal with the cargo intervention at the port. These are mainly the customs that we have, Kenya Revenue Authority. We are also integrated with Uganda Revenue Authority and Rwanda Revenue Authority, and they're actually based. We've housed them in Mombasa. They do have offices in Mombasa, but our systems are linked. We also are integrated with the Kenya Bureau of Standards and all the other intelligence agencies in the port. So that meant that the business went on uninterrupted to a large extent. In fact, we did grow. We did grow by about 2% in terms of our volumes. So that actually was resilience in terms of Kenya and also the region which we serve. That's the common transit market that we serve alongside our brothers and sisters at the port of Dar es Salaam. So that helped us quite a great deal. Also, there was a lot of goodwill from stakeholders. I think that also was a key thing, and the clearing and forwarding fraternity, of which are largely represented here, contributed a lot in making sure that our business did not dip. So that's what I can say about that, and maybe my colleagues can chip into that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Edward, another quick question. In the past week, we had the Honorable Minister referring to a series of directives announced by His Excellency President Ruto at Mombasa Port in the stakeholder meeting. These initiatives, I believe, have to be communicated to the stakeholders in the Northern Corridor. Is this something you would like to touch on very lightly?
Sure, I would be glad to do this because this actually will help, the region. What happened is that we do have what you call a port community meeting. We hold it at the port once in 2 weeks. That's a bi-weekly meeting. And this meeting brings about all the stakeholders and players in the port, both in the public and the private sector. So if I can highlight some of these initiatives, these were actually born out of that engagement with stakeholders. They came up with issues that, the port and then corridor at large needed to address. And some of them were in terms of the clearing process, we did recommend that we start what you call the straight-through process on imports and exports. And therefore then, the customs agents were to allow, or they're going to allow, submission of partial manifest and use of bill of lading number for cargo pre-clearance and use manifests for reconciliation as practiced in other ports around the world. Of course, this is bound to increase efficiency in cargo clearance and cargo offtake at the port. And then again, processing of the C60 by the Ministry of Agriculture and the National Treasury per shipment should be streamlined to eliminate the current delays experienced in the processing of pre-arrived cargo. Okay. Then again, you know very well that these economies of ours, of the East African region, are mainly reliant on imports. So exports are very, very important. We need to grow exports. What comes through the port of Mombasa or is handled at the port of Mombasa, 14% of that is exports, meaning that we are overly reliant on imports, and therefore then we need to encourage exports. So that straight-through process will also apply to exports. The other thing that was discussed is the issue of working 24/7. I think that's important across government agencies so that port operations are seamless. There are only 2 days Kenya Ports Authority doesn't work in the year. That is Christmas Day and Labor Day. So all the government agencies are going, or they got a directive by His Excellency that they work on a 24/7 approach. Then again, the non-tariff barriers along the northern corridor, I think this has been a pain, especially to our transit brothers and sisters. Way bridges, His Excellency the President gave a directive that cargo for transit markets are weighed only once at the point of exit at the port and as the cargo exits, the Kenyan border into Uganda and other countries. Security, again, he did give a directive that the police roadblocks along the northern corridor must be removed, all of them at 100%. What that will mean is that to secure the cargo, what will be done is, security patrols. So there will be no barriers in terms of police roadblocks. Again, what has been critical, shipping lines have been, I know Clearing and Forwarding Fraternity deals with shipping lines. There's been some arbitrary charges, especially that they apply to customers. So those will be streamlined. And Kenya Maritime Authority, who is the equivalent of TASAC in Tanzania, their regulators, they'll be looking into these and streamline what customers pay. Then again, shipping lines also have undertaken what you call horizontal and vertical integration, playing into the field of the logistics, especially providing clearing and forwarding services. And that, of course, he said that should not happen because that stifles, business for the other players who are locally based. The issue of long-stay containers, I think this is a critical issue in many ports. And then this is also going to be streamlined, and therefore then, as you deal with customers yourselves, you also need to take responsibility and make sure that we don't have a lot of long-stay containers at the port. Scanners, I think somebody mentioned about scanners. There was a directive that if government can't buy this, then the private sector should be allowed to operate, this service, and therefore then that should streamline the clearance of cargo. Again, there was also a directive on bunkering services so that ships can be, serviced and fueled at the port. And then again, there's a bill that KIFWA, that's Kenya International Freight and Warehousing Association of Kenya, they want to regulate themselves. So they did, or they're in the process of doing a bill, and that bill will streamline the process and making sure that, those credible players in this logistics chain regulate themselves instead of actually being regulated. And those are some of the key highlights of the presidential directives. There was issues to do with vehicle age limits, of which, the president said that those should be streamlined. He also gave a directive that immediately that the citizens of the Democratic Republic of Congo, because now they are part of the ESC community, that they should not, they will not require visas, for them to enter the country. And that's facilitation of trade between Kenya and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you very much. Those are some of there were quite a number of issues that were discussed, but those are the key ones that, of course, will be important for this forum and also the East African community. Thank you very much.
Okay. Our presentations are ready, but I will just ask the presenters to take 2 minutes if you can speed through. Yesaya, maybe you can start.
Good afternoon. My name is Yesaya Masangia. I represent the topic of port performance and corridor management, the case study of Tanzania Port Authority. The presentation will have 5 areas. I'll speak faster. Tanzania Port Authority is the corporate body established by Act number 17 of 2004 as a landlord authority, and as such own all ports in Tanzania, seaport and the lake ports. The major responsibility include promotion of use, improvement, development of port and their hinterland. TPA ports, we have seaports and lake ports, as you can see. We have seaport of Dar es Salaam, Tanga, and Mtwara, and we have lake ports which are in Lake Tanganyika, Victoria, and Nyasa. You can see in that map there, in their capacity. The principal port in Tanzania is the Dar es Salaam port, which has the capacity of more than 18 million metric. And we have Tanga and Mtwara, and also we have the lake ports in Lake Tanganyika and the Lake. Okay. Now, I've already explained the port in Tanzania, as you can see, and their capacity. Dar es Salaam is the principal port in Tanzania, followed by Tanga and Mtwara. What are the TPA markets? What are the TPA customers? We have 2 types of customers. We have shipping lines, those who bring ships at the port. And we also have cargo owners, who are normally represented by freight forwarders. So, cargo owners, we have a number of markets, as you can see in the map there. We are serving about 70 countries of approximate over 200 million people. Those countries which we are serving is Uganda, Malawi, Zambia, DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe. And we have emerging markets like the Mozambique, Comoros, and South Sudan. So we have a potential of seaborne traffic in those transit markets. And we have the market, we have the cargo. So we as market, we as TPA, we have to prepare ourselves to make sure that we handle the seaborne traffic which is coming from those transit market and local market. The ports, TPA ports are connected by 2 major corridors. Central corridors from Dar es Salaam, Tanga, Kigoma, and Mwanza. And the other one is Dar es Salaam corridor, which comes from Dar es Salaam to Tunduma and Rusumo to Malawi. You can see the corridors. These corridors are very important because without them, without the efficiency of these corridors, the performance of the port will not be good. there will be no way you can move the cargo from the port to the final destinations. I've tried to give some statistics there that in the past 5 years, the overall cargo traffic of the Dar es Salaam port increased at the average growth rate of 8%, while trust cargo increased at an average of 11%. So you can see that the cargo from the markets are increasing. So as TPA, we must make sure that we prepare ourselves to make sure that we accommodate the increasing amount of cargo. What is our focus? Our focus is to create capacity ahead of demand. I think we have seen how many countries we are saving. The seaborne traffic is more than 25 million seaborne traffic, potential seaborne traffic from transit market. So we as TPA, we are preparing ourselves to make sure that we prepare ourselves ahead of demand. We have a very big project at Dar es Salaam Port, the Dar es Salaam Maritime Gateway Project, that aimed at improving the efficiency of the port, that will enable to receive big ship. It will enable to reduce the ship turnaround time, dwell time, etc. And they will increase the capacity of Tanga ports, Twara, and all lake ports to make sure that the demand or the cargo which is coming from the transit market and the hinterland are accommodated. We also trying to adopt a comprehensive system in all port systems. Acquisition to modern equipment and stakeholder engagement and the collaboration is very important. And also we are trying to build the capacity of our staff. Now, how is the relation between the port performance and the corridor contributivities? Port performance depends on corridor performance. Therefore, an increase in investment in capacity along the corridor, that is rail, road, inland waterway, is very important. Because if there's investment in capacity along the corridor, that's where also the port performance will improve and accommodate the increasing capacity, increasing demand of the cargo. Also, there's a need to remove or to reduce the non-platform areas along the corridor. If we want to make our port successful, and also we have to strengthen the collaboration among sectors, because TPA alone, even if it can improve its infrastructure or whatever, if it does collaborate with the other sectors like freight forwarders, the performance of port will not be good. To conclude, demand for port and logistics services is growing, hence there's a need for adequate infrastructure to cope with increasing traffic ahead of demand. Stakeholder collaboration is key in enhancing port performance and corridor efficiency. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasser. I think we will have Edward to run us through his presentation, but we try to make it time-saving. It should be ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'll take you through the presentation for the Port of Mombasa. And In the interest of time, we should just start. We look at the role of Port of Mombasa in trade facilitation in the region. So we'll go through the KPA mandate, core services, port facilities, port performance, port development, trade facilitation, and the way forward to support the region. The mandate for Kenya Ports Authority. KPA was established as a statutory body in 1978, and our function or our mandate is to develop, operate, maintain, improve, and regulate all the seaports along the coastal line. Additionally, in 2012, we were added a mandate to do the same on the inland waterways, and recently, 2021, we are also operating and managing, improving the ferry services at the coast of Kenya. Our core services and facilities, we handle marine services, cargo handling, and ferry services. The Port of Mombasa has 19 berths. This includes 6 for container, 13 are for conventional cargo. In addition to those 19 berths, we have cruise terminal, where we promote the tourism sector. Then we have the oil terminals, that's the Shimanzi, KOT1, and the new KOT2, which we can actually say that it's actually increased capacity to handle about 120 million liters of petroleum. Then we also have the old port, which is still operational. The new baby we have is the Port of Lamu, is our second commercial port. It has 3 operational berths at the moment, and a key length of about 1.2 kilometers. Each berth is 400 kilometers. To make sure that cargo is actually brought nearer to the customers, we have ICD in Nairobi, ICD Naivasha, ICD Kisumu, and ICD Eldoret. To serve our client better and to bring the port services closer home, we've opened liaison offices in 3 countries, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. The liaison offices are represented at Kampala, Kigali, and Bujumbura. Our vision as Kenya Ports Authority is to be world-class ports of choice. Our mission is to provide efficient and competitive port services to facilitate global trade. We are wired and intertwined in some core values that we hold very dearly as staff of the Kenya Ports Authority, and these are customer focus, integrity, teamwork, innovation, and care. I'll take you through a simple layout of the Port of Mombasa to just show where the berths are. As earlier mentioned, there are 19. So you can see how the layout is from the berth 1, 2, all the way to berth 21 and 22. Just at the water, you can see the new KOT, that is Kipevu Oil Terminal, which now has a capacity to handle 120 million liters of petroleum. That's a layout for Lamu Port. As said earlier, it's operational with 3 berths and 3 yards. The Northern Corridor member states, we have Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, Northern Tanzania, and Southern Sudan. Those are the countries I would say are being served adequately by the Port of Mombasa. A project under LabSet Corridor, which Lamu is the key project under LabSet Corridor project, will be fully operationalized by development of Lamu Special Economic Zone, investment in equipment, potential acquisition of strategic partner to operate the port. That will be done under PPT, that is public-private partnership, installation of integrated security system, complete connectivity by road, rail, and pipeline, which will actually be working together with other partner government agency, that is KENHA, Kenya Railways, and Kenya Pipeline. We are going to vigorously market for livestock and cold chain supply, and finally to market for transshipment cargo under the Port of Lamu. Port performance, we'll actually look at the Port of Mombasa under this performance and appreciate what we have done for the last 5 years. 2018 to 2022, we had a moderate growth for the obvious reason of the pandemic, which occurred and hit the 2020 year. And we can see that we have a gradual increment, but our increase has been at a rate of 2.3. We started in 2018 at 30 million, but we ended up at 33. So we had a rate of 2.3%. In container traffic, our rate has been better than the total throughput rate. We had a 2.7, all the way from 1.3 to 1.4 TEUs. We also look at another chain of performance. This is under transshipment traffic. From 2018, we have grown from 121 to 210. This recorded a growth rate of 14.7. I would say under this COVID pandemic did not have much effect on it. Transit traffic, this is the region traffic through the Port of Mombasa, also had a moderate growth of about 1.6%, with figures from 9 million to 10 million currently when you close the year 2022. Development plan for Kenya Ports Authority, that is at the Port of Mombasa. Our plans are actually mothered in the Master Plan 2018-2047. From this, we give birth to the strategic plan, which is a 5-year plan, that is 2018 to 2022. Our vision is actually that we look at the port to facilitate the economic growth in Kenya and the neighboring countries, which will open up new markets for Kenya and the transit market. That's our vision for port development, the reason why we undertake the projects. Growth of Mombasa through efficient improvement and terminal expansions remains the main gateway, modernized and expanded to increase capacity. Development of Dongo Kundu as a special economic zone, including port facility to support the special economic zone and provide space for expansion of Mombasa Port. This is how we are seeing it, or our future projection of the port at the year 2047. We're looking at it to run from berth number 1 all the way to berth number 25. Then, if you can see just at the bottom, we have the Dongo Kundu, which have berth number 1 up to berth number 7, handling general cargo, motor vehicles, bulk grain. Then, at the middle of the water and the island that we have actually reclaimed, right now, new KOT, that is Kipevu Oil Terminal, is operational. And in future, we are looking to have the natural gas terminal as well. So this is the projection and the focus of how we're looking at the port in the year 2047. The vision for Port of Lamu, that's the development of Lamu pillars that we have, development of Lamu Port serving northern Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. We are looking at it from that angle, where all those are the berths which are looking to be invested. Currently, we have 3 berths which are operational. So in future, the year 2047, that is how Lamu Port is projected to look like. The strategic plan, which was actually implemented between the year 2018 to 2022, we can run through to just see what was completed and what was not completed, the achievement under that period. The completed and the ongoing projects, which were covered in the strategic plan, I'll be happy to take you through so that you just brace yourself and plug in accordingly. We can say we did our second phase of Container Terminal 2, and our berth 22 is currently operational. increasing the port capacity with additional 450,000 TEUs. This has increased the total capacity of Mombasa Port from 1.6 to 2.1 million TEUs. The construction of that began in the year 2019 and successfully completed in the year 2022. Kipevu Oil Terminal is the new baby, so we say it's an offshore island facility relocated next to the Kenya Navy. Currently, it has 4 berths completed. However, 3 berths are fitted with equipment for handling large petroleum tanker vessels up to about 120 liters of petroleum. The other completed projects at the Port of Mombasa is the cruise ship terminal, where we've modernized it. However, the COVID pandemic has really affected the tourism sector. Thus, it has affected that terminal as well. Lamu Port is another project which was completed within that period, with the 3 berths completed and fully operationalized. Berth number 1, it was operationalized, and in May 2021, berth 1 to 3, and the yard capacity of 1.2 is actually currently operational as well. Kipevu Road, these are the road leading to the exit and the entrance of the port, was also completed. Dockyard, tugboat, jets was also completed. Our Kisumu port was actually maintained and upgraded. This was rehabilitation of the link span, seeing the volume increasing from the year 2018 to the year 2022, starting off at 10 million and closing the year of 2022 at 58 million. The rehabilitation has gained us increase of business to Kisumu Port. The ongoing projects, we have the berth 19B, which is still at Dongo Kundu, where the berth is going to be a general cargo berth to serve the special economic zone projected at Dongo Kundu. We have the development of the SEZ at Dongo Kundu as well. Those are the ongoing projects at the Port of Mombasa. We have development of the fishing port at Shimoni. And I would say the port would actually be handicapped if we do not have connectivity out of the port for the cargo. So we will look at the SGR freight services, which has reduced the transit time from Mombasa to Nairobi. Right now it's 8 hours. Mombasa, Naivasha, we do 10 hours. So we work very closely with Kenya Railways to support the freight load of cargo out of Mombasa port. Port of Mombasa actually plays a very key role in trade facilitation in the region. KPA plays a crucial and strategic role in the facilitation of seaborne trade for Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, DRC, South Sudan, Burundi, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Tanzania. Thus, as an authority, we are committed to improving efficiency at the ports and developing its capacity in line with growing trade demand to unlock the region's growth potential. So we look at the role of the port in the regional development. In summary, we could say promote trade across borders, that is linking the region to the rest of the world, trade facilitation through efficient port operations, enhance infrastructure development, and stimulate economic growth in other sectors. Efforts toward facilitating trade. KPA has presence in the East African countries, that is through the liaison office, as seen earlier, that is Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. Port capacity has been expanded to enable handling of an increased cargo for the region. With the developments that we've seen earlier, that has increased our capacity. KPA fully has automated import and export process, which has shortened the time that is taken to do that. Documentation processes have also been simplified. Now it's easy to handle documentation processes at the port. The gates have been modernized to ease the flow of cargo, enhance security, and reduce delay at the gates. We can say we'll pride in acquiring state-of-the-art equipment over and over so that we can actually embrace efficiency and improve on it. System integration has happened That is the East African Single Custom Territory, National Single Window System, Kilindini Waterfront Terminal Operating System, and the Enterprise Resource Planning. That's the integration. We work very closely with this organization, and the system are actually integrated. That's the single window, which is integrated with Kentrade. Then we have the Customs Authority. We have KRA, URA, RA systems integrated with KPA, Single Customs Territory, Kenya Ships Agents, and the banks, which you can actually now make your payments directly to the ports. KPA will continue to consistently improving on its operational efficiency to increase the free storage period for transit customers, and KPA will pursue collaboration on specific initiatives that will cement the Port of Mombasa's position as a regional hub through customer loyalty program and initiative and incentive, strengthening of frameworks for handling port operational issues, and offering an end-to-end solutions for customers. To promote growth of the East African, there is need for coordination and collaboration of all agencies in the infrastructure sectors of the member states, and harmonized approach by the EAC partner states to development of lake transportation through Lake Victoria. KPA will continue to strive for excellence towards fulfilling the promise of delivering world-class port operations. With that remarks, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Betty. We'll go straight to wind up with the Bukasa Port project. This is a very important project on Lake Victoria by the Ministry of Works and Transport with the project management company, Gulf Engineering. And this project is anticipated to be a game changer for multimodal logistics in Uganda, not only reviving the Central Corridor with a link to Mwanza, but also connecting to the Northern Corridor. So I'll kindly ask Mr. Mugamba to take us through, and we wind up the session.
Thank you very much. First of all, for this opportunity and for the kind remarks you've made on this special project. It's actually a flagship project, and having listened to the other developments in the Northern and the Central Corridor, I think it's comforting even for the project management and us at large, that there's definitely a lot of room and a lot of things we've got to do. As a lot has been mentioned, a lot of, particularly to say connectivity, I'll look at a lot has been talked about on connectivity and linkage. I think that's what logistics is all about. And later on, I will talk about the relevance, particularly of the private sector in this project. A lot of efforts have been already made in the ensuring that there is connectivity to the port. These developments have been, one is already the refurbishment of the Mukono Railway, Mukono-Kampala Railway, which is being carried out through the Spanish funding. I think the company is called Imasha. It's ongoing, and also there is effort up to the end, up to Malaba. It's a railway system now is going on. I think next year, some development will be done along that, while we are completing the contract for the standard gauge railway, which will be connecting Uganda and Kenya. Another one, I think very important, is the Kampala-Jinja Expressway. Kampala-Jinja Expressway is very important for us. It's the gateway, actually, to the outside world for the Northern Corridor. It's ongoing. It's not ongoing, but I think the process, the procurement is well ahead, and it's a very encouraging process which is going on, and we hope in the year or two the project should be on. This will be accompanied by others like the Southern Corridor and also the Southern Corridor and the standard gauge railway system up to the end. Now, I would like to look at it in terms of really the statistics, what it means. And we have modeled this port as an inland port. That's why it's a little bit different, definitely, compared to when you look at it, Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. When you look at the typical, how we modeled it to be, an inland port, and the linkage, the ship, looking at the 219 records, development of the ship to the overall tonnage, which was 127, contributed 39% of the 123.7 million metric tons. So the percentage of the ship to the overall tonnage of what was coming in, outward bound, inward bound, was by water was 39%. That's an inland port. Then the railway was about, the railway itself was 24%, and the truck was 37%. So this will definitely help us a lot, particularly in the saving of our road system and other savings. As they mentioned, as was mentioned, the truck, the environmental issues. So this is very good for all of us in that light. I need not emphasize the importance of having, as was mentioned by the President of FAO, the importance of this multimodal kind of system which is being developed in the country. Now, another point, just to keep on the time, it's the relevance. What is the relevance, particularly of the private sector? I think the private sector has a big role to play in the way we modeled the Bokassa port. What we're looking at, it will be also owned wholly by government, so the public sector has a big role to play as a catalyst for the development. The local authorities will have definitely a role to play. Then another role will be played by the logistics and the packaging, and definitely also the assembly, light industry. Very openly to you, the way it's modeled, if it's like this port, the public may have about 25%, say, 30%. The logistics service, as seen in 2019 by one of the ports we're looking at, had a contribution of about 38%. And the packaging, 27%. So you can see that actually the private sector, the people here, you be major players in the development of the Bokassa port. Now, how is it also modeled, the way we are looking at it? When you look at the consolidated companies within the overall port, a lot will be played by a number of companies, logistic companies, as I mentioned, packaging companies will also play a very big role in the development of that port, but also in the partly ownership of the incomes that come, the income flows, as I've mentioned in that order. So I think it's pertinent on us now, as government is doing now, that things just move in time, particularly facing also other considerations, like certain circumstances that cannot be controlled, that has happened, like to control the risk, as it has happened, like in the Northern Corridor at times, to spread the risk and to make it a little bit more competitive. When you have more corridors open to you, there's definitely more competition, and then we hope the prices will come down. It is already seen that immediately the cost, even the cost per the cost for you traders who will be interested, the cost will come down immediately by about 20% with the Northern Corridor, with the Bokassa port. And another thing we are looking at with the Northern Corridor, already there will be a transformation of the areas, particularly around Lake Victoria, the Lake Victoria region. There will be a lot of development others coming in. And in the other industries, like the building industry, will come in. Now, Bokassa Port itself is a catalyst for other developments. We are looking at, if you look, sorry, we should have shown you, there are other developments that will come within the port, which will bring in more money. Light industry has already been mentioned. The commercial activities will be mentioned. And as I mentioned, out of the 100 hectares that will be available, 20% is directly for the port, 100 hectares will be available for the private sector. Logistics, there will be a free trade area. So you are really major players on that. Coupled with that, we have 894 connected, that is the Kampala Industrial Business Park. It's directly connected. It's part of the port. So Kampala Industrial Business Park, which has 894 hectares, is about 3-4 kilometers away. So that will be also well linked within that. Basically, we are looking at Bokassa, the whole development, as being the engine and the hub of development for the country and for the region. We are the major players in this, and I think we are encouraged, particularly you people in the logistics, we as in the logistics, to really facilitate, to ensure we accomplish the objectives that have been set and supporting the efforts being made. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mugamba. You've heard the investment opportunity for the private sector, logistics players, light manufacturing. This is the future for multimodal logistics in Uganda. So I think we are a bit time constrained. I'll just get some guidance from the Master of Ceremonies and see how we proceed. Okay, so we will just have a 1 minute parting shot from everybody. I'll start with TPA, Mr. Yesaya, but I would like to address to you very quickly, if you can fix it in that 1 minute, because Uganda and Tanzania have the crude oil pipeline project, and you've got over 500,000 tons going to come from that project. Is TPA ready with Tanga and Dar es Salaam to handle this project with all the other projects you have? Maybe you can just capture that in a few seconds.
Yes, TPA's port are ready, because for the information or stakeholder information, TPA has experience over 50 years in pipeline operation. We have Tazama from Dar es Salaam to Ndola. So we have also improved our ports, Dar es Salaam ports, Tanga ports, Twara ports. We have increased their capacity.
Okay, thank you.
So there will be no problem, because, for example, LPG will be handled through Mtwara. We are constructing there.
Okay.
So for this pipe, there will be no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, a parting shot.
Just to give a bit of detail on the Lapset corridor project. This is actually what you'd call a Vision 2030 project by the government of the Republic of Kenya. It's a regional flagship project, and it's intended to provide transport and logistics infrastructure aimed at creating seamless connectivity amongst the Eastern African countries of Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan, as well as link, the west-eastern part of Uganda. And of course, it taps into a population of more than 180 million people. And it's part of the larger bridge, the larger bridge that connects all the way from the port of Mombasa, or intended to connect from Mombasa to the western coast of Africa at port of Douala. It's a deep sea, what KPA does, because it is a multifaceted project, it's got 7 components. That is, you've got the port component, you have special economic zones, you have the airports, 3 of them. Then you've got resort cities in Lamu, Isiolo, and Turkana. Then there is the roads, interconnectivity. Then you've got rails and the pipeline for crude oil all the way to Juba. And that is the bigger plan of the project. But what we are concerned about ourselves as KPA is the development of the port itself. It's conceptualized to have 23 deep sea berths. Deep sea means that each berth has a depth of 17.5 meters and 400 meters long. So what the government did is that it injected money to develop the first 3 berths so that it could attract private investment into the rest of the 20 berths. Because it's a greenfield port project. There was nothing in Lamu. It was actually in the wilderness. But then again, Kenya, I think, over a very long time, is the only country along the eastern and southern African coastline that had one commercial port, which was Mombasa. So strategically, Lamu is very key for us. Right now, we are handling mostly transshipment cargo, and eventually, it's going to be, the biggest port in the East Africa, according to what we envision it to do once it's fully commercialized. Then there's a project, I think it's important for investors all over the world. We do have what we call Dongo Kundu Port Project. And this is not only the port. We're also having special economic zones. We have 3,000 acres of land at Mombasa, just across near the Navy. And we're actually calling upon private investors to come. You can invest in whichever field you want, all the way from services, manufacturing, vehicle importation, as well as value addition. And that will be a big project for the region as well. So the Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Trade are working hand in hand to actualize these projects. The port component is going to start construction from January next year. The roads, the interconnectivity of the road to the port of Mombasa, as well as the highway to Nairobi, is already done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Albert, just to wind up, when you look at all these investments taking place in logistics, the region, do you have a reason to be optimistic that logistics players will rise up to the challenge and serve their customers better in this framework?
Thank you, Chair. Having looked at the presentations and, of course, the pipeline for both TPA, KPA, the development programs they have for us, I can assure you the freight forwarding industry is very ready, and such a conference where we are to discuss some of the issues is a real testimony that the freight forwarding industry is really ahead of the game. And we pray that the premises, the projects that we are seeing here will come to light. I can see there is too much hope. And once these investments are made, the freight forwarding industry will also thrive. And remember, it's the engine of a supply chain. Without it, without the freight forwarders, the supply chain is totally affected. We have hopes, and we request that the stakeholders at all times, they always involve us to make sure that we have an end-to-end solution.
Thank you. And as we wind up, maybe Mr. Mugamba, 1 minute. You've had the stakeholders. They are ready to work with you.
Thank you very much. I think most important also, particularly with Intertrade, there is a new development that's coming, mainly because of the water transport. And it's good, we're really talking about the blue economy. There are certain investments that have not been really carried out because of the bulkiness of the kind of business. One I have in mind straight away, which could come up, is the exploitation of our minerals, particularly in the Kabale area. They're too bulky, and normally need coal from Tanzania. So we're talking of lots of tons or hundreds of tons, maybe at 500,000 tons. So we need, for 500,000 tons, you need 800 tons. It's very difficult to carry by road, by truck. So I think that will encourage development of the iron, which is a very important component in any kind of development anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. MC, I think we should yield.
Thank you very much. Come on, let's give our panel a big, big hand clap. We've been discussing port performance and corridor management. We're hearing about the Northern Corridor in the East African region and what the plans are on that. Let's give them a hand while they leave. I have very good news and even much better news. Which one do you want first? Much better news. Lunch is at 2. Now you want the very good news. The very good news is we are going to have a very interesting discussion at this point. But before we do, want to recognize some of the people in this room. We have some delegates from India. Delegates from India. Come on, put up your hand wherever you are. Delegates from India, you're very welcome. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Delegates from Iran. Iran. Delegates from Iran, where are you? Where? Okay. Aha. Delegates from Jordan. Delegates from Jordan. Okay. All right. Hopefully I'll have more luck with this. Delegates from the United Arab Emirates. You're very welcome. From the United Arab Emirates. Delegates from Chile. Delegates from Chile. All right. Delegates from Ethiopia. Ethiopian delegates. You are very welcome. Thank you very much for coming. Delegates from Burundi. Burundi, where are you? You are welcome. Delegates from Cameroon. Cameroon. Nice to see you. Welcome to Uganda. Delegates from Ghana. Ghanaian delegates, you are welcome. Nice to see you. So nice to have you. Malawi. Delegates from Malawi. Malawi, anyone? All right. Mozambique. Delegates from Mozambique. Okay. Delegates from Nigeria. Delegates from Nigeria. All right. Rwanda. Rwanda is surely here. Very welcome. Nice to see you. You're very, very welcome. From South Sudan. South Sudan, a big delegation over there. You're very welcome, and you can't miss them out. They are all taller than me, so look up. All right? Look up. Very good. From Tanzania. Delegates from Tanzania. Great delegation from Tanzania. Zanzibar. Zanzibar. Nice to see you. Delegates from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. So nice to see you. You're very, very welcome. Any I've missed? Egypt. So nice to see you. Yes, where are you from? South Africa. South Africa. Very good. Yes. Morocco. So nice to see you from Morocco. Kenya and Uganda, we are. Delegates from Kenya. Kenya, where are you? Very good. You know, when you see how the colonialists drew the map of Kenya and Uganda, okay? And they kept moving it to the east, then to the west. Some of us fall all over. Yes, from at the back there, who have I missed? Okay, and delegates from Uganda. You're around? Very good, thank you. It's so nice to see you. Now, the next panel is a very, very interesting panel. Very important. Now, this afternoon, we're going to have some other two very important panels that you should not miss after lunch. But this one before lunch is going to whet your appetite. Because what we want to be able to discuss are the key trends shaping global supply chains and the changing marketplace. How do we respond? Once upon a time, we were on one-party logistics. Right now, we are on the e-commerce, fifth-party logistics. We have grown, we have moved. And if as Rame, we do not adjust ourselves and be ready for the fifth-party logistics, we will be caught wanting. And so to moderate this panel is an astute logistician. I know her very well because she's one of my mentors with the young people. We, the young people, have been mentored by Mrs. Jennifer Mwijuche, who is the Managing Director of Unifreight Cargo Handling and is a former president of Uganda Freight Forwarders Association. Come on, give up a round of applause for Mrs. Jennifer Mwijuche of Unifreight Cargo as she comes. Now, the panelists are a very, very knowledgeable and experienced group of people. I want to start with my immediate former boss in Multilines International Limited, the group managing director, Mr. Gerard Muchenga. Give him a hand while he comes. Multilines International is all over East Africa and doing all the lines of logistics. Then we have the founding member of FIT Alliance and Director General of FIATA, Dr. Stefan Graba. Dr. Stefan Graba, the Director General of FIATA, you're very, very welcome as you come. One of our elders here in Uganda, we call him an elder because from the very beginning, if he begins telling you the history of logistics in Uganda, you will think he was there when, you know. And this is the General Manager of Operations of Mukwano Group, Mr. Businje Rwabogo. Are you around? Mr. Rwabogo? Okay, all right, we'll move on. And then there is Osela Technologies, an IT solutions company that is interrupting the way we do freight forwarding and logistics. The Chief Executive Officer and the founder of Osela Technologies is here, Mr. Elkana Momai. Come on, give him a hand while he comes. Now, this panel, Madam Jennifer, is what stands between us and lunch at 2. So use that information as you see fit. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, MC, and good afternoon, everyone. I've been introduced, so I will save your time and say we are discussing a very important topic. We are looking at the trends of the supply chain, and we are going to align it with the theme of the conference, which is resilience, adaptability, and diversity. I will just some speakers have already touched on the trends, especially Mr. John Mathenge, when he talked about what is happening in logistics globally. He gave us figures, but I will just add a few. We are looking at shipping carriers themselves, the trends that are happening. During COVID, we all remember what was happening with shipping line, the pricing, and we know what is happening now. The new entrants are coming in. That means that there is an attractiveness in as far as supply is supply chain is concerned. And then we are also looking at technology and the disruptions it's causing. We look at the Amazons of today, the way they are changing the whole distribution, and how manufacturers are dealing directly with such kind of companies because of technology. And so those are the trends that we want to concentrate on this afternoon as we make this discussion. How are all of us stakeholders aligning? How are we becoming resilient? How are we adapting to the changes? And how are we responding to diversity of supply in as far as logistics is concerned? And so my panel has been introduced, so I won't waste a lot of your time. The MC has warned me that we are all looking at lunch, but I will just pause and we'll give audience a chance to ask you some questions so that then we can close it up when everybody has been able to participate. And so I'll start with my immediate next, Mr. Gerard Muchenga, who I know very well. He's the Managing Director of Multilines International. And I will ask him, because he's a logistician, and so I will ask him, with all these trends happening, especially the technology, how have you responded as a player in as far as technology is concerned to be able to enhance your service delivery to the customer?
Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me, my voice is not very good. I've been in a country where it is winter, and then I came back here and it is summer. Thank you very much, Jennifer. As introduced, Gerard Muchenga, Martin's group of companies. We are in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and all the partner states. The question, we've had it. How have we responded? I will start from as far as COVID disruption is concerned. I will not go backwards to save time. 2, I will not go into the other challenges because they have been enumerated this morning, and we're going to continue enumerating the challenges of a freight forwarder. As Martlines, how have we adopted? There are things that we take as obvious. Somebody to ask me, how do I live? How do I smile? How do I manage my size? There are 2 things. I eat and I exercise. So digitization is one of the menu for freight forwarder. So I'm also not going to take long, because those who have not adopted to digitization and automation and the continuous improvement of that are either out or they are on their way out. So freight forwarders, if there is any that has not co-opted and adopted digitization and automation, you are on your way out of the industry. So what we have done is to ensure continuous improvement. We ensured that we have a platform based on SAP as a platform, and we customized our ERP, and we continuously work with our research and development team to ensure that we adapt to the needs of the customer, and our developers of that system continuously, day by day, make add-ons on our system to meet the customer needs. And there are 2 things that the customer wants: to save time and save money. I leave that. Already we are going ahead, and this is where I encourage my fellow freight forwarders. Like the MC has mentioned, after COVID, we all realized the need for digitization and automation of our processes. But the fifth need is coming, and this is artificial intelligence. We are moving away from digitization to artificial intelligence. The chat box, robotics, and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be stagnated. Don't just automate, don't just digitize, because that's what everybody is doing. Let's be ahead of the others. The other disruption that I want to comment on that is eating into my head as a leader of an international and regional organization in Africa is where the shipping lines have left their role and they are coming into our lane. this is where they are starting to go directly to the customer. This is where we freight forwarders are blocked from getting rates, and they are telling us to get spot rates. They are getting the final consumer, the final customer, the final manufacturer in the supply chain to get a rate direct from the shipping line. So we as Rame, we as Fiata, if we leave this conference without a solution to that, we shall not have done justice to the industry. And for me, my suggestion is two-way. One, as Fiata on the global scale, not even Rame alone, to enforce Section 16, subsection 1 of the Maritime Merchant Clause. We know it. The shipping lines should do their shipping line role. Otherwise, the second one is, can we live here with a resolution that all freight forwarders under Fiata, we incorporate a company, a limited liability company, and we buy vessels, and we have a system platform where we can see net rates, and we start as well moving cargo. This we can do, especially in Africa. We can control. If we stopped giving shipping lines because we have our own platform, we have our own vessel, we have the capacity. We should not live here without a solution. Otherwise, freight forwarders, your role is getting out. We very well know that revenue authorities and customs can, as well, allow the final importer, the final exporter to access through the system directly. But they have left the role of the clearing agent and the customs broker. Why can't the shipping line stay in their lane? And I will give examples without fear or favor. MSC, they are now going into, we all know where they are, okay? Where they have not gone directly, they are merging. We know Siva, I know Siva has been here. We know they are with the CMS, CGM. We know Musk, they are allowed to incorporate a company called Damco, and they are operating from within. And they make sure that we, the freight forwarders, get higher rates, handling charges, cleaning services of the container, name it. And then when a customer directly goes to them, they don't charge that. So they save time for the customer, but also they increase rates for the freight forwarder. Can we live here? For me, it is what is disturbing me, because strategically speaking, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, I see the role of a freight forwarder diminishing if we don't get a solution. Can I end here by saying they have also gone into aviation? We all know that MSC has a collaboration with the KLM, that any cargo that will not be brought under full container load, or they cannot bring it by air because it is urgent, they will fly it with KLM. But they are also planning to buy aircrafts if they have not bought already. Fiata, Rame, we have an opportunity that you are here, especially for us in Africa. We need a solution to this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Issues of diversity, adaptability, resilience are coming out now from players. We have situations where the big companies are coming in. We have situations of technology, but can we stop anything? Or we need to think about how to adopt. Can we stop it or we adopt? I am actually raising this so that you think when we are raising questions, are these issues, they have to be debated in the line of being entrepreneurs, but also looking at the global trends and the way things are happening. Are there things that we can stop with regulations, or there are things for adopting? Those are the questions what we need to discuss. Next, Dr. Technology again and its disruptions, blockchain, AI, so many things happening. What could be hindering the shipping line from adopting electronic bill of lading?
So thank you very much for your question, and I really appreciate what you raised before. I think there are a lot of challenges that are coming to the freight forwarders, and it's really important to try to address all of this, have the right tools for our members to be part of it. And in fact, as you know, I'm also here as the FIT Alliance, and maybe I need to introduce the FIT Alliance because you don't know probably what it is. The FIT Alliance is a grouping between BIMCO, DCSA, ICC, SWIFT, so the banks, and FIATA. And the question you will say, but why is FIATA participating in that? Why did we decide to sit down with these people, the DCSA, BIMCO, the shipping lines? Because digitalization is coming to us. It will impact our industry, it will impact our business models, and it's really important that FIATA and that freight forwarders are part of this movement. We cannot oppose it. As you said, the question you ask, can we stop it or should we adapt? We cannot stop that. It will come, and it will come because it has a real impact on the cost for our industry. If I take this FIT Alliance, its key objective is to raise awareness and accelerate the adoption of standard-based bill of lading. Why? Because we know that the adoption of electronic bill of lading potentially can help us save 6.5 billion in documentation cost. It enables 7 billion in gains by reducing inventory and financing cost. It might unlock 30 to 40 billion in trade growth by reduction of trade friction. And by the way, it also helps for the SDGs because it would allow to save 28,000 trees. So this is a major element for reducing the cost, for reducing inefficiency and developing trade that will benefit to all of us. And it's important that the freight forwarders are part of it. That's why FIATA said we need to sit down with all these actors, so the shipping lines, ICC, SWIFT with the bank, because it's also linked to the financing, and we work all together. All together, we represent probably 85% of the market. So if we want to really push for this electronic BL, we have a real power to do it. Now, it's very important, here FIATA again, FIATA has one of the house bill of lading that is very renowned because it's one that is endorsed by ICC and UNCTAD. It's a document that is a title of goods, that is negotiable, and that is used in many countries as a collateral for trade finance. This document is the only house bill of lading that has this characteristic. And the freight forwarders is at the beginning of the chain, which means that when there is an order coming from a shipper, all the data are with the freight forwarders. And all these data are in the house bill of lading, in the FIATA house bill of lading. And this is a big wealth and a big asset of the freight forwarder, because then these data will serve for the master bill of lading, will serve for the customs, will serve for all the different actors. So it's really important here that we understand the value we have here, and we offer to all our members a possibility to have an electronic bill of lading and to access it. And that's what FIATA did. FIATA digitalized his bill of lading. He created an identity registry for its members, so we are now implementing it. We have 40,000 members in the world. Most of them also are here in the room. We work with our national association to create identities for all our members so that they can use this electronic BL. We didn't create a new platform. That was not the objective. All freight forwarders, they have their platform. They can use whichever IT platform they want. What we offer is an electronic BL that can be accessible through all kinds of platform and transport managing system, with a service that allows to securize the document and to reduce fraud. Earlier today, someone mentioned about fraud and problems existing in the supply chain. Today, when you create an electronic FBL using the FIATA EFBL, The data are immediately stored on a blockchain, and then you can use the document, because today we are not yet at digitally exchange of data. You can use it either in paper version, you can exchange electronic PDF, you can also exchange data, but you have always an audit trail of the data. You know who have created the document, and you know that these data are securized because they are stored on a blockchain. So that's the way we help, and we try to bring to all the forwarders the possibility to enter this digital world. And it's really important we are there, because, as I said, we are at the center, at the beginning of any freight transport. And now the other things we work, and that comes to one of the points addressed by my predecessor, is just we need to have interoperability between the different actors. And that's, again, it's something that is a lot of work that we do. We are currently working with the WCO and with certain custom authorities around the world to ensure interoperability between the data model of the EFBR and their data models, in order that we can, tomorrow, have the custom accepting our data because they fit with their model. Today, they are very, very keen to work with FIATA because we securize the data, because we offer a network of trust in our data registry. We know who are our members. We have due diligence of our members. We know which association they belong. We know we know the trade condition they apply. So we can really offer to the customs, to the banks, a network of trust where they can trust the documents and the data that come that are securized. And we realized last year also with banks, we do the same exercise with banks. We realized a full transaction between two coffee traders. One was a buyer, the other one a seller, and the whole transaction was completely automatized, with the payment being automatically generated. Why? Just because the bank had trust in the FIATA IBL, in the data provided, and in the person that was at the origin. So there is a huge work we need to do with the different actors in the supply chain to ensure the interoperability, and to avoid that in reality an actor can impose a standard to all the others. And I think that's at the beginning of all this, when we decided to enter in this FIT Alliance to work with them. If we would not be there, you can be sure that tomorrow you will have a kind of monopoly with a standard pushed by the shipping lines, and everybody would have only this alternative. What FIATA is trying to bring here for its member is ensure that you have the tools, you have your standard. We have the FIATA and the freight forwarder standard that is recognized by the shipping lines, by the custom, by the banks, so that we have the control on our data. Because at the end, the big question is the control of the data. And a lot of people in conferences talk about the new gold that are the data. It's the new gold. This gold is with freight forwarders, because he's the one that collect the data and consolidate the data of a shipping, of freight, and he's the one that has the complete view. And it's really important that we have a control on it, because if we give up these data without any control, you can be sure that the disintermediation, that the verticalization of the industry will be at the cost of the freight forwarders. So that's a little bit to bring in the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hear that what you are talking about, the FIATA Bill of Lading, could be a solution to what he was talking about, so that then we begin looking at, yes, we can coexist with the shipping line, but we have an alternative in as far as adaptability is concerned, and coexisting, you know, with the shipping line through Bill of Lading and the rest. So I think this is to the organizers. I feel that we should have given FIATA more time to make a presentation telling us or educating us about this Bill of Lading as a solution, given the circumstance and the environment we are in. But I think I leave it to that. I will come back to him for more interrogation. I think let me give a chance to Mr. Elkanah. You are a solution service provider, and we are talking about disruptions technology has brought about, both opportunities and challenges. And I would like to know what solutions you have for logisticians in as far as alignment is concerned that we can be able to utilize.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Is my mic working? Because I didn't hear a response. Good afternoon. I think we need to break for lunch. I'm not hearing anything. Good afternoon. That is better. Good. So my name is Elkanah. I'm a team leader from a company called Ocella Technologies. We're born and bred here. We have a solution for logistics all the way from transport or fleet management to clearing and forwarding, and then to bond operations. So those are different verticals. But I want to speak on and probably try to paint a picture of some of the things that business owners, that most of you probably go through day to day. The word demurrage charges is common across. True? The word of, hey, we can't find a document we received from a customer to be able to either clear their cargo in time. Very common, right? Then you hear that, hey, customers that you have, that has given you business, you are not able to give them a clear status until they call you to ask, where is my cargo? True? Then we paint a picture whereby then you don't have to do all those things yourself. Have the systems do it for you. Have solutions do it for you. Whereby a customer wakes up in the morning, they have a status of where their cargo is in their email, even without calling you. So we consider what we call that we're enablers to your business. No matter which vertical where you are in terms of the freight forwarding, the logistics across. So the operations essentially, So the operations essentially you are looking at is from the time of whereby a customer has walked in to your organization and they want a quotation. How long does it take you to serve this customer? For you to actually be able to provide this quotation to the customer. How long does it take you to do that? Probably you tell them, hey, just please give me a second. It takes you 30 to an hour to actually, because you have to keep calling different service providers, because you have to keep subcontracting to be able to get these costs before you actually put your margin to give to your customer. And all the time they're waiting. The demurrage charges that I spoke earlier, if you have a solution that is every single time, every single day from the moment you start moving cargo, that the system is telling you, hey, you have 25 days remaining before you hit, before you start getting charged by the shipping line. Or you have 24 days remaining, you have 20 days remaining. So it makes you then become preemptive or preventive instead of being reactive to after you start receiving those invoices, the charges, that's when you start running around, where is the container? The other aspect then you are looking at is essentially generation of worksheets. I'm just mentioning specifically to some of the daily scenarios that you go through on a daily basis. So apart from all these that are operational in-house, then you have external forces as well. I think a year, slightly more than 2 years ago, we had a scenario whereby now the Uganda Revenue Authority has demanded and legalized that you have to generate your invoices using the eFreeze portal. Ugandans, you know this, right? There it comes that you've been forced to incur an extra cost to have somebody who is, when you raise an invoice from whatever system you're using, you also again have to do it on the e-freeze portal. So there is external forces and also there are internal forces. If you're in transport and fleet management and you're looking at every single time one of your trucks moves cargo from here to Gulu or to Mbarara or to Fort Portal, by the time it comes back, you spend more money on that truck repairing it as more than what the revenue they generated. So you want to be able to have a solution that is actually tracking the profitability per vehicle or per truck that you actually have, which is a co-driver of what you actually have. And that therefore makes you to become efficient for you to be able to serve your customers. I don't know any company that does, apart from NGO, that does business to lose money. No company at all that does business to lose money. And therefore, you want to be able to manage the costs that you are using to operate, that you're using to run. Apart from that, as I finalize my submissions of the different solutions we have, is you need the departments in your organizations to be able to communicate with one another without blame game. You want to be able to serve your customers. And therefore, the sections that are disjointed, that is your operations teams, that are disjointed whereby they have done, you don't know when you finish doing the job, by the time the month is almost ending, you have not invoiced the customers, therefore you have just accrued expenses without actually generating revenue or by invoicing your customers. All this comes down to one thing: data. Data, which is a key driver, the biggest at the moment, which is the biggest asset for any organization that you have, is data. How many of you here, probably a very small percentage here, that you have customers of a very small percentage, or probably 5 or to 10% of customers that you have to keep dealing with, that are very loyal to you every single time? But mostly customers come and go, because they want to keep finding out where can I get the best opportunity from. But when you have this information in-house, you'll be able to ask one question here, sitting probably as a business leader. You want to be able to, last year we did business with this customer who has been doing a lot of importation or a lot of exports. Does it mean they stopped doing business? Or what actually happened that this customer has not come back to us, has not come back to me? You cannot be able to tell unless you have data, which is the biggest value of every organization as we speak. And therefore, the generalized take-home is this. Imagine a world, imagine your business whereby, without going through the fiscal files,
sometimes I hope you are summarizing.
Yes, I'm summarizing. Almost summarizing. As you look at the aspects of making sure that you automate your processes, you digitize your processes, how efficient do you want to become to remain competitive? And that's why I stop it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Elcano has provided solutions, technological solutions, for managing our equipment and our businesses efficiently. Stefan has provided solutions for theaters, bill of lading, and issues surrounding shipping line. Gerard Muchenga talked about the threats and, of course, identified or made proposals. I want to receive 1 or 2 questions or compliments, or rather comments, in as far as this discussion is concerned from you, so that then we are able to wind up this discussion. I don't want to stand longer in between you and lunch. Yes, Roy. Where is the microphone? Yes, there is another. Oh, how many? I said 3 questions. How many do you want us to take? I can see already 5. Okay, quickly. Roy, in front here, there is Mr. Katushabe from Ministry of Works. I don't want to lose the question from government side. Then there is David Mugarama. There is someone in front of you, David. In that order, Roy, Mr. Katushabe, David Mugarama, and someone in front of David. I cannot recognize you. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me turn. Oh my God, but they are becoming 10. MC, can I take all the questions? Okay, all right, I'll come back to this side. I'll give you your chance. Okay.
Thank you, Madam. My name's Roy Mwandi. I'm the National Chairman of Kenya International Freight and Warehousing Association. I sit at the port city of Mombasa, and one of the discussion by the gentleman at the middle caught my attention because as the chair of the freight forwarders in Kenya, I have received several complaints in regard to abuse of dominance by the shipping lines. The so-called shipping lines, they are our friends. We are supposed to complement one another. Their main line of business is basically carriage of loaded goods from the port of loading to the port of discharge. And that is where they get their main income. And as such, it worries a person who owns a ship basically is a rich person. That is the truth. And if that person has 10 to 50 ships, he has a financial muscle, he has a capacity even to buy his own island and live there. So if that person comes to engage in a business of carrying and forwarding, obviously he will be able to push out the small local companies out of business. He will actually behave like the camel that borrowed a tent to put his head and eventually pushing out the owner. The accusations, all the concerns about the local agents in the region, because I sit at the port community meeting at the port of Mombasa, which incorporates the region, and all the leaders of the freight logistics are represented there. The concerns range from the load port, where a shipping line would decline to give space to any importer who does not, give them a through bill of lading. That is one. It also, they are also accused of recommending the use of their affiliate in clearance of, project cargo, all those kind of big cargos to their affiliate. And when the affiliate is given the work, many charges are waived, and the delivery order is given 3 days before the arrival of the vessel. And when it is being done by a local company, all those charges are applicable. They waive container deposit, decrease free period for transit cargo being done by another agent, local agent. But when they do it in-house, they have plenty of time, which they allocate themselves. So we have also had concerns that avocado farmers or carrying agents dealing with avocado exports, they are denied reefer containers and referred to the subsidiaries of the shipping lines. And that pushes out the local carrying and forwarding agents away. And this is what we are calling abuse of dominance. And that is why I second that gentleman that we should have a position as FIATA to protect the agents, the carrying agents, custom agents, the freight logistics, small people. We must have a position from today, either at the regional level, at continental level, at the global level. If we do not do that, then in 5 years to come, probably myself, I would have retired and gone to farm. But the future is not good for the young generation that want to venture into services, offering services of credit and forwarding as independent companies, not employees of multinational. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. As we discuss this issue, I want to request that we also look at factors that are leading to this. Are the shipping line coming because of demand? Are the shipping line coming because of the needs of the customers that are not being met? So we need to also look at all those issues when we are bringing out our discussion, so that when we are making recommendations, I think we are looking at holistically what could be attracting the shipping line to come on. Is it an opportunity? Is it the needs of the customer we have failed to meet, so that we have a fruitful discussion and deliberations? Mr. Katushabe, please go on with your question.
Thank you, moderator. I think Jennifer, being a moderator, wants also to ask questions which we wanted to ask. One of them is that because I wanted to find out from Muchenga's submission as government, this is a big concern, especially in the logistics chain. Having freight forwarders who are supposed to be doing work, but it is done by the shipping lines. Now, my question is, do we have any action to do with these shipping lines? Are port authorities authorized to do this so that then they can sanction these shipping lines? Because if it affects the entire supply chain, then you are going to have challenges. But the last one which you raised is very fundamental. Why are shipping lines coming into this when originally this is the work of freight forwarders? Is the problem processes like what the IT man was telling us? Maybe you are slow, you are still thinking manual when you are supposed to automate. Is the issue the cost? Maybe you are overcharging them and they see an opportunity where shipping lines can charge them less. So these are questions I think that must be addressed in this conference and a solution is found. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Mugarama was the third one.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. My name is David Mugarama, representing Bemuga Group. My concern here is, I'll address it as a consultant who has carried out a number of studies in the region. And every time we've come up with a study, we have made a simple recommendation that the associations have not looked at policy framework and legislation. You're going to find most members here are all licensed by Uganda Revenue Authority or Kenya Revenue Authority. That means you operate as agents, which means you're controlled by Uganda Revenue Authority. So Uganda Revenue Authority or Kenya Revenue Authority has the right to appoint a shipping line as an agent. Our recommendations have always been, if you framed a proper policy, got an act of parliament so that you are licensed, association has a right to license its members. Then you'll have formed a framework and formed up a team so that now management of the process, the transport and logistic processes are controlled by the members, by UFA, by FIATA, or whatever organization. Then in the process of that, then there will be proper management, there will be proper policy control. Then you'll be able to identify which members can do. We have the Uganda Law Society, Uganda the Insurance Association. These people don't go to some people to license them, but you still get licensed by Uganda Revenue Authority. And how can you control that? Therefore, the Uganda Revenue Authority will license everybody. Market regulation, as the member said, data control. We don't share data. Everybody wants to operate on his own. So we need to have an effective transport and legislative practice. And the only way to do it is have it legislated by Act of Parliament. And if this was followed up by team members, then we shall have got a solution. This is what the recommendations we've always made as consultants. And we've never had any person coming back to follow it up. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think one of the programs we have during this conference, there will be a presentation on self-regulation. And this is a process that has been ongoing, and I'm sure it will be able to lead to some of those issues that currently could be hampering us to be able to deal with our own industry. Someone, your neighbor, wanted to say something. Are you settled? I come back to this side. Maybe it has been asked.
University as a transport and logistics officer. My question is, I'm seeing there's a link between e-commerce and logistics here. I'll give an example. I may find a product on Amazon, maybe in Amazon UAE, and it can be shipped to Uganda. So these logistics providers who are here, how can you help us with this? I can say good product on Amazon, pay for it, but they say you can't ship to Uganda. How do we close up this gap? Because we are missing out on the e-commerce in that area. Thank you.
Business opportunities there from that question. Next. Mathenge. Okay, sorry, this side. Someone already has grabbed the microphone. So please go ahead and ask your question.
So I was going to make a comment. My name is Eddie Akrong. I'm the president of the Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. I almost joined the Sudanese because maybe if I'm taller, I would have been seen earlier. Anyway, so a quick comment on my brother Gerald Muchenga's submission. I think you asked a pertinent question as to we should look at this whole shipping line thing holistically, okay, and as to whether there's a certain need. I can tell you straight, I think it's just a monopolistic tendency. The thing is, they have to grab everything. Truth of the matter that even when the local laws, I'm coming from Ghana, and even when the local laws are made in such a way that they are going to save the business of freight forward, not freight forwarding, even just the customs house agency business for sake of local content, even that, they are finding a way around it. So what are they doing? Like my brother Muchenga said, look, even the local charges are now competing with freight. And there is no hold the government. We've made several petitions to the government. The laws are there to support, but then there is no force on it. We need to take a certain decision because pretty soon is a clear and present danger. Pretty soon there will be no freight forwarder in and around Africa. Then who's going to belong to Fiata anyway? You understand? Because yes, they are going to grab everything. They want to do it from start to the end and deliver. Okay, so like I'm saying, it's a clear and present danger. And I support my brother Gerald Muchenga that if we can take a decision on this, this will be a great plus for Africa.
Thank you very much. Can I take 2 questions from here?
So, okay.
No. This side, please. Let's balance the boat.
So, may I? So thank you, moderator. I want to have actually it's not a comment, but sorry, a question is a comment. And to respond to the 2 issues, the issue number 1 is about how to deal with shipping lines. The first issue we have to deal with the issue of unfair competition. And that's something that we must accept, that unfair trade practices are not acceptable worldwide. And we may want to escalate this from even beyond national level. We have our legs, we can even push it to the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we are able to adopt a framework that does not perpetuate unfair trade practices. We are not talking about competition, we are talking about unfair trade practices. Number 2, because that is dealing with a threat from outside, the other thing that we need to deal with is our weakness. And this is what the moderator talked about. Are we positioning ourselves as a logistics industry to compete? We need to improve ourselves. We need to improve our capacities. We need to leverage our opportunities so that when we go to the marketplace, we can compete for business. As I said when I had the opportunity to talk, it is the customer, it's the user of the goods, it's the buyer of the goods who eventually determines what they want. It is not us. And therefore, are we ready? Are we positioning ourselves, whether it is in terms of skills enhancement, getting into the right partnerships, adopting the right technology so that when that customer comes, they'll find you the right person, the right partner to do business. And to the last one is, when we did the single customs territory in EAC, just to bring it closer home, clearing agents from the landlocked countries were up in arms with those in the landlocked countries because of the issue of competition. Again, we must think about how do we exist, collaborate, partner, synergize in this business environment so that all of us can be able to exist. I submit.
Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Muhammad Uchet from Agaf Logistics. We're international freight forwarder. Our head office in Egypt, and we have our branches in East Africa as well. So, Jebel, Besepo, Banyabo, in our local language, they create our people. Sasa, we have to be clear now. I raised that one. I think I joined the Rame meeting like 10 years back or 11 years back. It was in Qatar. And when that time we start to flash that the shipping lines in now position to monopolize that business, and they will oster all the freight forwarder out the business. We said that one like 11 years back, and we take it lightly. Actually, as a FIATA, I'm really putting a blame on that one, because day by day they taking a step ahead to oster that one. That one will not affect our industry only as a freight forwarders. It will also affect the end customer, as we see a lot of cases are really horrible that people on shipping line doesn't have the knowledge of our local work, from clearing, from transporting, from preparing the things, preparing backing list. That one affecting even the small exporters, our local exporters here, which can even deal with these big shipping lines. So they be affected a lot of shipments really stuck here because the guy can't even communicate to that shipping lines. So we here raise our voice again after 11 or 10 years from fast today. We raised that one. It is really affecting the trade worldwide. It's not affecting us as a freight forwarders only. It affecting our local guys, exporters. We have to raise that one. We have to stand, and we go out from this meeting with some procedures to be taken without any fail. Thank you very
much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will allow me that we stop the questions here, and then I'll give a chance to the panel, each one of you, a second to make the last comment. And as far as having received the feedback from the audience, what is your last comment? And I will leave the freedom to you to choose what has been outstanding from the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. My parting shots are this. This monopoly of the shipping line is not out of saving money or that there is anything the freight forwarder has not done right, because we can do it right, we can correct it. It's greed, it's unfair competition, like John Matheng has put it. So we either, and we cannot accept to adopt, let's either compete with them and live here when we agree either to deny them the cargo, which we can through different methods, or compete with them and formulate a way, like I've suggested, to also go into their business, because they are coming into our business. And if you want more details, I'm ready to present a paper on how we can do it.
So I would just, because I think maybe not everyone is aware of all the work, extensive work FIATA has done in this area and is doing in this area. It was one of our main focus. Imbalances in power between shipping lines and freight forwarders, that's an evidence. We have bring together last year the authorities of US, the Federal Maritime Commission. We have brought the European authorities, the Chinese authorities, and also a representative of the Union Africa to discuss about monopolistic in the work and all the discussion we had, it's very, very difficult to bring anything tangible on the monopoly of the shipping lines. There are a lot of reasons that explain this monopoly. It will be too long to go into details. But when it becomes problematic is when we have market abuse. And here I join the chair of the Kenyan Forwarder Association. The big problem is market abuse. We have run a study across all our members, and I regret that some of you didn't share this input because it would have been helpful, of all abuses our members were confronted in the different market. We have listed, recorded all that, and we have come with a certain number of proposals. There are about 10 or 12 proposals of FIATA that has been recorded in the last paper of the Federal Maritime Commission, because it's probably today the authorities that is the most willing to go against a certain market abuse or monopoly situation, because there are, again, different reasons why the Federal Maritime Commission is probably a little bit more willing to go there, because they want to defend their customers, because inflation is certainly a target for them, a priority, and because they know that 1.5% of the inflation was fueled by the increase in freight rates during the pandemic. So there are a lot of factors that explain why the US were more active. But if you take, for the one who are looking for some concrete proposal, the last paper and recommendation of the Federal Maritime Commission, you will find at least 12 or 15 times FIATA mentioned with some concrete recommendation. So we don't have time to go into all this. There is publication we did. We have guidance on demurrage and detention. We have also did an extensive work on the recommendation of the FMC. All this material is available for you. I'm very happy to discuss it more in details, and we will have also someone from our working group C that will be here as soon as his flight is set and he managed to reach us to discuss that in details. But just come to us, come to me, participate in the working group C activity. It's one of the working group in FIATA that was the most active in the last 3 years because of this situation that is really absolutely dangerous for the future of the freight forwarders, because we need to work together to bring this possibility. And I would just finish by saying it's about thinking globally and acting locally. Just for an example, in Brazil, the Freight Forwarder Association has designed a provision, a law, that they have brought to the Congress. They have requested the support of FIATA. FIATA have brought all the work we did on this competition issue to support, without entering into the details of the law, because that's local and we want not to say a foreign government what he has to do. But this provision has been very well received by the Parliament, as is now going to the upper house there. So it's really a work together that we can do. Take this recommendation, this work we do, use that and see how you can, and think about policies that can help and are aligned with that in your region. We will support you in that, and then we will make a change and manage to ensure a more balance of fair competition, because competition is good. There will always be competition, as it was said just prior by Mr. in the first row. We need competition, we need to be better, but we need also to have a fair competition field, and that's very key. So we just need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Erikana, your last comment.
I will deliver my last remarks as follows. You cannot diversify if you do not know which service line in your organization is making you money. You are not going to remain competitive if your customers are not happy. Make your customer happy, maintain the ones you have, let those customers be the ones to be the top sellers of your service that you are delivering. And then on the third level is, I would like you, when you're walking into your office after this event, what is the volume of the files that you have in your office? Start by reducing those files, those amount of those big files, start by reducing them. And then start by becoming efficient. And then lastly, start gradually. Investments in systems or technology does not come at one go. Pick a section, have a roadmap for your business, and then start working towards that. We have an exhibition booth that is at the hall. Come in, okay? And all of these things that we've mentioned, that we've spoken about here. And I'm glad that one of our biggest customers is Madlands. You see that man who is very happy there because now he can go. He said he was in a place where he has winter because he has peace in running his business because all this he has automated his processes by the solutions we have provided. That's the reference that we have right there. And that I hope that hopefully after 3-day event here, you will start thinking and analyzing and having a roadmap on how to start making sure you are efficient.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gerard. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Elkanah. Thank you. Please give applause to the panelists for a very good discussion, and I wish you a very, very good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Jennifer Mwijuche. Let's give her a mighty hand clap for moderating that very well. That was very, very good. And the team, we can release you. I think it was well worth it. The message is clear that as a team, we need to, as a group, we need to come up with concrete resolutions on how to work in this business. It's important that, as mentioned by Dr. Stefan, if there is any support that individual or country associations need from FIATA in order to work out policies that ensure fair business practices, FIATA is available. And we are really, really grateful for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. You will go through the area where we had the exhibition on to where the lunch has been set. The ushers will be able to guide you. Make sure you go with your meal coupon that was handed to you. If you don't have one, come and see me. We need to be back here at exactly 3 because we're going to have Professor Thomas Slim later this afternoon, and we are Sim, sorry. Forgive my accent, Sim. All right, we're going to have Professor Thomas Sim this afternoon, and you really don't want to miss that. And many, many others. We're going to be talking about capacity building, about staffing, about professionalism, as well as trade facilitation. We'll have the revenue authorities in here. But thank you very much for this lovely morning so far. Let's go have lunch. Bon appetit.
East Africa is on the move, and at the heart of it all is Tanzania Ports Authority. Under the leadership of Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Tanzania Ports Authority is transforming how business is done in East Africa. As the gateway to 8 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa, namely Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, the port is unlocking the region's true potential. This market size of over 400 million people, Tanzania has built a robust infrastructure to give you direct access. Today, Africa's future is in collaboration. And so, we'll welcome you all with open arms as we rise in a new dawn together. Tanzania Ports Authority, the gateway to East and Southern Africa.
Why are Kenya's ports strategic to countries in the East and Central African region? What makes Kenya's ports the preferred ports in East Africa? Why are Kenya's ports central to the development of the East and Central African region? Ports are lifelines of global economies. Over 90% of global trade is seaborne. Since time immemorial, man has relied on water transport to support livelihoods. Ports are critical trade enablers. They support the intermodal and multimodal transport systems crucial in the global supply chain. Therefore, their operations must meet international standards. That is why at the Kenya Ports Authority, we are journeying towards world-class ports of choice status. World-class ports offer just-in-time, seamless, automated services. Sufficient capacity ahead of demand, reliable security, and business sustainability programs. To stay the course, we continue to implement our development plans as stipulated in the Kenya Ports Authority Master Plan and Strategic Plan. They include construction of the second container terminal, state-of-the-art oil terminal, a modern cruise passenger terminal, inland container depots, a second commercial port in Lamu, and rehabilitation of the inland waterway Kisumu Port at the shores of Lake Victoria, and establishment of liaison offices in transit markets. The completion of the first and second phase of the second container terminal at the port of Mombasa has increased the port's annual capacity by 1 million 20-foot equivalent units, TEUs, bringing its current total annual capacity to 2.1 million TEUs. Over the last 5 years, cargo throughput has maintained a positive trend, registering an annual compounded growth of 3.3% from 30.35 million metric tons in 2017 to 34.55 million metric tons in 2021. Similarly, container traffic recorded an annual compounded growth of 4.8% from 1.19 million TEUs in 2017 to 1.44 million TEUs in 2021. Transit traffic grew by 2.5% from 8.64 million metric tons in 2017 to 9.54 million metric tons in 2021. Going by 2021 figures, Uganda remains the dominant transit market, contributing 7.26 million metric tons or 76.
You missed the previous session. The previous session is one where we need the support of the revenue authorities on the issue of our cousins, the shipping lines, who are swallowing us alive in this business. But I'm very certain that we'll be able to have a sit down and brief you properly on how we would want the support of the revenue authorities, along with the support of theater when it comes to handling the unfair competitive price practices of the shipping lines. I hope you're all enjoying the discussions. We want it to be more and more interactive. We want to have more and more people air out their views, share ideas, and so we are looking forward to an even more interactive session. Earlier in the morning, I introduced this gentleman. If you've been in the freight logistics business long enough, you definitely have come across him. You've probably been trained by him. You've probably had a session handled by him or read a book or some publication by this gentleman. He needs no introduction because he's no He's no stranger to us, and I mentioned that we are working on a Ugandan passport for him to go to just 8 more countries, because that is how far we can go, but we are still glad. Dr. Thomas Sim is the Vice President at FIATA International Federation of Freight Forwarders Association. He's the Vice President at FIATA, sorry. He's highly accomplished professional with extensive experience in logistics and freight forwarding. He holds multiple leadership positions, contributing significantly to industry, and he serves as the chairman of Human Capital at the Singapore Logistics Association, SLA, since May 2002, driving human capital development initiatives within Singapore's logistics sector. Additionally, he holds the position of Senior Vice President at FIATA since October 2019, shaping FIATA's strategic direction worldwide. Dr. Thomas is also a trainer and knowledge partner at Singapore Management University, contributing to the education of professionals in logistics and supply chain management. As a project consultant at the Asian Development Bank, he provides valuable insights for logistics and transportation projects in the Philippines as well. Dr. Thomas Sim's dedication and expertise have earned him accolades, including the prestigious Skills Future Fellowships Award from Singapore's President and Minister for Education, and the African Union Global Education Award 2017 Lead Master Trainer for his exceptional contribution to the logistics industry and passion for skills development. And this has solidified his reputation as a respected leader and expert. I've read his bio so that you know the gentleman you're listening to. It is an honor and a privilege to invite to the podium to make a presentation Dr. Thomas Sim. Come on, put your hands together for him.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Very generous introduction. Well, first of all, very good afternoon, President of FIATA, my colleague, Dr. Ivan Petrov, as well as some of my colleagues in FIATA like David, and Keshav. I think Keshav is not back yet. And of course, to the Commissioner of Customs Uganda, very important person here in our business. Yeah, then of course to John, the technical advisor of the regional association here, and to our Rame chair, Ms. Sheila, as well as so many transport professionals here, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, my old friends, brothers and sisters. Now, my first time in Uganda, Kampala, was in 2005. So time flies, already 18 years, I guess. And I met John. He was here in my class, and some of you here. And then subsequently, I came a couple of times to Uganda, beautiful city, and many of your countries. Now, it gives me great pleasure to be able to stand before you today, an honor, to again catch up with my old brothers and sisters here and friends, and make new friends. Now, this afternoon, actually, in the interest of time, initially I thought I had 15 minutes. Normally I prepare my lectures, many of you know, 2 weeks, full days. So this afternoon I only was given not so much time, but rest be assured, you have all my 92 slides. Don't worry, but I'm going to skip quite some of them because in the interest of time I don't want to hog the floor. So I will pass on some of the slides, and 1 or 2 videos I will just omit it. But some of the important ones which I wanted to share so we could discuss in this session. There's a panel session afterwards, especially dealing with capacity building and some of the programs and case studies that I'd like to share. Now, so the menu for this afternoon is always difficult after lunch, as we know. So I'll try to make it interesting for you. And I'm going to cover this, of course, now starting with the IR 4.0, Industry Revolution, and which caused a lot of major disruption, setting the stage right. Then we go into the emerging technologies, because these will inform the changes in the job specification of our operators and our business itself. So we're going to touch a little bit on AI, machine learning, big data, IoT, robotic process automation, and so forth. Then the impact of IR, Industrial Revolution 4.0, people, process, tools, which creates opportunities. And then we're going to move on from IR 4.0 to Education 4.0. Now the first part is to set the stage, because that is what will actually inform the type of learnings we must have. We're going to Education 4.0 and the rethinking of the designing of a curriculum, or what we call DACUM. The academics will be very familiar with this, and what we actually want to teach for the future of work. Then we're going to look at case study. I'm going to share with you a very well-structured case study tested for over 20 years in Singapore. Yeah, so you maybe have a look at it. There's quite a lot in it, but I'll cover the main points. You can have the materials back, okay? And then I'm going to look at how we're going to teach it, basically. Yeah, after designing the curriculum, the pedagogy, the andragogy part of it. Yeah, and also we're going to look at how to incorporate the latest technologies in education planning and training. Metaverse, we heard of that, and holograms. Yeah, this is already in place now in some countries like Singapore, and some countries in Latin America as well, which I just came from the Latin America for another session. So I took almost 50 hours. Believe it or not, yes, about 50 hours. Yeah, okay, then we have a conclusion on mindset change. Okay, so without much ado, I'm going to move on, and I like to use the standing mic if possible, because I prefer to walk around here. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Now, I'm going to skip this first IR.
The original Industrial Revolution.
I'm going to skip this one because, in the interest of time, the initial video. So now, we're now living in the VUCA world. VUCA, it stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Now, this is very new normal, as we see. Now, we have seen, of course, the pandemic, and then we've seen the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We spoke about it in the morning. And then, just 2 days ago, the coup in Niger. I'm sure all of us know, in your region. Yeah, and this is unexpected. But there comes, of course, opportunities with that. You know, and there are many, many other incidents that we are facing. Earlier on, we've seen, of course, the trade war since President Trump time, and then Biden didn't really solve it, but it created a lot of other opportunities for other economies. Then you have a phenomenon of nearshoring instead of offshoring. So nearshoring also beneficial for a lot of developing countries around where the region they consume most. So you move in complete knockdown or SKD, semi-knockdown products, and you change the country of origin and the rules of origin. So the nearshoring concept has taken place, of course, in the heights of the pandemic. Now, then we've seen new emerging trends after 2015, 2016. Business to business move on to business to consumer. And you have the last mile fulfillment, where you have the e-commerce. I'm not sure too much e-commerce that has taken place around this region, but I tell you, many parts of the world, e-commerce become the norm. People don't go to the markets anymore. They order online. Daily groceries and so forth. Yeah, and everything. Then you have the direct to customers, cutting out the middleman. So you have the disintermediation. Remember, we spoke about it, the removal of the middleman. We talk about the threats facing our industry. Like it or not, technology transforms a lot of things. Yeah, so how do we face it? That's again another thing that we have to face or contend with. Consumer to consumer, not business to business only, consumer to consumer as well. So platforms enable such kind of trade to go on. And of course, omni-channel strategy for manufacturers, retailers, and distributors. Now, so the role of logistics changed tremendously. Many of us have seen it over the past 50 years. You've seen since 70s, from basic operations, reducing inventory, to, in the 80s, re-engineering supply chain to cut costs at that time. In the late 80s, almost a decade later, revenues grow due to consumer or customer service focus. In the 90s, we look at intensifying interest for customer service improvements, and then you have mass customized response. Late 90s, we witnessed the re-engineering of supply chain to cut costs. Now, different economies around the world may progress at different times. It's understandable. Different stages of economic development and social economic policies, as well as geopolitical developments. Now, then you have, of course, a strategic supply chain driving business strategies of many organizations. And in 2010, computerization taken place in a bigger way. You see the WWW, IoTs, Internet of Things, Internet of Everything. Then you have control tower operations. And in 2016, you see the cloud. That's where it accelerated very much in technology in 2016. Even in the research papers, in discourse, public discourse, after 2016, tremendous amount of papers written, and the practices change. Blockchain, the emergence of blockchain, digitalization, which I'm going to speak about shortly, and digital transformation. And now, after 2020, you have the sensor technology, the BDA, big data analytics, and then automation, and you have the robotics process and automation, which is today a common thing in many economies, especially the developed one. So here, I just go straight to the 2015 onwards. The pointer is not clear. Okay, so then into digital ecosystem. Now we are moving into the direction of the digital ecosystem, whether we like it or not. We're talking about digital supply chain. FIATA has a program on the advanced diploma on supply chain management. Now, in many institute of higher learning, they are transforming to demand chain management instead of supply chain, because it's no longer the push, it's a pull factor. And then you're putting in the technology is digital supply chain programs now. So institute of higher learning are transforming even the training into digital supply chain or digital demand chain later. So we find that industry collaboration will be the key driver in our business as we move towards an ecosystem that is completely different. Now, so you hear about this word, digitization and digitalization. Many people think they are the same. Well, I asked many of my learners around the world, what's the difference? Is there a difference? Many of them raised their hand, yes, there's a difference. I say, what's the difference? I almost fell off the chair. They say it's the spelling difference. I say, can you definitively define the difference? You got to know the difference before you transform your organization. You see? So let's take a look at very simple definition. Now, this is the first definition for digitization. Now, in short, in the interest of time, it's just transforming from analog to digital. Basically, that's the first step. Like a mom and pop store, they're selling in the old way. The labels are all written, handwritten. Yeah? Now they convert it into data and move from analog to digital. That's the first stage. Example. Okay, so basically, you find that paper-based become digital records. Now you need to form the digital data records first. Then you do away of the manual paper. Just now we have an IT guy who spoke about transforming organization with technologies, right? Yeah, that's the first stage, okay? Then you have the information or database that's able to enable you to a second stage of real-time tracking. Okay, not only just reducing paperwork, but you're able to make use of the data, play with the data, manage the data, and go into track and trace. Well, the goal is basically to improve data accessibility and searchability and efficiency. Now we go to the longer one, digitalization. Okay, this one, many definitions, basically changing a business model. But before you do that, you need to pass through the first stage, digitization, then digitalization. And this is regardless of location. It's not location-based because it's in the cloud now. So examples of it, you can see that you can leverage on digital technology that goes beyond the simple digitization focus and making most of digital data to optimize operations. Now, you can do things like geofencing. For those doing trucking, okay, or haulage, container haulage, with this data, you can do geofencing. You can plan all your deliveries, your 50 or 100 trucks or prime movers, and maybe 200 jobs a day or 300 jobs a day by using geofencing. And you can optimize the delivery, not wasting transport dispatch as well. Okay, wasting resources. Then, of course, the GPS real-time location tracking is possible with this. The digitalization has many benefits. Then you go into digital transformation. Again, it's not exactly the same. So in digital transformation, there are many design, many definition. Basically, innovation is the keyword. Now for DHL, if you read their website, innovation is for survivor. It's no longer a luxury. It's for survivor. The main thing they talk about. So digital transformation for them is number one. They spend a lot of money in it, of course, the multinational. And you got to reimagine processes, business model, and then relook at customers' experience, leverage on digital capabilities, and then that improves the productivity in the end, and more cost-efficient structure. So here is another definition. Now the Harvard Business School, or HBS, they define basically two states. One state is digital laggards or digital leaders. Now, what would you want to be? A digital laggard or digital leader? I think the answer is quite clear. But again, a lot of resources required to achieve this stage. Yeah, but think about that. So then when they go into digital transformation stage, they move into smart logistics platform with artificial intelligence or AI. And you see many machine learning algorithms, websites like Zenita, Freightos, some of you heard of it, TradeLens, and National Single Window. Even in the customs, of course, you have the different system besides the Asikuda and the rest. You have National Single Window. And different National Single Windows operate differently, obviously different economy of sphere of economies. And you find that this is part of the transformation at the national level, e-government level, electronic government. And you can optimize, predict demand patterns, and then provide real-time tracking. This is what we want. Gone are the days where the customer asks you, where's my cargo, Thomas? It's on the way. Nobody's going to say it's on the way. Nobody's going to ask you anymore. They'll track it themselves on the portable devices, anytime, anywhere they like. Okay, so basically you revolutionize the entire supply chain by enhancing efficiency. Like it or not, this is the direction to go. And if you're not moving like the streams of water, you're falling behind. Yeah, even you don't have a zero position. There's no stagnant position. You've got to flow with the stream, in fact, faster than the stream if you can. Now, so the next generation supply chain is about what? Machine learning. Yeah, very simple. Machine learning, many examples I can give you. Netflix, YouTube, Spotify. And the latest one in November, they started last November, ChatGPT. I'm sure you use ChatGPT here, right? There was a first version in November they announced. But today, we are only in August, 9 months, 10 months, version 4.0. And in India, lots of software engineers, lots of data entry, they are training the AI. They're basically open AI. They're training it to perfect it every day as we speak now. Okay, they're paying those guys to enter data to teach the machine. So this is happening. And then you're looking at smart logistics platform in digital transformation. Now, AI-driven predictive analytics and optimization. Okay, it can help in many ways. One is for procurement, demand forecasting for organization. The front end or the upstream of supply chain, demand forecasting is so important to predict future demands for product and services. Or route optimization for our business, whether it's shipping, road haulage, air cargo, or multimodal transport. Okay, route optimization with real-time data. Warehouse management, all of us handle that, right, in our business. Yeah, basically, the algorithm can predict demand fluctuation, reducing excess stocks and inventory, which means savings, basically, and real-time fulfillment. Then you have supplier performance analysis. which is very important, to evaluate your suppliers' performance. For those people who procure, the procurement department, to identify reliable and efficient suppliers and make data-driven decisions. Today, data is the new oil, as we say, right? Last mile delivery optimization. Like I mentioned, geofencing, real-time tracking and delivery updates, risk management. AI can identify potential risks. It is very real today. Can develop BCP, business continuity planning, or develop contingency planning, and can minimize the impact of unforeseen events. Sustainability environment, today is so important, right? We look at the COP, the agreement, and even the individual organization, the carbon footprints, and so forth. Now, smart logistics platform do that. Customer insights, so important today, because you are performing to conform to customers' requirements. Now, so look at this picture, the use of drones. In many countries, Germany, Singapore, in many of our warehouses, we're using drones to do our inventory control. The drones will fly by itself after the warehouse complete the day's work, after 5 or 6, and you will check your inventory and audit your inventory on a daily basis. Never before is possible. 500,000 square feet warehouse with QR code, the drones will fly at different level, capture the QR, send to central database. Tomorrow morning when you come back, all are audited. What is short and what is overlanded or short-landed is all recorded. Yeah, so this is very common. So human-machine collaboration become a norm. You can see the robots that move pallets or trays and auto-store. So data intelligence, autonomous technologies, and Internet of Things, or Internet of Everything today, become the new normal. So how technology should be driving industry development? How to be faster, do more with less, make less or zero mistakes, and be able to compete, not just effectively, but thrive from it. Now, this is a big question for organizations, even for governments. Yeah, this is something which is a big problem to resolve. Huh? Now, so the true impact of Industry 4.0, we're looking at people, process, and tools. Now, these three elements will be very important. But here I focus on the people element. Yeah, because we have limited time. So I'm going to look at people elements, of course. And of course, when we look at it, you look at what IR 4.0 can offer, the benefits, the opportunity, you can look at productivity, flexibility, quality, and speed. Yeah, I leave it to you to analyze what's on the screen. Yeah, we have a limited time. And looking at traditional supply chain model with comparing with integrated supply chain ecosystem. Now, if you look on your left, or on your right, the integrated one, the emergence of control tower. And this has already been introduced in many multinational logistics firms, supply chain control tower that manages the central database. They're able to control from distribution, production, supplier, and customer or consumer level of service. Yeah, they're well integrated. So everybody knows what is going on, and they plan well ahead with technology. So you have the B2B, B2C, the quadrant on your left, and then on the supplier side, the right upper quadrant, you have suppliers, and lower you're using the sensors, today's sensor technology. So if you invest in stocks and shares of companies producing sensors, you know it's going to be really something, because you're looking at driverless vehicle. Yeah, so it's all on sensors. You see? So you can invest on stocks of sensor manufacturing companies. And of course, ICT. Yeah, it all works together. Equipment supplier. So doing versus thinking, if we look at it now. On the most basic level, most technology are associated with doing. Okay? The drives to create technologies that can think and learn, which is AI. Okay? And if you look at robotic automation, machine learning, robotic process, RPA, and then intelligence automation is a flow, which is happening right now. Never mind if it hasn't reached the stage for you here or later, but it comes a time where if you know what is going to happen in the future, you can plan well ahead. So now we move on to Education 4.0, because all this development, the changes, dynamic changes, inform us what we should look at in terms of capacity building. So we have IR 4.0, now the Education 4.0. Let's take a look at this short video. Can we have the volume?
The teacher talked and we listened. We had to memorize quite a lot too. A lot of time was spent giving out books and collecting them up again. We were sitting in rows in desks so we could see the board better, because talk and chalk was the way.
There must be an industrial revolution in education, in which educational science and the ingenuity of educational technology combine to modernize the grossly inefficient and clumsy procedures of conventional education. Sidney L. Presse, 1924.
These young people are studying in a new way.
A computing calculator designed for use in high school classrooms has created tremendous excitement among educators.
The tool which has made this possible is the high-speed digital computer operating with electronic precision on great quantities of information.
If we think about the third industrial revolution, that was PCs and the internet, and we've just about caught up with that. The fourth industrial revolution is what becomes possible from those technologies.
Industry 4.0 is the next big shift in the way that manufacturing operates. Digital know-how is going to be hugely important, and then people will need to be flexible because the world will change.
As a future workplace and future societies, we're still moulding them as we go, and technology is one of the main pillars in what is shaping what the future will look like.
The pace of change is remarkable, with the introduction of these exponential technologies creating a paradigm shift to create Education 4.0.
Lectures aren't fit for purpose anymore. Using textbooks and teaching in a Victorian sort of method with rows of students, listening to the teacher, taking notes, it's obsolete. We need to use our time in lessons to actually have those meaningful mentoring one-to-ones that can never be replaced. The technology gives us that time if we use it correctly.
Rather than being something that's scary, we can use technology to be something that's very liberating for people, so that instead of having to go through the rigmarole of institutional learning as it's been in the past, we can actually use smart robotics, smart computers to make learning more accessible to more people and to actually tailor it to individual needs.
This whole cluster of AI technologies will make learning for students more rewarding, teaching for academics more rewarding. We want it to be a win for everybody.
We've shown already in clinical studies and trials that retention is up to 70% higher in virtual reality. That has a huge impact on learning and retention of facts.
The challenge is for universities to really develop their students' digital skills so that they can actually make use of those skills in the workplace. It would be all too easy to say everyone must learn to code, but the truth is coding is just one digital skill.
Creativity, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, these skills that can never be automated, that can never be replaced, are what we need to focus on.
Education 4.0 is a request to the education sector to rethink the educational paradigm. And it's an opportunity for us as this fourth industrial revolution kicks off to think about what modern education should look like. We now live in a hyper-connected world, and now the time, more than ever, the time is for us to say, what do we want to do with that?
So you see the information or the message that come across for us to look at a different paradigm. So now I bring you to the case study of the case in Singapore where I'm domiciled, national-wide implementation for logistics workforce. Perhaps something you can think about. It's a massive development with the industry transformation map, or we call that ITM. So it's industry-led but supported by the government. Industry, in terms of logistics industry, the association that I belong to, together with the other transport associations in Singapore. So we started somewhere around 2016 with massive government support. That was the Minister for Trade and Industry. Now, so we launched this, and you can have a look at the launching of this industry transformation. It's a nationwide.
The Logistics ITM will support enterprise-level efforts to transform and grow through productivity and innovation. It aims to nurture a strong Singaporean core through talent development. And this in turn will help our companies, in particular our SMEs, to scale up and internationalize. With the association's deep understanding of the industry and its members' needs, our TACs would be critical change agents who can help to amplify the impact of our industry transformation maps throughout the industry. The transformation of the logistics industry is expected to achieve a value add of $8.3 billion and introduce 2,000 new PMET jobs by the end of this decade. The government will invest in next-generation infrastructure solutions with high specification units that provide opportunities to deploy more automation.
So there you go. With this launch, you can see at the bottom here, 23 industry. So it's very massive. And logistics, air cargo, sea transport, at the bottom, below the security, is one of the 23, one of, or few of the 23 that we make focus, that can have economic value add. Yeah, of course, you have retail, hospitality, and others. But we are focused on the logistics, air cargo, and sea cargo development at the national level. So outcomes, you can see from the right, for companies, for workers, is a win-win-win situation. Because the better we train or professionalize the people, the company benefits, the industry benefits, the country benefits. You bring down the unemployment level, and you attract foreign direct investment in the process. Now, so we moved this onward from 2016 to 2025, the new plans. First is to attract investment, like I say, FDI, transform existing warehouse operations to grow the logistics industry. Second, create quality jobs for locals and focus job redesign, by leveraging on digital technology. And number three, digitize the sector to drive productivity initiative. And finally, the fourth objective, support internationalization by building new specializations and tapping into our regional markets. So we focus pretty much on various industries like aerospace, chemicals, and including logistics. So here we did an industry-wide study following the IR 4.0. Now, what is interesting to look at is that there were some identification of existing jobs here, jobs that will be obsolete in 2 years, in 3 years. It's happening. Now, the warehouse now no longer require people to pack the container, human, or forklift drivers. There's no position for forklift drivers anymore. It's all robotic arms to serve the container or to unpack the container, example. And you're looking at inventory control, it's all robotics. So these people need to train new roles, need to learn the future of work that never existed before. So we have identified the jobs that will be first wave going obsolete and what need to be replaced. For example, data scientists. You never hear that a freight forwarding firm required to employ data scientists, right? We never heard of that, right? Freight forwarding firm. But today, if you look at the employment page on the larger firms like DHL, DB Schenker, they're employing data scientists. They're employing people to repair the machines or manage the machines, not to do the physical work. So the warehouse is run by machine. You need engineers. So new job roles have come up. You see, low-order technical skills. You see, impact of 4.0, and industry skills 4.0, business skills, foundational skills. So there are many forms of skills which we as Institute of Higher Learning or even training providers need to look at now, right now. Yeah, we don't want to train people on the old skills that is going to go obsolete. We want to develop new curriculum, new skills and knowledge to train them, to augment them. So if we look at that, the Logistics Manpower Survey, LMS, we look at to formulate the sectorial manpower plan. So it's a very large survey where we actually look at what the market needs. It's demand-driven. Whatever we design cannot be what we think they need, but what really the market needs. Okay, is demand-driven. So we look at even the regional and industry trends and even international sometime, manpower profile, the profiling, the demographics, the skills adequacy, the career and wage progression. What are they expecting? What are the pathway that we're going to create? What are the skills utilization and job redesign as well, and the workplace condition. So we identify different job families. Okay, our focus basically on warehousing and storage, freight forwarding and trucking, which is directly what the freight forwarder or logistics company is doing. So we identify pre-sales, sales, operation, execution, and supporting. You can take this back and take a look and see how you want to design each part of it. It's like basically I always tell my trainers and my curriculum developers and instructional designers, we are building a big cabinet in your home and many drawers, many shelves, the framework basically. And then later on you can fill in all the shelf. You need that framework. Otherwise you're disorganized. You've got to structure it. Because there are many things to develop, but if you don't have a framework, you go so disorganized. And you cannot find what you want later on. So you really need a virtual framework. Now, so you look at from level 1 to level 8, perhaps, or level 10. From a novice all the way to supervisors, managers, senior managers, up to a craftsman or master craftsman, which can be tagged to, for example, a master craftsman to a PhD, a craftsman maybe to a postgraduate, and then at a level number 7 or number 8, you can tag on to perhaps general manager and so forth down the line. So there's a lot of tagging on skills-based training or competency-based training against academic stream. Yeah, because you've got to move in parallel pathway, not just academic, traditionally. So we're looking at knowledge and skills, we're looking at attributes as well, or KSA, knowledge, skills, attribute. Remember the Bloom's taxonomy, Benjamin Bloom's. Yeah, so like I say, we focus on freight forwarding, land transport, and warehousing storage. So you have different trends, and the scores, trends and the score in different. So we rank them according to industry feedback. So there was an industry quantitative and qualitative survey. And then we do a triangulation of data, and we identify what is needed in each of the different job roles and positions. So it's very, very structured and very real. It's not something that we imagine. No, it's actual. So generic soft skills is another thing. It's not just hard skills. Okay, we look at soft skills including planning, analytical, problem solving, humanizing, customer relationship skills, project management, interpersonal, and so forth. We rank them and develop that. So you have the generic skills, you have soft skills, and the hard skills. And then we develop a scheme called the Skills Future Framework. You can look on the website, Skills Future Singapore. Everything is there. Okay? Yeah, I have the QR link here as well. So we move from sector to sector, subsector, career pathway, occupational job roles, functional roles, as well as critical work functions, and then program listing, and technical skills competency or TSC, generic skills competency, knowledge and abilities. All these are very skilled, very defined, each one of them. It's available on the website. We share everything on the website actually. Yeah, so there's a lot of development on that. You can see there are 6 verticals here, from warehouse management operation to transport management operation, freight forwarding operation, sales and customer service, logistics solutioning, okay, and of course logistics process as well. So in each level you have job functions, PME. PME means professionals, managers, and executive at different level. Okay, then you have non-PME roles outside the professional managers and executive role. So each are developed with different positions. So you have the SSID or SSIC code as per what the ILO recommend, the International Labour Organization. So you can actually track which position, what skills level is required. You see, so then the individuals can aspire to improve himself or herself up to the next level. The companies know who they are employing. Yeah, in some country they call it differently. In Australia they call it the TAFE system, TAFE. In South Africa, you have the NQF system, but NQF is not so structured compared to this. This one is very, very structured. And then in Germany, you have the dual system. In UK, you have another one. Japan, you have another one. Yeah, if you want to know more of these skills base, you go for the NARIC report, NARIC. It studies about 12 countries. Okay, then you have, of course, more definition from the lowest level to the CEO. Even the CEO requires training, especially the SMEs. So it's all levels of training. Yeah. Upward career progression. So we develop upward career progression at the national level for freight forwarding, logistics, and so forth. So something for you to think about. You see, from the lower level, order fulfillment assistance, all the way to the chief executive, or COO even. Okay, so we developed Skills Future Framework, Industry Logistics Digital Guide, as well as the Workforce Skills Qualification Framework. So there's quite a lot of development over the last 15 to 20 years, and we perfected. Yeah. So here we even have the skills map available online. So for training providers, universities, if you are going into the skills pathway, you can take our skills framework for comparison. Maybe something you can look at when you develop the skills and knowledge framework. Okay, it's something to be shared. Huh? Yeah. So we look at the skills framework and training exchange on different sector, career pathway, occupation, job roles, skills, competency, and training programs. We can discuss in the panel afterwards, if we like. And then, of course, jobs and skills program and resource for logistics. I don't know why there's a black box there. I think it's a compatibility. Okay. So you have the human capital development, of which I'm actively involved at the national level in Singapore, and jobs and traineeship. So you have internship, you have, even for adults, and even for the prisoners or ex-offenders. We train the ex-offenders as well. We are lack of people in Singapore, less than 5 million or less than 6 million people. So everyone is an asset. We train even the offenders. We reintegrate them into the society, not just the lay person. So we have different programs for mid-career, for young talents, mature workers. So we have something called the pre-employment training. The people below 25 perhaps. And we have something called continuous education and training. People up to 75. So there are two parts, PET and CET. Yeah, the CET is obviously the big one, from 25 to 75. The PETs are the young learners, school going. So you have some successful, these are all our learners. Some aspire to become the general manager, deputy general manager. They are our learners from the industry that works for logistics company, small and medium size and larger ones. So they agree to profile themselves. Yeah, different positions in logistics. Then we look at how to safeguard employment and employability of the logistics worker in our industry. We look at what happens if they are being displaced, how to do job redesign. So there are many ways to do it, upskilling, redeployment, relocation. Because a lot of people are afraid, if technology comes in, it's going to take away my job, right? Unemployment will go up, right? Not really. If you progress in a structured manner and predictable, using technology, you can train them before they get displaced. And provided, of course, it takes two to clap, the individual has to participate actively as well. And the industry association, the Institute of Higher Learning, technical colleges, all have to work together. Yeah. So not necessarily technology will replace us. There are things which technology cannot do. We can do better. Yeah, of course, there are a lot of things technology can replace us, for sure. So we look at, you see, today and the future. You can see today you have warehouse supervisor, inventory control. In the future is amalgamation of roles. They have to be multitasking. Yeah, you operate the automated storage and retrieval system, or ASRS, smart inventory counting, robotic sorting. So you control the robots. The robots do the physical work. You don't have to carry it. Yeah, so you have many ways to do it. No longer you see jobs growth that will undergo displacements on the left. Forklift driver, materials handling equipment driver, warehouse delivery inventory assistants, all will not exist very soon in Singapore. They don't have the job anymore because it's replaced by the robot. So we need to redeploy them to something better. Yeah. And then other position you have dispatcher. Now dispatcher's job will be obsolete. Dispatcher job. That means the guy that planned which truck goes to which region, which district code, no more. You remember the AI? Remember the technology? They could dispatch better than you. Can you imagine the human got to dispatch 50 trucks or 100 trucks a day to 500 locations, multiple touch points? I think you go haywire, right? But the computer could dispatch. They could group them to a particular zone and they can do geofencing. So basically you won't go out of the zone. And they save on fuel costs, driver resources, hardware resources, the truck. So there's a lot of advantages. It's being in practice. And another part of it is the freight forwarding and operation as well. We could do that. So the one on the left, that will go displaced. Permit declaration. You do your customs permit, right? Now it's all scanned. No more typing. OCR, right? And you have RPA, robotic process automation. You don't have to key in your data anymore for customs clearance. No. First, you have the national single window. Next, the data is all scanned. Can you imagine e-commerce? You know, a 20-footer container or 40-footer container, your phone covers or small stuff, they ship, right? One container is 500 consignees. Not 5 consignees normally, right? Now, can you imagine 500 consignees and you have to prepare the permit import? How many days are you going to finish? No. Now it's all scanned. Right from the source in China. It's all saved onto a QR. And then when you arrive, it's just scanned through. The permits are automatic. In our region, our permits declaration and approval is 10 seconds for non-control permits. Approval, 10 seconds. That's it. Yeah, all national single window. That quick in today's stage. Yeah? So you find a lot of roles will be obsolete. And how can we redeploy them for new opportunities in logistics sector? Okay, and of course the sales and customer service. I leave it to you to see there are some other redeployment and obsolescence. Okay, if you are thinking of working in our region, no more such jobs. It's going away. So it's going into technology. So what we really want to teach, knowing the IR impact and what is happening, how we design the curriculum. Okay, this is the last part. Of course, in the curriculum, we need to include in the latest domain skills on the workplace curriculum. So we not only train in the classroom or online, which is common now, but we train in the workplace as well. So workplace learning become real, functional skills, and social skills. Besides all the hard skills, the soft skills, global citizenship become popular. Will become very popular. Sustainability, innovation, creativity, problem solving. This, many parts of it, the robots cannot really do it that better than us. Analytical thinking, interpersonal skills, EI, emotional intelligence, empathy, cooperation, social awareness, culture, ethical standards, diversity of thinking. This is something that is so important, the social skills. And project-based and problem-solving, or problem-based learning. It reflects the 21st century workplace. And the technology skills, of course, including data science, not basic computing work, we're talking about data science, data analytics, you see, and how you use the different tools to analyze the data, like smart PLS, like your R Commander. I don't know whether you're familiar. The old one was SPSS. Yeah, now you have the R Commander. Yeah. Now, how we teach in terms of pedagogy and andragogy, the methodology. So, during the pandemic lockdown, people go on to Zoom, MS Teams, and others. Now, beyond that, what is happening? Blended learning, flipped classroom for pre-employment training and continuous education and training. And then you can see the PET and CET, all the way from logistics assistants to director of operations. Then you have development of learning management system, LMS, which is very common. Now today you have the asynchronous learning and synchronous, not just synchronous. What you do on the Zoom or the MS Teams are synchronous, but there's a lot of asynchronous learning today. It's not just uploading your materials on the web, but a full-fledged asynchronous learning, which could be mean as this, for example, at different levels. The emergence of MOOC, which is quite a number of years now, with the Web 2.0 moving into 3.0 Web 2s, You're familiar with Udemy, Coursera, edX. Okay, these are quite common. For example, these courses, they become cheaper now because it's on the MOOC system. Some of you may have taken MOOC training at different level. Yeah, even with Harvard, with MIT, they have MOOC learning as well. Okay, and then you have bite-sized stackable content. This is very interesting. The attention economy. Today we call ourselves living in the attention economy. For example, if you compare things like easy to consume, shareable content, we know today we look at our mobile devices, right? Now, the YouTube is things of the past. Today you have TikTok, Insta, Twitter, and so forth, right? Everybody is tweeting. Now, Microsoft has done a research on attention span of individual, and they found that the human attention is no better than the goldfish. The goldfish attention is 8 seconds. Okay, we are 9 seconds. So after 9 seconds, you're no longer interested because you look at the TikTok and you move on and you flip all the time, right? You won't stay for very long. Yeah, so YouTube has become too long. So you're looking at, if you look at bite-sized learning, now you're looking at short clips, very short clips. Everybody go on TikTok. I think TikTok is common here, right? You see, everybody's looking at TikTok when you're free. Whether you're resting in the bathroom or you're on a bus, in a car, waiting in the queue for food, you look at TikTok. Yeah, this is what's happening. So if you are a curriculum designer, you want to teach people how to learn. You design something for people how to learn using this social media. Okay, so this is what's happening. Collaborative. Okay, in terms of pedagogy, it's much more collaborative today. You have collaborative learning, the approach where you use group learning, peer-to-peer learning. You engage learner, and it become very generative instead of supplantive. Supplantive is instructor-led. Generative is student-led. So now you ask for opinions. What do you think? How do you think as a group and so forth? Self-management, increase employee skills and knowledge, relationship, improve knowledge, acquisition and retention. This is the facilitator concept, no longer the lecturer. So improve employee retention and workplace engagement. So you're looking at facilitator rather than a content deliverable. Okay, you become a facilitator. For us, even in a university, we become facilitator. We facilitate learning, even in the unis. Okay, and generative, supplantive, as I mentioned, today it's become student-led rather than instructor-led. Yeah, and of course, here talk a little bit, Gavin, 2021, talk about generative learning strategies. I leave it for you to look at it. And lifelong learning become very real. Now, we spoke a little bit in the morning, I heard about that. What we learn today will be irrelevant in a very short time, maybe 2 years, 3 years. The pandemic have taught us something, right? Now, if you have a knowledge or skills that you have learned a few years ago, it becomes irrelevant. You got to unlearn and relearn again. Yes, because technology is moving so fast, right? So we got to relearn all the time, relearn. Don't think your degree is going to last you for a lifetime. No, you got to do lifelong learning all the time. Give yourself 3 years maximum. That would be a good benchmark. Okay, so you have Skills Future, like I mentioned in Singapore, in school, starting work and growing your career. So that Skills Future is about lifelong learning. Okay, I leave it for you to read that. And here we set up a Skills Future Center in Singapore to carry out what we preach.
And welcome to the Lifelong Learning Institute. Thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedule. And I hope for those of you who had a chance to tour the campus, I hope you enjoyed the campus. The setting up of the 2 CET campuses was first announced by our Prime Minister during the 2009 National Day Rally speech. The intention was to build 2 campuses as focal points for strong and closely knit lifelong learning communities. They would also showcase a wide range of high quality and innovative learning opportunities and deliver integrated workforce development solutions to Singaporeans.
Mostly matured workers.
Employment and Employability was officially opened in May this year. And today, we're very honored to have DPM Taman officially launch the Lifelong Learning Institute. Together, the two campuses will be able to train 50,000 individuals annually, and we are on track to realizing the potential of these two campuses. Today, we've also launched the CET commemorative publication titled Learning for Life. It documents the key developmental milestones of CET in order to set the stage for the future direction of adult education and learning in Singapore.
The opening of our two CET centers, CET campuses, the Lifelong Learning Institute here in Paya Lebar and the David Nair Institute of Employment and Employability in Jurong. These two campuses are really a major milestone. They represent how we are taking education and training to a higher level.
So there you go, lifelong learning. Like what our master of ceremony this morning mentioned, we are all young learners, right? Digital natives. Now, so the last two item, metaverse, is basically the third evolution of internet. Yeah, after the IoTs and computerization age. Now, in this metaverse, we are looking at immersive learning. It's no longer the old ways of learning. It's very immersive. You actually bring the learner into the virtual world. So you use different devices using AI. You use the VR, virtual reality, okay, MR as well, mixed reality, and so forth. Now, this is happening already in some of our universities in Singapore, in the one that I am teaching there as well. And I give you some example of the rest of the world.
This is the instructor studio located at IC Squared on the campus at the University of Texas at Austin. It involves a variety of different technologies, including high-resolution immersive video cameras, large screen monitors so that the professor can interact with the students in a socially distanced classroom. And together our goal is to keep the professor safe, greatly enhance the in-classroom socially distanced experience, and also greatly enhance the online virtual experience as well.
So the technologies that we have combined to integrate these seamlessly for the final product is video conferencing, a broadcast-like studio, as well as holographic 3D immersion video. All of those speaking together, hearing together, all integrate at the same time. Each of those have existed in different industries and separately. What we have identified is how to combine them.
I feel like I'm right here in the classroom. And that is a very authentic experience because I can see all those gestures and the nuances that students are expressing.
I can control everything that's going on in the classroom and in the studio as well. So I have control of all of these screens, control of the cameras so I can move them around when they're on.
As technology has moved ahead, this is a great next step forward. And this next step forward is something I was really quite enthusiastic about engaging in.
The word choice, I believe, is the future of education, providing instructors and students choice with keeping quality engagement. During a national pandemic, we've prioritized safety. I think in the future, you're going to see the impact of that, and University of Texas leading that.
So in the future, even in Rame meeting or FIATA meetings, you invite prominent speakers, he did not be on the spot. He could appear in 3 countries, 5 countries on a hologram. On a hologram. It happens in the entertainment industry already. I'm sure you've seen it. Yeah.
The innovation of hologram professors respond to the educational challenges of the 21st century, such as providing quality education at different locations at accessible costs while humanizing the experience of being at a distance. Students arrive to their session with their classmates, and as they enter the room, they can see their professor as if he was there, even though he is actually at a distance. In these type of sessions, professors have access to the same tools as in a face-to-face session, engaging their attention and promoting a positive attitude towards learning.
Esta experiencia fue una experiencia increíble porque nos ayudó a interactuar con otros campus y aprendí mucho.
The realism of the projected image and the real-time interaction with the audience create a memorable experience that drives engagement, focus, and emotions capable of reproducing the face-to-face environment, which cannot be conveyed through traditional video conferences.
Y estar tú interactuando con el profesor y poderle preguntar y que te responda y parece que estás en el mismo lugar que él, se ve como un holograma y la verdad es que se me hizo algo a mí espectacular.
This modality enables professors under conditions of higher risk to carry on their activities using the telepresence format. Since its first implementation in 2016, this innovation has benefited thousands of students at Tecnológico de Monterrey, as well as other universities and organizations around the world.
Permite estar presente dentro de muchos lugares, en muchos salones de clase, la interacción con los mismos estudiantes, con los mismos jóvenes, y ver finalmente cuál es la ganancia de ese aprendizaje.
This solution brings a positive impact to people's lives by offering access to knowledge, generating more employment opportunities, and transforming communities.
Okay, with this, I conclude my presentation. We can address some questions we have at the panel discussion. Transcending change, I'll just avoid the video because we're running short of time. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas Sim, for that interesting, that exciting presentation on capacity building in our sector. Come on, let's give him another hand. So as I was seated there, I noticed that more than any other session, in the sessions of Dr. Sim, there are many more phones trying to take pictures of the presentation. And a few people were courageous enough to come up and say, you know what, could we have the presentation? And would want to let you know that, yes, you can have the presentation. He's been generous enough to share the knowledge, so it will be available. Now, we want to get into a panel to discuss some of these things, just break them down into, take a deep dive into what it means to us as Rame, okay, in region Africa and Middle East. And to moderate this session is the head of the logistics department at Makerere University Business School here in Kampala. That is Mr. Brian Muyomba. Mr. Brian Muyomba, you're very welcome to come. We had lunch, so we can do better than that. Let's give him a hand so that he feels encouraged. Now, as he comes and as he takes his seat, we want to also invite to the stage a lawyer, but also a logistician. He's been on the board of Uganda Freight Forwarders Association, been on the forefront of self-regulation in the industry for us here in East Africa. Welcome with me, Mr. Dan Nabasa Musinguzi. We also want to take this opportunity to welcome to the stage a representative of Uganda Revenue Authority, Madame Stella Mwebe. Madame Stella, are you here? Very good. You're welcome to come. Uganda Revenue Authority, it is always nice to have our regulators part and parcel of these discussions. And we work together in the field of capacity building and professionalizing this sector in this part of the world. The next person I want to invite is no stranger to us, to many of us. He is the immediate past chairperson of Uganda Freight Forwarders Association. He is a logistician. He's also an academic. He's in training in capacity building in the logistics sector. He founded and runs Graben Logistics Academy. Welcome with me, Mr. Hussein Chidede. And lastly, for this panel, we want to welcome the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works and Transport, if he's here, Mr. Bagea Waiswa. He's not, okay. I've been informed that he's not around. Now, for this panel, we are going to give them just a small 30 minutes to make sure that they can exhaust the issues regarding capacity building and setting standards in the industry, in regulation, and the like. Over to you, Professor Brian.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Okay. My name is Brian Muyomba. I head the Department of Logistics at MOBS, and I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Logistics and Transport. I'll be chairing this session. I welcome you, Dan, Stella, and Hussein. With your permission, I would like to request Dr. Sim to join the panel. I think he said there will be some questions to him, so Dr. Sim kindly join the panel so that if there are questions, you can be able to address them. A round of applause for Dr. Sim. Thank you. Now, before we proceed with our panel, I would request this conference to clap for all the ladies who are here. Part of the theme for today is about diversity, and we have done a lot of resilience, adaptability, but diversity has been somehow eluded. So to the ladies who are here, thank you for being in the industry. Thank you for participating. Now, without further ado, I'm going to start with our regulators. Stella, from a regulator's perspective, what gaps have you seen or observed from the players you interact with? Because you literally, as a person in the Revenue Authority, you interact with the clearing agents, with the freight forwarders. What gaps have you seen in terms of skilling?
Thank you so much, Brian. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Stella Mwebe. Sorry for my hoarse voice. I've been having a bit of a cold, but I'll endure, and I'm sure I'm going to try my best. Stella Mwebe is my name, working with Uganda Revenue Authority from the Learning and Development Division. I'm happy to be here this afternoon. Before I delve into your question, I would like to share a bit of a background. When you look at the clearing and forwarding industry, it's a very wide sector. And it has a key, it is very crucial in promoting international trade. But if you're to focus back home in the East African region, it plays a strategic role in enhancing, regional cooperation. So why am I pointing out this? I just want to bring out a crucial element or crucial factor to ask before I answer Brian's question, that we are dealing with an industry which has or caters for critical players worldwide or globally. So what does this require? These people, they play a key role in promoting or enhancing our economic development wherever we are. So we must ensure that they are empowered with the critical skills required. When Doctor was presenting, thank you so much, Dr. Sim, I kept reflecting on what we are implementing, and we are quite way below, though I'm not discouraged. I know we shall get there, because we are not working alone in this industry. But way back in 2006, I'm still giving the background, FIEF partnered with Uganda Revenue Authority, and I'm sure with the other revenue authorities in the East African region, and they instituted, excuse me, they instituted the Diploma for Clearing and Forwarding Agents, which we are running to date. And today, we are proud of having over almost 2,000 graduates. These have passed through our hands. The curriculum has been reviewed time and again. But back to Brian's question, what are the key skills gaps that are still significant? First and foremost, we have a gap in adapting to the changing technologies. When you look at the industry, I mentioned earlier, it is a very wide industry. The numbers are still low compared to the players in the industry. Technology is moving so fast. You have to be on top of your game. Doctor mentioned that your qualifications today will be obsolete, more or less obsolete tomorrow. So we have a very big gap in adapting to the changing technologies. Secondly, we also have a big gap in, we have low levels of service delivery. And this is manifested in the way we serve our clients. Good enough in our curriculum, we have a module on employability skills, and we cater for topics like emotional intelligence, self-management, customer care, time management, name it. But still, this is a big problem. It is a big gap. It is a big gap. Then when you get to the technical skills, we still have also, because technical skills also assist in service delivery, we still have a gap.
Could you wrap
where
up?
you find, I'm wrapping up, where you find clearing agents, they haven't adopted to the new regulations, and there's a lot to cover under this. But changing new technologies, poor service delivery, we have poor ethical and integrity standards. That is a big gap. And lastly, managing our documentation. And by this, I look at our records. We work with a lot of records in our industry, but managing these records is still a big gap. So there are so many more, but at least those are some that I wanted to emphasize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stella. I think you've elaborated well, given us a background. And on that note, I'll go straight to Mr. Hussein Kidede, who happens to be a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and also a principal of Graben Logistics Academy. Mr. Hussein Kidede, building from what Stella has said, what role then do you think skilling can play in solving some of the challenges or the gaps that Stella has highlighted? And how can we then do the upskilling?
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All protocol observed. Thank you, Stella, for highlighting some of the challenges. And of course, Dr. Sim, for that compelling presentation. I think it is a wake-up call. It trickles our mind on where we need to focus. It's a lot of information, but of course we have to move step by step. Focusing on the challenges, skilling can address a number of these challenges. When I look around, I see a number of employers, I see a number of team members from different companies. One, this is supposed to be a joint effort because it is the skilling that will equip us with the technical expertise. We may talk about all these technologies, but without being skilled on how to apply them, then we will not move. So we need to be intentional as employers, as individuals in the logistics industry, and as associations. Everybody has a role to play here. What would the associations do? Already, as Stella mentioned, the likes of FIAFA, for the case of East Africa, have taken the first step. But perhaps things are moving too fast. We now need to switch gear. We need to consolidate our PPP, the private-public partnership and dialogue. In Uganda, we have the National Logistics Platform. This is one of the structures or one of the institutions that would need to be supported, will need to be, because it has set an example, bringing the different players. I've seen Singapore, you have the forwarders, the ground transportation, and the others together. They're looking at the skill mapping jointly. So that is a next step. Once we have the PPP, we need to do the skills mapping for the industry. That is a process that we can only achieve because I believe it takes time and perhaps a lot of financing. But if we work to a development partner as a country, as a region, as private sector and government, public sector, I'm sure we will get to progress on that. Secondly, or the other issue would be to be deliberate in focusing on technology as organizations. Perhaps we need to review the structures within our own organization. If there are jobs that are going to be obsolete, we need to start focusing on it now. We need to have new structures within our organization for people or resource that purposes innovation, creativity, creative thinking. But we need to work jointly with government as industry. There's no single company that will do it alone. It will be too expensive, it will be too costly. We need to work as an ecosystem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidede. Dan, how are you, Senior Counsel?
I'm very well, thank you.
Very well. From the discussions we had here earlier on, a lot of discussion came and it was talking about issues to do with how the shipping lines are coming inland and all sorts of other challenges. And one of the solutions that came through was self-regulation. Now, from a capacity building angle or perspective, how, as a lawyer, how do you think there's a need for self-regulation? One. Two, what skills or what kind of knowledge will be needed before you get to self-regulation? And 3, have you maybe done any training programs or sensitization seminars on self-regulation?
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, everyone. After listening to Dr. Sim's presentation, my thoughts about what we're trying to do were kind of messed up. But anyway, it is what it is. We deal with what we have. So the issue of regulation is, I would say it has 3 limbs. One, it is where we're coming from, where we are, and where we want to go. Now again, where we want to go is a bit problematic because we're still talking about human beings and Dr. Sim is talking about machines. But again, we'll talk about the Ugandans and East Africans and other Africans here, how we can control what we do. So yes, the need for regulation is there. Question is whether it is self-regulation, but in whatever form, the industry needs to be regulated. Historically, this industry has existed without any kind of recognition. And for that reason, the players, the participants, there was no controls, no standards. Anybody walk up and they tell you if you can't do anything, become a customs agent. That has changed. She has talked about the practicing certificate, which is now a requirement for licensing, but now that is for one segment, which is clearing. You still have forwarding. So forwarding, if you have money, you buy trucks and you become a forwarder. So what standards do we have in the forwarding industry and all those things? So what is happening now, the current development efforts from different circles, private sector, we've been trying to train across the board, clearing agents, forwarders, and even some people who are in the shipping line about some of the best practices. So the practicing certificate, which I think is about to be upgraded to a diploma, it's still a certificate. And the recently accredited FIATA diploma, those efforts in skilling people towards creating a critical mass for us to say, okay, we are ready as an industry. Yes, we are important, there's no question about it, but do we have a certain skill set that will be required of any professional entity? So I think we are building the critical mass. The numbers are there on the clearing side. And improvements and other efforts to train all industry players are underway. So maybe in a few years' time, before the machines take over, we will have built critical mass to build an industry, and we can also say, yes, we have people who are knowledgeable about this, and they can be treated as professionals alongside other professionals, the likes of you. That's why today we have a department of logistics at a top university in the country, which we never had 10, 15 years ago. So that's part of the development, and that's part of the process that is going to get us to where we want to go. So yes, we've been sensitizing people, and we are still doing that, and that's what I'm doing even here.
Okay, thank you. They say you can never win an argument with a lawyer. Thank you for sensitizing us. Dr. Sim, in a minute or two, could you comment about mutual recognition? In the world, there exist so many trainings, curriculums of logistics. Could you comment about mutual recognition and maybe probably developing a universal curriculum for logistics so that we all have the same kind of thinking and training? Is there a possibility of that?
Thank you, Brian. Well, I think that's a very big dream, of course, to have a universal curriculum. But first we have to define what we try to establish. What kind of standards are we establishing? Let's say we funnel it to a more contextualized kind of standards where we are looking at vocational skills or technical skills certification. For generic skills, it can be universally developed. It can be. Generic logistics, freight forwarding skills. But then you need another element, of course, the customization on the local part of it, because it's always different in terms of process, procedures, and employment of technologies is different again. But generic skills like the attempt by FIATA, in terms of having the minimum standards, international freight forwarding, the minimum standards to obtain the FIATA diploma, that's a very generic kind of minimum standards that we have developed over the last, I would say, since 1998, FIATA, of which I was the chair for quite a number of years to run that. And it requires a lot of updates, of course. And the operators, the members of our national level association, FIATA Association, they could employ these minimum standards through their national association with the training providers in each of the countries. Yeah, this can be a beginning, a start of it. But this needs to be expanded and updated over time, the FIATA minimum standards. That has been what FIATA is trying to achieve in terms of having a sort of a harmonized standards. But it's by no means a complete standard, by no means. It still needs a lot of work in it. And in this, the importance of interpretation of the standards, because you can write up your standards, but in the end, how you interpret it, how you train the trainers is important, and how you execute it, actually. And you have curriculum development, instructional design, methodology, and research. Yeah, this is one of the part where maybe FIATA can expand further in the research and development. And also the recurrent skills that is coming up, like I've explained earlier. You have developing countries, you have more developed countries, but some generic skills remain similar, but then you need to customize with local content. We have 14 modules in FIATA in terms of minimum standards. For those who are not so familiar, the 14 modules, ranging from the unimodal transport to multimodal transports, to ICT, information communication technology, legal, supply chain security, and so forth. Yeah, 14 modules. So this is something which maybe we can begin with the FIATA minimum standards, and to redevelop it, reimagine it, renovate it, and remodel it. Yeah. So perhaps this can be a start point.
Thank you, Dr. Sim. Mr. Kidede, you want to add something?
Yeah, in just a minute.
Okay.
Further to what Dr. Sim has highlighted, trying to bring it home in our organizations. I know as a working segment or as a working class, people don't want to stay in class for long. For example, the FIATA diploma for 9 months. As an organization, you can do structured training programs by doing an assessment of the gaps that you may have within your organization. For example, if it is ICT, if it is freight project management, the FIATA diploma, as an example, allows you to take them in modular form so that you get certification and that proficiency. I think that's one way we can fast track the skills development within our organization. We could also have mentoring and coaching. Last time, Mr. Kareba told us he was making 50 years, assuming he was unemployed in an organization. Tomorrow, he will be leaving.
Mr. Kidede, clarify, 50 years in the industry.
In the industry, yes. Assuming he was employed in a typical organization as we know them, he would be on his way out. But that wisdom, that talent would be lost, and that's what happens in most of our organizations. So it is important to do mentoring where we attach experience to a younger or a novice so that they are trained on the job. That is something that we can do. We could also look at cross-functional exposure. You find that somebody has been on a job for 10 years within the same company. He's, say, in finance, and does not know what happens in operations. But if we keep switching them around, then we're creating the exposure, and then we are skilling them. They're multitasking. These are some of the small things we can do within
Thank you, Mr.
our
Kidede.
organizations.
Wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stella, he has talked about, workplace kind of, training and how you can do it. I know you're a trainer. From a trainer's perspective, what innovative ways have you, could you use to teach the learners of today?
Thank you so much, Brian. From reflecting on what Professor or Doctor presented, gone are the days where we had to deliver or use one training approach by delivering training in only lecture-based trainings only. Nowadays, the approaches are diversified. And our aim is to ensure that training is impactful. First and foremost, we should be cognizant of the fact that we are dealing or training adults. Adults have experience. They already know why they are there, and they know what to expect. They know why they are there, and what to expect from that particular training. So we need to adopt training approaches like deliveries, like using the blended approach. This came out significantly during the COVID pandemic. And by the blended approach, we mean you can train some modules using the physical interactions, and maybe you handle some of the other modules using the e-learning approaches. We have, I'm happy to share that on our side, we've adopted the continuing professional development, something which was not there so many years back. And what does this involve? I mentioned earlier that we started our training program for the clearing agents almost 17 years back. So what is happening to the first lots that we engaged or participated in these trainings? The knowledge has become obsolete. They need to be refreshed. They need to be standardized and brought up to speed with the changing trends in the industry. So that is the essence of the CPDs that we are conducting right away.
Stella,
give us
one more, and then we move to Dan.
Thank you, Brian. And lastly, we also have what I could call competence-based trainings. Mr. Kidede mentioned that we have to be intentional. And competence-based trainings, we ensure that trainings are learner-driven. We ensure that trainings are participatory. And we ensure that trainings are very impactful. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Stella. Dan, this is the last question for the day. There has always been a gap between the academia, the universities, and the industry. How do you propose we should close that gap?
Thank you, Brian. I think we've had to learn on the job, and in part of our training, we were cognizant of that. So experience and training. So those two, we've oftentimes considered them equal for equal where it is needed. So our industry, as I said earlier, and as many other people would know, it was built on knowledge based on everyday work. So the people you're training actually know the practical things, and in class you have what many might call stories. So it's now getting more people who have been exposed to join the teaching. So maybe you people in universities need to call the Karebas of this world to come and talk about the industry as it is or as it was, vis-a-vis the new developments that Dr. Sim is talking about, which scare some of us. But yes, that's the approach and that's the way forward.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Dr. Sim, can I give you a name?
Yeah, I just want to add.
No, I wanted to give you a name, a new name. You are now a disruptive
thank you.
Teacher. You have disrupted the thinking around here. But thank you. Please proceed in a minute and then we conclude.
Just a short addition to what has been discussed with regard to your last question, how can the academia work closer with industry? And that's a very important and useful question. Yeah, being as a practitioner for 38 years in the industry, as a practitioner, and being in the academia, with the academia for over 30 years, teaching and so forth, and developing curriculum, I see both sides of the game. Now today, in all our business, is all about evidence-based practice. Let's face it. Now, in the past, they learn from legacy, learn from the seniors and so forth, legacy learning. Now, in the past, legacy learning thrives, it's okay. But today with technology, everybody can find out the truth easily. Okay, so legacy learning might not be teaching the right thing sometime. Okay, so with information age, everything can be accessed easily, anywhere, any place you liked, anytime. So about evidence-based practice is so important. So the academia in the past are teaching, mind me for saying this, even being an academic, is I always tell them, like, look, when I do the trainer for the academic institution, is that you are teaching history books. Because what that has been published is already years. You know, references is good, citation is wonderful, but let's face it, besides the academic rigor, which is extremely important, the practice in our industry requires real-time information. And FIATA is an excellent platform. Why? Because FIATA is an advocacy body. It has different standing committees, advisory body, institutes. For example, Air Freight Institute. We have Mr. David there, he's the chair of Air Freight AFI. We have other institute chairs in Geneva and in the whole external board. Now, we engage in very regular dialogues, like what our Director General have mentioned, Stefan. Direct interaction with NGOs and IGOs, intergovernmental organization and non-governmental organization in Switzerland. Now, with this engagement, we are the movers and shakers in making the decision or influencing decision as part of the leadership role, FIATA. So whatever that has been discussed, whether it's safety and security, supply chain, or whatever is on air cargo, on dangerous goods, on cold chain, is being decided there and then, and we publish this material. So if the academia can work closely with organizations like FIATA, the academic curriculum designer, instructional designer, can get the latest updates. That happens last month.
Thank you.
Okay, so when you do this collaboration, you'll find that you're teaching something with research capability plus applicable kind of knowledge and skills that the industry require to practice tomorrow when they go back to office. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sim. And please, we were given 30 minutes. We have taken exactly 30 minutes. Thank you very much, the panelists. Thank you, Dan, Stella, Hussein, and Dr. Sim. On that note, we close our panel. A round of applause for our panelists. Okay. Mr.
Thank
MC,
you very much.
I'll request that we take a picture with the panel here and then we proceed and go back.
You want to take a picture on
Just
whose time?
here, as you continue with the introductions.
On my time, eh? Okay, you take a picture. Anyone else you want to invite for the picture or just you? No, me, I'm busy. And besides, I'm not photogenic, so. Great. Yeah, this education is like taking pictures, eh? Little wonder they are now going to teach through holograms and things of that nature. Can you imagine? Huh? They don't want to go to class. They want to send holograms. Wow. The future of capacity building is... Okay? Right. Thank you very much. Come on, give them a hand. They've done a fabulous job. And yes, it's true. Some of the things Dr. Sim talked about were downright scary, but also true. And he made a very important statement that I think we can take home from here, that data is the new oil. Companies are now hiring data analysts instead of, warehousing officers. I was joking with somebody back there that very soon our customs clearance agents will be replaced by a barcode scanner. It does an entry in 10 seconds. So that is the future. There we go. Though the good news was that there are other areas that we can get into, isn't it? Fabulous. Those who didn't like mathematics in school, sorry. Sorry. Right. Now, even when we have the right capacity, even when we have the right people, we have the ports and the corridors working, we usually bump into non-tariff barriers and other kinds of barriers. And many a times what we are looking for is trade facilitation. How do we get cargo from point A to point B cheaper, faster, and easier? Cheaper, faster, and easier. Because that is what our clients are looking for. Cheapest, fastest, easiest. That's why they'll go to a shipping line. If it can offer that, they'll do it. If you can offer that, you'll do the job. So I want to talk about trade facilitation before we close today. And so I want to invite the Regional Chief Operating Officer, Eastern Africa, of Afri-Exim Bank. Afri-Exim Bank is a bank located in Africa, of course, yep. And this gentleman, Mr. Kudakwashe Matereke, the Regional Chief Operating Officer, leads the business operations and client relations portfolio here in the East African branch in Kampala. And the branch provides coverage for 11 countries: Burundi, Comoros, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. And his role is to lead the initiatives in these 11 countries. He has more than 24 years of banking experience as well as cross-border transaction experience, covering the bank's structured trade and project finance business across the various sectors, as well as leading to corporate institutions and sovereigns for key infrastructure projects and strategic sectors of the economies. Now, I know we are going to be listening to a banker. Tomorrow we'll talk a little more about financing, but today it's about trade facilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Matereke.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I will take you through what Afri-Exim Bank is doing in terms of trade facilitation. I prefer that you call us Afri-Exim Bank so that you don't send your emails in the wrong direction when you write it as Afri-Exim. But it's a pleasure to be here. We have participated in this event knowing fully well that we want to play a role in trade facilitation. I have a presentation here which I'll take you through. I just need some guidance on, I'm not very technologically, the green one, okay, to go forward, okay. So it's a short presentation on the financing instruments and to support the Continental Free Trade Agreement and also the facilitation initiatives to support intra-Africa trade and investments. So that's what Afreximbank is about. It's a multilateral financial institution. 52 African member countries are present in the bank, and we have got those locations as our regional offices. We are obviously headquartered in Cairo, Egypt. Intra-Africa trade and the FCFTA implementation are very key to our strategy, and as you can see there, we'll concentrate more on what we are doing in the intra-Africa trade space. And I think I'm saying this and highlighting this because I think of the group that we have here, you have a partner in Afreximbank because we think on trade facilitation and try to work with participants in the industry to see what we can do together. Industrialization and export development is one of the things that we do that involves the promotion and support of export manufacturing, promotion of industrialization, construction of industrial parks, special economic zones, and agro-processing zones. And we provide and seek to expand and deepen trade finance offerings. So we are a trade finance bank, and also improve capacity of Africans in trade financing, as well as improving access to trade financing. The last pillar of financial sustainability is more internal to Afreximbank because we want to build a bank that will respond to the future needs of the industry. The intra-African trade strategy is built into Article 5 of the Charter of the Bank, where it clearly states that the bank was established to facilitate and promote and expand intra-Africa trade and extra-Africa trade. So we are talking here trade in goods and services between or among African countries, where the flow of such goods and services between Africa and Africa in the diaspora, and we include diaspora so that we help to capture the steady growth in trade and commercial ties between Africans and citizens of the diaspora. The philosophy in the intra-Africa trade strategy speaks about creating the goods, connecting, and this is where the industry comes in, the logistics, transportation, and the freight forwarders, etc. You connect the dots between those with goods that they are selling and those that are consuming the goods. So the connection part of it is quite key. And then we deliver efficient and cost-effective distribution channels within the continent. So that's our strategy on the intra-Africa trade. Why we support intra-Africa trade, which is what you also support because you facilitate goods within the African continent, is because our intra-Africa trade levels are very low. And as it goes, we say we produce what we don't eat, but we eat what we don't produce. And it's important that we learn to start manufacturing locally, distribute goods within the African continent so that we boost that number to something higher, and that we develop our markets by trading within each other. I'm speaking about this because we're in the context of implementation of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. According to UNECA, the value of intra-Africa trade will increase by 400% by 2045. And this is if we look and take into account the coming in of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. The share of the intra-Africa trade will increase to 26%. We are trying to play a role in ensuring that we raise it up from the current 16-17%. And addressing the non-trade barriers could increase the impact by 2 to 4% compared to the situation where only tariffs are liberalized. I think it's critical. When you look at yourselves as an industry, we should be asking ourselves, what are we doing to support the movement of goods from one African country to the other? Don't look at yourself in isolation, because if this animal called the Continental Free Trade Agreement has to work, you are at the center of its implementation. How you treat trucks as they move, how you process their papers as they move their goods is quite critical. And we have to implement it deliberately, knowing that it's in line with promoting the AFCFTA. Now we're talking about the financing instruments. To achieve the objectives of the strategy, the bank developed a suite of products, programs, and initiatives which formulate the bank's envisioned interventions in providing tailored project and trade financing capacity for intra-African trade facilitation, as well as technical assistance in support of growth of intra-Africa trade. The bank has disbursed close to $20 billion in support of intra-African trade and investments over the past 5 years. Afreximbank is making available $40 billion in intra-Africa trade investment financing by 2026, twice the amount it disbursed in the same period. And I think here we are looking at both trade and investment. So you're looking at an Egyptian company coming into Tanzania to do long-term projects. We are supporting that. So looking at an Egyptian company or a South African company coming to do long-term projects in a place like Comoros, where we are facilitating the construction of a hotel, all that we are looking at it as intra-African trade, and that's what we are seeking to support. And we're saying that because for them to do that, they need to move the goods, and your industry is the one facilitating the movement of those goods. So it's very critical that you look at what you do in the global sense of the impact that it will have on boosting intra-Africa trade and supporting the AFCFTA. This is how we do it. We have identified intra-champs. This is African corporates willing to do business in Africa. We support them with financing. So we want to facilitate Ugandan companies doing contracts in neighboring countries through the provision of bid bonds, guarantees, etc. But in this particular case, we give a global facility which caters for all their requirements as they move into another African jurisdiction so that they can do contracts. We also have what we call the intra-African investment finance, where we provide financing to promote foreign direct investment or African direct investment. We're supporting the setting up of expansion of businesses by entities from one African country into another. The other one is the intra-African investment guarantee, where we provide guarantees to cover foreign or African direct investments to protect investors against events that may impair their investment rights or earnings. So if there is such a contract that you want to do in another country and you are concerned about certain decisions by the government in the other country in terms of protecting your investments, we can work out something so that you can freely do your investments, your cross-border investments, but within the African continent. The last one is the contracting-related guarantees. That's what we spoke about, the retention bonds, performance bonds, etc. We also have the export contracting availability guarantee, where we secure long-term export contracts with bank financing. So such guarantees will cover the risks associated with situations where the where the contract against which financing has been provided becomes unavailable. There is also the merchant marine fleet financing and then the project preparation facility. Other key financing products and programs to support intra-African trade include franchise financing facility, contract and toll manufacturing, and contract agriculture. Under the contract and toll manufacturing, we are aware of such arrangements where country A, without a processing facility, may choose to take raw materials for processing in another country before goods are exported to the export markets or before goods are resold into the country where they originated. We can facilitate all that. Those projects tend to be very heavy in documentation, and that's where you hear operators say goods get stuck at customs and there is delays, etc. We are quite aware of the efforts that we are putting in place to ensure that these are speeded up, but we thought we should highlight that as you do that, it's quite urgent. The need for urgency in implementing the changes that we are proposing to implement is quite key, because we need to move on as an African continent where goods move a lot more quicker between the boundaries. The engineering, procurement, and construction contract promotion initiative, that's an initiative that we have launched to create a mechanism to ensure that the benefits of the FCFTA accrues to the continent and not to the outside world. And by that, we're not saying that we don't want to have Africa trading with the external world, but we need to look after our own. The opportunity to promote African direct investments to help reduce Africa's infrastructure deficit. It is estimated that annually we spend about 60 billion on infrastructure. We want part of that, or a large chunk of that, to be undertaken by African counterparties. How do we do it? We provide twinning opportunities where we take contractors on missions in Africa, in the diaspora, and connect them with the project opportunities. We provide funding, that's under financing, and as a Flexim Bank, we also have insurance offering under our subsidiary called the Afrex Insure. And we have a suite of guarantees, and then we have also developed some digital platforms for contractors, and we are quite busy on the policy advocacy front. That's what we are doing on industrial parks, because it's important that goods get manufactured here on the African continent. We act as a catalyst in the industrialization and export development in Africa by directly addressing hard and soft infrastructure constraints inhibiting industrialization. We are currently building and operating industrial parks like in Gabon, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Togo, and we are looking seriously at operating industrial parks in East Africa, and I think we are in advanced negotiations with the government of Kenya, setting up industrial parks so that we can produce goods locally. Nothing stops us from doing the same in Uganda, and we are willing to have conversations around that. On trade enabling infrastructure, we are financing up to $130 billion annually, but the annual average infrastructure investments total about 55 billion. We are in road, rail, aviation, marine, which is obviously inadequate at the current levels, which we are seeking to boost so that goods can move quickly. We are also in East Africa busy with financing of the SGR projects in Tanzania. We are excited about that because goods will move quickly from Dar es Salaam going into Rwanda, and neighboring countries like Burundi. Then there is those challenges. The estimated cost of trucks required as a result of the FCFTA is 345 billion. That is about 2.2 million trucks. There is also a deficit on aircrafts, rail wagons, etc. It's a huge gap in financing these infrastructure. In order to address the connectivity and mobility challenges in Africa, the bank, under its current plan, Plan 6, will focus on developing intra-regional trade infrastructure, roads, rail, ports, and logistics. And pipelines as well. We are not too shy to say we are financing the ECOP oil. I know I may not be good friends with other communities here, but we think that petroleum, crude oil, is a major investment, and we think that the African continent still needs time to develop its oil assets, because if we are to come out of poverty, we need it. So I thought I should whisper. The bank is working with entities like TELO to support the continent to develop efficient railway networks, and we are also developing the actual border points. Like there is Zim borders, the border between South Africa and Zimbabwe, which was financed by Afrexim Bank, to allow for movement of goods without too many delays. And we are at the cross borders of most of the countries, identifying what opportunities we can do to release movement of goods and trucks so that they can move to the destinations. We are working with African governments also on the development of export trading companies which engage in the import and export of diverse goods and services to several markets. ETCs will address the institutional and market failures by providing market intelligence and aggregating products, because the challenge is on aggregation. We produce goods, but it's a bit disjointed, and companies do not have the scale. So ETCs enable us to aggregate the goods and to get them ready for export markets. We are working with many African countries on development of export trading companies so that we can boost production and also aggregation into export markets. That's what we are doing to support ETCs. And we have launched our strategy on ETCs, and we are providing some facilitation. Some have given us their concepts, and we are working with them to establish the export trading companies. Now there's a big topic on the African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme. So picture a situation where you use one bond to move goods from Cape Town to Cairo using one piece of paper as opposed to being stopped at every border post. We have been to a number of customs authorities trying to explain what we are trying to pilot using a bond that has been agreed in a collaborative manner across all the different customs regulations or regulatory authorities, so that only one bond can be issued in order to facilitate the movement of goods. We want to have a serious conversation on this matter with the industry, because more often than not, I think it's a concept that has not been properly understood, but which we think we want to lay down a case for it to be understood. We can work with the insurance industry and all the freight forwarding agencies so that we can issue a bond that is acceptable across the jurisdictions to facilitate the movement of goods. And I would like to invite the industry to look at it with a long-term view of its impact and not with a short-term view of what we could be protecting as an industry. We should look at this seriously with a view of saying, if we are to operate in a new continental free trade area, there is no need why trucks should be stopped at a border post because we are waiting for a piece of paper from some office, and goods therefore cannot move across the jurisdictions. It's important, and my colleague is going to expound on it, but the long and short of it is an assessment of the costs and the delays and what we have developed as Afreximbank, working with all the different regional economic groupings on the continent, so that under a single technology-enabled continental bond, we can promote trade under the AFCFTA. The bank is also working with the AFCFTA Secretariat to roll out the scheme after completing the pilot in the COMESA region. We are engaging with ECOWAS, SADC, and ECAS. So imagine this bond is launched in East Africa and it's acceptable. We will then go to the SADC region and it's acceptable. Then we will have bonds issued out of the East Africa Community or COMESA, goods moving into West Africa, but using the same bond. And we have these tested from one regional economic region into the other, but using only one document. I think it must be the future of what trade should look like, as opposed to us looking at it with limitations. And I'm inviting everyone to consider that we can have further conversations on how we can implement it. The bank has already set aside $1 billion for the entire continent, of which 200 is earmarked for COMESA. The scheme will be expanded to other regions and to the entire continent to support the AFCFTA. And this transit guarantee is expected to lead to cost savings of more than 300 million per year. It's important because why I said we should look at it not from a short-term approach, but rather from a long-term one, because the gains are there in the long term as opposed to the short term. And I will go by what Dr. Kim was saying, SIM, right? You may lose a few jobs now, but the benefit in the long term is critical. But I think we're looking at this as overall quite important to support the industry. So those are the key transit routes, and which are critical for the intra-Africa trade. And we know where we are. We know that goods moving from Mombasa going to all the neighboring countries, they will have to pass through Uganda, and therefore our role as Uganda is quite critical. So how do we support the regions to implement an effective transit bond? We have here a situation where goods arrive in Nigeria and they have to pass through Benin and Togo into Ghana all the way to go to Cote d'Ivoire. Arriving goods are loaded onto transit vehicle, and the collaborative transit guarantee scheme is confirmed before transit. You can replace Nigeria and put Kenya there. In between, you can put Uganda, and at the end, you can put wherever the goods may go. It could be DRC or it could be Congo Republic, should our infrastructure be sorted out. So what do we see? The transit country, the ACTGS protects country B, Customs Authority against non-exit between entry and exit at duty, and tax rates of country B, and similarly to country C. And then the destination country then ceases to operate upon entry. So the transit guarantee then gets acquitted, as the language says it in the industry. So that's what we are seeking to do across the board, so that we don't rely on too many papers. And in this particular case, it will be goods moving from a non-Eastern African community country going to, say, a SADC country. We want to make sure that that is implemented for efficiency of the way the goods should move. Different subject altogether. It's about facilitation of trade. One of the reasons why we could not move goods is because some of the quality standards that are demanded by the receiving countries are quite heavy, and we have seen examples of avocados being declined when they arrive or when they are on ship going to Asia, because we don't have quality and testing centers. Afreximbank is financing the development and construction of quality centers on the African continent, so that should goods coming out of those centers with a seal said made in Africa and tested at Entebbe Airport or Mombasa Port, they can be accepted anywhere else they can go into for export markets. That's an initiative we are working on, and we are trying to implement it in East Africa. And we have feasibility studies going on in Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania. But we are happy that one quality center has already been established in Nigeria. You won't believe that for you to be certified to export goods out of Ghana, you needed to send the samples to Germany for them to be acceptable to go anywhere. Now, food and related commodities can now be tested in Nigeria for Nigerian market, and they can go anywhere else for exports. We want to set up something similar in East Africa so that we can facilitate the way our goods move. We call it the Africa Quality Assurance Center. And we are doing this across different commodities and across different African markets. The ACACs will be critical in terms of facilitating intra-Africa trade under the FCFTA, because once goods are certified from any one of the Africa Quality Centers, they can move to any part of the African market. And we'll then avoid having to send our goods to Germany. For us to sell goods coming out of Uganda into Rwanda, you want German certified goods, so they can be, everything can be sorted out on the African continent. We are also working hard for the under the Africa Quality Policy and harmonization of standards to facilitate the removal of non-tariff barriers and the implementation of the TBT and SPA annexes under the FCFTA. The bank is working with ASO, AU, and PTB to develop the Africa Quality Policy to improve quality infrastructure on the continent and to promote harmonization of standards. The Africa Quality Policy will be used for advocacy, work that the bank is doing in terms of facilitating the development of national quality policies. This will complement the work the bank is doing in the establishment of the ACACs, which is the Africa Quality Assurance Centers. We are working with ASO, which is the Africa Organization of Standards, and the bank to harmonize standards in the automotive sector to facilitate the development of the African automotive industry. We are also working with institutions like ASO and the Islamic Trade Finance Corporation for the harmonization of standards. These are some of the things we are doing, working on how to export, which is what we are rolling out with the export trading companies. Then there's a lot that we are doing under the Africa Trade Gateway, all in facilitation of trade. I'm mindful of the time. I heard your voice there behind me, and I don't want to take any more time from you. But I hope that we can have conversations on these matters, including what we are doing on trade intelligence, MANSA, TRADA, and also PAPS. I wish to thank you very much for listening. I know I took longer than you had budgeted for me, but I thank you very much for your patience, and I think it was in good spirit of us seeing what we can do to facilitate trade on the African continent. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matereke. It is good to know that Afrexim Bank is ahead of the curve when it comes to trade facilitation, to make sure that as the African continent, we can be able to trade, we can be able to move cargo across. And this is very key for our conversations here. You have electricals, for example, being shipped into Kenya and accepted in Kenya by their Bureau of Standards. But the very same electricals cannot be accepted in Uganda, yet they were accepted in the neighboring country. We have different standards. So if you're talking of standardizing, that's a very welcome conversation. You have exporters, freight forwarders moving out of the East African region, fresh produce, fish, fruits, vegetables, into the European market. But the challenge is, if anything happened to the cargo along the way, no insurer wants to even come close to it. Because the freight forwarder, you're on your own, you, your God, or your gods, whatever you prefer. And that's the end. But it's good to have conversations around how do we make sure that we remove these, we are able to standardize and we're able to facilitate trade along these trade corridors. The next speaker is a very important person to us here in Uganda. He's a Commissioner of Customs Department of the Uganda Revenue Authority. As a matter of fact, he's the one who licenses all the Ugandans that are seated right here, Mr. President. All the Ugandans here are licensed by him. So we had no choice but to invite him. No, I'm kidding. We had to invite him because we want to talk trade facilitation. Exactly. The Revenue Authority in this part of the world is a friend, is no longer an enforcement agency, but rather a trade facilitator. And it's a very different body language and a very welcome body language. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Abel Kagumire, the Commissioner, Customs Department, Uganda Revenue Authority.
Okay. Well, good evening. Wow, I can imagine. From morning up to now, I will try to be as brief as possible. First of all, I'm happy to welcome you in Uganda. Thank you so much for coming. We are happy to have you. I've worked with customs for 21 years. So the only competitor is Kaleva, who is 50 years in the industry. I have a brief presentation, just touching the subject matter, so that I rush through quickly. It will touch 4 areas, and I'll be as fast as possible. Basically, customs worldwide is involved in these 4 areas. We are doing trade facilitation, we are doing collection of international trade taxes, and we always add the word legitimate. Legitimate international trade taxes, and we protect society and industry, and we collect accurate trade statistics. And there is a lot of legal framework around those who work with us in the East African community. I don't know in other countries whether it's like this, but you'll find that law, all the laws that are put there are very important for trade facilitation. And the lawyer in the house should look at some which can be repealed and some which are still relevant to us. Now that East Africa has one common law, the East African Community Customs Management Act. So, and in terms of the legal framework, of course, as a body, we are regulated by the World Customs Organization. And in terms of the region, we have the East and Southern Africa region, which governs us, and we also fall in the East African community. So that's how we are structured. Now, since it's trade facilitation, I wanted to touch goods clearance. Definitely we deal with imports, we deal with exports, and we deal with transits. And someone said, your interest is how I get my goods fast, how can reduce the cost of doing business, and save $1. So customs should not be an impediment. But I always tell the people I license in this room that you start the process. In Uganda, it's the clearing and forwarding industry that starts the process. In East Africa, they start the process. So there are initiatives we are doing to make sure that our key partners who start the clearance process are competent enough to do the job well, so that we don't delay our importers and exporters. So we are using a system called ASCUDA in Uganda, and it has an embedded risk management profiles of the red, yellow, blue, and green. How I wish all the importers would be in blue and green. But unfortunately, we still have people who are stuck in red and yellow. We are trying to do our best to make sure that we move everyone to blue and green, and maybe I will retire and customs officers will have no much to do. But we are concentrating more on the red and yellow because they have refused to comply. So we try to do our best to make sure they comply. Now, some of the innovations that we have come up with that we think would ease the way we do business is the ASCUDA World. Now, ASCUDA World is a database, yes, and an Oracle, but it has a capability to be interfaced with all the other systems. We are trying to upgrade it to be internet-based so that we can interface with all the other systems that come on board. I know in Singapore you might be using a different one. Korea, I went there, they have a different one. We will get there, but it is still serving the purpose for us. And those who have been around know that ASCUDA started with version 2.7. We went to ASCUDA++. So when we say ASCUDA World, we are somewhere. There are some countries which have not started 2.7. So we will graduate and get there. But we think it has helped to do faster clearance, and it allows agents, clearing agents, to do their work. We want to get out of this now. They always go into what they call cafes to do the declarations. Then they create offices to make a declaration to customs. What if we get where it is internet-based and we do it on your phone? And that's where we want to go in future. We have been having challenges as the lead agency at the borders. You'll find everyone is interested in the goods that have been imported and goods being exported. So we said, okay, how do we work together? So we got all the government agencies that are interested in goods to be on one platform. And we asked the Ministry of Trade to coordinate this, and Uganda Revenue Authority is doing the implementation. So far we have 30 agencies, but some are not even active. So we were asking, why did you join? But these are the most active ones. The ones in agriculture, the ones in standards, and then the ones in coffee development, and the ones in the ministries that are concerned with trade. So we went into construction of one-stop border post, huge infrastructure development. Recently, when I visited South Africa, they said they want to graduate beyond one-stop border post. For us, we are constructing more. The other ones are getting out of one-stop border post. They call them non-stop. And for us, we are happy saying, at least you stop once. For them, they are saying non-stop now. So me and our brothers in East Africa, we are still in one-stop border. So soon we'll get to non-stop. And that's the future we are looking at. I don't know how it is in Singapore and other countries. It's a non-stop. Wow, we'll get there. Now, also, we are under a single customs territory here in East Africa. When goods arrive and they hit Mombasa port and Dar es Salaam port, those are our main borders. So when you find the inland borders in Uganda, they are just borders for the country separation. But in terms of the region, our border is at the port. And we appreciate the people of the Republic of Tanzania and Kenya for hosting us. I have 60 staff seated in Mombasa. I have so far 8 staff seated in Dar es Salaam to facilitate our traders. So we don't have issues. If you have paid at the port, you take your goods to your place. But of recent, I have had some clearing agents create some NTBs. They say you have to create some document here, some document here. But if you have paid at the port, you are free to move. The next stop would be going to the bonded warehouse if you don't have money to pay. And I think for us as a region, this has been a plus for us because we have one system that we work with. The regional electronic cargo tracking system. Now, we have a shared platform. Just recently, Burundi is joining the platform. South Sudan has requested to join the platform. And I know United Republic of Tanzania is soon joining the platform. So it is shared. So we do track of the goods and we have common risk profiles. So we share the profiles and we track the goods along the corridor, mainly on the northern corridor now, and soon we'll be starting on the central corridor. The authorized economic operators have just come up from a meeting to contract with my deputies. I want them to grow the AO program beyond the 118 we have because they are contributing 33% of the revenue we collect. So if we grew them by another 50 and we are around 200 plus, maybe we will get there. And I want to thank the members of UFA. Majority of you are AEOs. How I wish everyone in UFA can become an AEO. The authorized economic operator program, we don't waste time with them. They just pass. And of recent, they were asking us for more benefits. I said, we've given you all the benefits. What else? We gave them just parking in our lot at the tower. He said, only that? I said, yes. Because there is congestion, you have special parking. Now we are nearing giving them VIP access through the airports. So we are working with them to see how we can expand this program of benefits. Together, we work with our authorized economic operators. They are esteemed to us. The scanners. We used to do a lot of verifications at the borders. Now we have Uganda is serviced by Nuktec, some company. I don't know, Kenya is also having some Nuktec, Tanzania is having, but at least the goods no longer have to be physically verified. You just go through and we do the image analysis. We've trained a lot of image analysts, and then we make decisions as the truck is moving. And the state of the art now, it has automatic number plate recognition, so we don't have to stop and record your number. It captures all that detail. So we have inbuilt smart gates already now installed at Eldoret, and we are pushing them to Busia and Malaba. So the dream of non-stop, we are almost there. We are almost there. Now, we have a centralized document processing center, like it is in other revenue authorities in East Africa. Those days we'll do document processing in different borders. Now we do it in a centralized place. We just make sure we are closer to them for easy supervision, and we clear you at once. Now, we saw a growing interest in most of the red and yellow wanting to do warehousing. There were some issues around the warehousing. They keep the goods in those bonded warehouses for about 6 months, and they have not paid us taxes. So we said, let's automate this area. So we have automated it now. We call it a stock management automation. So you come in, what you brought in is what you get out. What remains, will remain with the reconciliation. Unlike before, there were games being played in those warehouses. So we think the automation is going to solve this challenge as well. So future steps that we are looking at is in export processing. There is a huge facility that has been constructed in northern Uganda. Northern Uganda, there is a city called Gulu. It is an agricultural city, and we hope to grow our exports. Then we have to facilitate them. So a facilitation center has been done. Whoever wants to export now to South Sudan, to DRC, or wants to get goods from DRC, from South Sudan, and go through to the ports in Dar es Salaam and Mombasa, you can go through that. And state of the art, we are just left occupied. And it was a private sector and public partnership with government, and it's working well. We are going to move fuel. You know, we are not at sea, but we have a huge lake called Victoria. So we are moving fuel on our lake. So we are going to decongest the northern corridor and the central corridor by using the lakes. And so the Mahathi fuel terminal is already done. And already we are decongesting about 150 trucks on the northern corridor that use water. Free zones and industrial parks is another way to facilitate our exports. So there are a lot of incentives and exemptions around there when you are in these industrial parks and free zones that you benefit for you to grow your exports. So in terms of trade facilitation, yes, I was in Mombasa over the weekend, and His Excellency Ruto made a lot of directives. I was my brother there. I saw him petitioning to our president. I don't know whether he wanted us to be sacked, but at least he was telling him the truth. And he made serious directives that are going to help us move forward. Port efficiency at Mombasa. A competitive port. You don't have to stay there for 21 days. So there's a lot that he has directed on systems integration, on pre-arrival. Before the ship arrives, you have done your declarations. There are decisions he has made around goods which overstay. He has made so many decisions on removing way bridges along the northern corridor, and I think he's trying to create efficiency at the port of Mombasa. In Dar es Salaam, I hope the same has been done. And me, I think, as a regulator, we are trying to do our best to facilitate you. Like I said, you start the process, and we want to skill you and equip you so that you do it well. Before I close, I want to tell you that I've said I have 20 years in the industry. before the association started this program of professionalizing the industry, I used to run around with declarations, classification, valuation of goods. To the extent that before I license you, if you have any offense or any seizure or any top-up that exceeds 7, I don't give you a license. Last licensing period, I have about 600 clearing agents who are compliant. Those days I would not license 300. So this training you have started, the freight forwarding practicing certificate, the FIATA diploma, the continuous development program is adding value to our declarants, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. So we must be doing something right. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Let's give him a bigger hand clap. I want to apologize to Dr. Sim, Dr. Ivan. You know, I know when you hear some of these things, to you they are as if Stone Age. We have one-stop border posts. You probably don't know what a border post is, or a scanner is, but for us we still have scanners. Now when they break down, that's a different problem. You heard in the morning what's happening between Zambia and Zimbabwe. You have a one-stop border post, a customs officer in Zimbabwe, customs officer in Zambia, in the same building, but their systems are not talking to each other. Those are the real issues we are dealing with here in Africa. And we need to sort them out if we are to facilitate trade. If trade is to move, and if us as the freight forwarders are to make sure that we deliver fast, easy, and cheapest. Because that is what our clients are looking for. And as we crown it all today, it is very important that we hear from these very important people who are involved in trade facilitation. You know, for those who don't know, the Central Corridor is from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, all through to the hinterland, into Rwanda, into Burundi, into Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi. But then you also have the Northern Corridor from Mombasa through Uganda to South Sudan, and also to Rwanda as well. So I want to invite Mr. Frank Ngoga, the Director Customs and Trade Facilitation of the Central Corridor Transit Transport Facilitation Agency. Mr. Frank Ngoga, you're very welcome. He's going to be on our panel today. And as Mr. Ngoga comes, there is a country, probably one of the youngest in Africa, that is very, very keen in making sure that this, you know, we have to take care of so that trade is facilitated to this country. We want to do business in South Sudan. And so we want to invite Mr. Silas Majok, the Secretary General of South Sudan Clearing Agents and Freight Forwarders Association. You're very welcome, Mr. Silas. Let's give him a hand while he comes. Also want to invite the Executive Secretary of Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Agency, but he has sent a representative to come and be here on his behalf. Could he kindly join the panel, the representative from the Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Agency. But to moderate this panel is a distinguished logistician and freight forwarder. He has been doing freight forwarding longer than I have been alive. And many times I joke with him that I need to learn the freight forwarding he knows. And he tells me, you know what, in those days, freight forwarders used to carry lots of papers. Not what Dr. Sim is talking about. Everything is automated. And so welcome with me, a member of the Uganda Freight Forwarders Advisory Council and the Managing Director of Cargo International, one of the longest freight forwarders, longest serving freight forwarders in this part of the country, in this part of the region. He served in Uganda, He served in Tanzania, Mr. Charles Kareba. Let's give him a hand while he comes. Mr. Kareba, you and your panel are the only thing standing between us and leaving here to go to the bar and enjoy a glass of wine or take a cup of tea, including you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That sounds better. You know, most of you here are definitely younger than me, so I expect you to be still stronger. I would like to invite the Commissioner of Customs to come back. I also want to get a chance to put him at the... I would like also to invite Angela Adera from Exim Bank. Before we kick off, I think it's necessary that we get to know exactly what the panelists here are involved in. As they told you, theirs have been, this year I'm exactly 50 years in freight logistics. When we started, it was a long time ago, but later on they developed corridors. And I think we have about 51 corridors in the whole of Africa. But East Africa, we have the Northern Corridor, we have the Central Corridor, and we have the Southern Corridor. These corridors are served by the ports. Port of Mombasa covers Northern Corridor, and Dar es Salaam covers the Central and Southern Corridor. Now, these corridors that you are going to hear from these gentlemen, what they are meant to do. And they were set up by governments, but later on included the private sector. So we are part of them on the boards, except for Northern Corridor. We are still struggling to get there. So they will tell us why they are there and what they are. Initially, they were intended to help us move cargo as fast as possible, as smoothly as possible, and minimize on NTBs, non-tariff barriers. I will start off by asking Mr. Ngoga of the Central Corridor, what initiatives have you put in place to achieve that objective?
Thank you, Mr. Kareba, moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Ngoga. I'm the Director, Customs and Trade Facilitation at the Central Corridor. The Central Corridor serves as a crucial trade route connecting the landlocked countries of East Africa, including Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eastern DRC, and the Indian Ocean port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. This trade route holds immense significance for the economic development of these nations as it enables the efficient movement of goods and commodities, thereby reducing trade costs and enhancing regional integration. This region has tremendous potential for economic growth and development. Through collaborative efforts and strategic measures, we can unlock its full potentials. The management of the Central Corridor, we have at the top the Council Ministers, where the ministers are responsible for transport matters, and then the board, which is composed of a permanent secretary in each of the 5 member states, plus 1 representative from private sector from each member state. For Uganda, we have Mr. Charles Kaleba, is a member of the board of the Central Corridor. We also have below the stakeholders consultative committee, where we normally have meetings in the member states and thereafter at a regional level, whereby the projects and other issues related to the performance of the port are discussed and agreed upon. Of recent, the Republic of Malawi have expressed interest to join the port of the Central Corridor, plus the Republic of Zambia. So in the future, it will be 7 instead of 5. However, despite the importance of the Central Corridor faces some challenges, hinder seamless trade facilitation and economic growth. Among these are, of course, I mentioned there are some formalities which are supposed to be done at the port, and most of those were related to trade facilitation. Under customs, I will not repeat them, because the Commissioner of Customs had elaborated. Most of these trade facilitation initiatives which he mentioned, they also take place in the member states of the Central Corridor. Others are, maybe I also concentrate on the infrastructure part, whereby we heard from the representative of Dar es Salaam Port, where he mentioned about the Dar es Salaam Maritime Gateway. This one has helped in to reduce the time containers spent at the port of Dar es Salaam. They have dredged the port, whereby now the port is able to handle bigger vessels. They have also installed modern equipment, whereby now containers can be offloaded in the shortest possible time. Then we can go to the railway, whereby in Tanzania they have the standard gauge railway, which they have constructed. They have made it in roads so that they can quicken the time it takes. Maybe to go to some of the figures, the new standard gauge railway in Tanzania, they have Route 1 from the port of Dar es Salaam to Morogoro, about 300 kilometers, which is at 98.29 completed. Then there's Route 2 from the Morogoro to Maktopora, which is a distance of 422 kilometers. It's also at 94% to be completed. There's Route 3 from Maktopora to Tabora, 368 kilometers. It's at 7.87. There's Route 4 from Tabora to Isaka, 162 kilometers, which is at 3%. Then there's Route 5 from Mwanza to Isaka, which is at 3%. That's the one which is connecting to Mwanza on the Ugandan side. We hope once this one is completed, goods can move from the port of Dar es Salaam to Mwanza, then through Lake Victoria, then to Uganda. Then we also have Tabora. We also have the 1 meter gauge, which is in Tanzania, which has been rehabilitated so that they can move some goods from using the old 1 meter gauge. We also have this railway is about 970 kilometers from Dar es Salaam to Mwanza. The Central Corridor has also helped to provide some logistics because the meter gauge is working, but there's cost of wagons. So the Central Corridor has worked with Uganda Railway, whereby we have financed the rehabilitation of 20 wagons. We have also facilitated Tanzania Railway to rehabilitate the also 20 wagons. So that was in the last financial year, whereby we expect more wagons will be provided so that goods can come by railway through the Mwanza and across the lake. Then on Lake Victoria, there's the construction of MV Mwanza on Lake Victoria. It's at 84%, and that was by February 2013. The ship was launched. The contract is now proceeding with final activity, fixing accommodation facilities, installing navigation equipment, installing systems. There's also rehabilitation of MV Umoja, which is at 85%. All those will be able to transport goods from, let's say, the port of Dar es Salaam up to Uganda. Then there is also the feasibility study for the construction of the railway line, the standard gauge, which will go from Tanzania through Burundi up to Kindu in DRC. That one, the feasibility study is ongoing. Then when it comes to what we've been doing on capacity building, we have found that most of those vessels, we don't have the crews. The people are the captains and what. The Central Corridor has facilitated training of 10 crews who can have captain who can navigate those vessels, and they have already received class 3. Those are the people who can do ocean going. There are 2 from each member states. Currently, we have 3. We have about 15. 3 from each member states, 3 from Uganda. Those are the one we're great with class 4. Class 4, those are the people who can work with these inland waterways. Again, on capacity building, we have also supported the training, the clearing agents in their training on East African freight forwarders practicing certificate. We're also now planning to train Uganda clearing agents in the TANSI system. That's a custom system which is used in Tanzania, so they can have access to the system, because as a condition of access to the system, they have to be trained on the system. Then on NTBs along the Central Corridor, a lot has been done. Sometime there used to be about 57 police checkpoints along the Central Corridor. Currently, there are 3, and all of them are stationed along the way bridges. There used to be 7 way bridges along the Central Corridor. Currently, there are 3 way bridges, and all of them are way in motion. Maybe when somebody talks about the 3 way bridges, somebody might say there are many, but we know the distance, let's say, from the port of Dar es Salaam to Rusumo, it's about 1,400 kilometers. So for the roads to be protected, they have to be placed at a certain time. But we have found that the time to cross the transit time has gone down significantly. Then when you go to...
Can you try to summarize?
Okay. Then when you go to maybe the remaining issues, all the border posts are working. As I said, they are one-stop border posts, and the borders are working. Some are working 24 hours, but we still have some which are not working 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoga. I'll come back to you later on the question of a value corridor instead of a transport corridor. I turn to Peter Jikwiakare from Northern Corridor, representing your MD. What initiatives have you done on the Northern Corridor?
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Peter Gikuyakare. I am the Deputy Director in charge of Customs and Trade Facilitation with the Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority. I bring you compliments from the Executive Director, Mr. Nyarandi, who was supposed to be here, but he had other engagements and requested me to represent him. Northern Corridor is an intergovernmental organization that was formed by the member states of Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and now we've been joined by DRC and South Sudan, with the aim of really facilitating the movement of goods, free, smooth, and seamless flow of movement of transit goods from the port of Mombasa to the land-linked countries of the member states that I have mentioned. This is really part of the agreement that was made between the member states, and along with the agreement, the number of protocols on infrastructure, on customs, on trade facilitation, and many others. The corridor is run by a secretariat which is based in Mombasa. The administrative arrangement is that the secretariat is headed by the executive director with the support of staff like myself, and the staff report to, yes.
Try to give us the initiatives done. The setup is okay.
Okay.
We know it is there.
Fine. Yes, so let me go straight to the work that we do, the initiatives that we have. We are really involved in trade facilitation. I mentioned earlier about the smooth flow and movement of goods. Our interest is to advocate for the removal of the non-tariff barriers. You heard the action that has been taken by the Kenya presidency, His Excellency Ruto. That was part of our effort together with the private sector. We work hand in hand with the private sector. We hold regular engagements to try and get the challenges that is faced along the corridor. And that is what informs our decision to make recommendations that relates to non-tariff barrier. And these recommendations we make to the executive committee, which is the board, and where necessary, they also escalate it to cabinet, which is the Council of Ministers. Mr. Moderator, you mentioned earlier about the formation of the board. I would like to inform you that actually the private sector is now represented in the board of the Northern Corridor. Yes, sir. And currently the representative of the private sector is the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation of Rwanda in the board of the Northern Corridor. Part of what we do is really to ensure harmonization and standardization of systems, processes, and procedures that relates to clearance of these goods. You had the wonderful presentation by our Commissioner of Customs, and we would like to see that these systems that are used here is really harmonized, standardized, and simplified in all the countries so that we are able to operate. Alongside that, we are also pushing for integration. We saw during the time of COVID, because of the different countries having different policies regarding movement of goods, regarding infrastructure, regarding health, there were challenges that affected logistics and movement of goods along the corridor. We are also involved in road safety campaign. We've carried out a lot of studies that relates to road safety in the member states, and currently we have made interventions together with the private sector and introduce roadside stations, really places where it is safe for the truck drivers to take some rest after a long haul of the journey. And then we, alongside our road safety campaign, we have distributed some vehicles in Sudan, in DRC, South Sudan, DRC, and Burundi to collect data on the roughness of road, and this informed part of our recommendations to member countries as well as to responsible authorities. We work closely with customs administrations, with roads authorities, with the port authorities, and actually with the relationship to the port, we are a member of the port community that meets weekly, and together we discuss the issues of efficiency, the issues of effectiveness, the issues of delays, and as a result of that, we have also come up with a system that measures performance at the port, performance along the corridor, and we have come up with what we call the Northern Corridor Transport Observatory Report. It has statistics that relates to clearances and movement of goods from the port of Mombasa to and within the member countries. It also measures delays, issues that relates to delays, the systems that are being used, and it has the data that has volume. So this, I have a few copies that will be shared with the members here. Among other things that we are also really trying to do is to promote the use of inland waterways and railways, specifically with regards to standard gauge railway. I'll not go to the specific, but you're aware of the effort to link Kenya to Malaba and Malaba to Kampala, and thereafter from Kampala to Kigali, to really try and ease. With regards to inland waterways, we are promoting the use of Kisumu and oil jetties of Mahathi, which is Kauku. You heard the Commissioner of Customs in his presentation. He mentioned about using that to transport the fuel products. Imagine 4.5 million liters coming through Kauku. That is 100 trucks off the road, and this relates directly to the cost of doing business, also to the cost of infrastructure. So when I spoke earlier about harmonizing the policies, we are also harmonizing the policies about the road safety, about the road development in the member states, and our recommendations really is what we use to determine also which roads are due for development, for improvement, and the like. But also, we also support and measure the performance of the one-stop borders. We are currently involved in a lot of capacity building for our stakeholders that includes users of the port of Mombasa, the clearing agents, and I'm grateful for this forum, which brings together all the players, brings together all the actors, because we use, as Northern Corridor, this multi-sectoral approach to try and get the issues and how to deal with them. I will stop here for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much. Now I'll turn to South Sudan. South Sudan, you are very strategic, can be served by both corridors, but what are the opportunities available in South Sudan for the two corridors to be able to serve you?
Oh, thanks you so much, Mr. Moderator. First and foremost, I want to actually thank those who actually organized this important conference, especially the president of FIATA, the chair of Rame, and also the chairperson of Uganda Freight Forwarders Associations, delegates from various countries representing different institutions. I'm very glad to be here and represent the nation of tall people. I am very, very proud today that the height, of course, made a difference. We are as tall as well as we like short people, so South Sudan is very grateful. We have about 11 members who have come here, and they are coming as a clearing agents. Thank you. We actually take this conference as a learning institution. We take it as an institution to interact with the whole world. And as part of the Northern Corridor that we are about to join, South Sudan have available opportunities that everyone should be interested to take advantage of. In the Northern Corridor, we are interesting as a nation based on the Commissioner for Custom, Uganda, that South Sudan is interesting to join this African community by actually harmonizing the tariff. And when this thing is done as a clearing agent, I see that it will always fasten our clearance procedures, unlike before where South Sudan may have its own system, and then Eastern Africa is having its own system. So the government of South Sudan have expressed that interest. In fact, I'm not going to talk on behalf of the government, but there is that expression from the government that they are joining East Africa, and then the trade facilitation between the nations will be so faster than before. In the year 2021, South Sudan introduced digitalization of all custom processes. As we speak now, South Sudan is using digital clearance. Once your goods entered in the country, the clearing agent, the handling agent will enter the details in the systems and a clearance take place. Unlike before, a truck may take, or a consignment may take 4 or 5 days for the clearance to take place. But now, it can just a matter of hours, and then it is released from the custom premises. So I believe this is one of the achievements we have now in the flesh. Another thing also our existence of trade barriers, and this comes as a result of the infrastructure. The nation have embarked on building roads, and also have issues, also they are considering buildings, railways. I believe if those things are implemented, they will help the nation to trade with the world faster than it used to before. I think I will not need to talk so much, but it is to tell you that we as agents from South Sudan are very grateful to this Uganda Freight Forwarders Association for the opportunity they have given us. I'm extending my appeal to FIATA that we are ready to join, because we are not members. We have just been invited here as observers. We are ready to join FIATA and gain all the privileges, like the capacity building that they offer. It's one of the things, if it is done, it will help in eliminating future non-trade barriers that may exist. I appreciate and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
South Sudan, you are welcome, and can assure you that any helping hand that you need, we shall extend it.
Thank you so much.
Now let me get to Angela. Let's balance. You want to hear a soft voice. Angela Dera is a consultant in insurance risk specialist. Been involved with the last 10 years. I mean, I'm not trying to suggest your age, but I want you to expand a bit on what the previous speaker from the Exim Bank talked about, but very briefly, how are we going to gain as clearing agents from the the bonded the schemes that you have to cover cargo in the region.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, colleagues. I'll just take it up from what my colleague was speaking into, and specifically we have the Afrexim Bank African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme that is specifically custom-made for the freight and forwarding industry. So what we have are 3 different business models that we customize further just to make sure that whatever need there is, we are feeding into that need. So the first need that we are addressing, we find in the freight and forwarding industry, we will find some of our clients are moving big business volumes. There are people who are the multinationals that are moving big business volumes, and sometimes we have challenges of local capacity. So you find, for instance, the local insurance market or the current risk carrier that you're working with is not able to adequately service your business levels. So what happens? The freight forwarding client is forced to either split the business or look for other alternatives, which might not be cost effective. So as a Frexim Bank, what we are coming to do is we partner within the existing channel. We will give this particular client bonds directly, and they're able to move their goods across the region. And we work within a framework that is easily accessible because we are working within the existing frameworks. So we don't have issues where when you take your bond across, it is not acceptable, because what you're trying to do is to shorten the turnaround of doing business, because we know the moment there's goods are not able to move freely, we are incurring costs, and business costs ultimately translate to high inputs. So that's the first model. The second model is we are working with sureties. In this case, these are the financial institutions, and I'm talking about banks and insurance industries because we know these are the ones, this is where the freight forwarders go to take up the bonds. So what we are doing is we give additional capacity to the insurance company over and above what they do with the normal reinsurance capacity. So we know when you're doing your insurance, you only you do insurance according to how much capital you put in. So what you might find an insurance company has a risk appetite for this particular product, but because of certain regulatory frameworks, they are not able to service this market. So what we come and do is we capacitate this insurance company by carrying 50% of the risk. And then they're able now to move more business. Okay, the third product that we have, we are working with the freight forwarding associations. Now, as UFA, I'll use the example of UFA currently. You will find that you have both the big corporates and the SMEs, the small freight forwarding agents who are not able to probably meet the stringent requirements that an insurer would require from them, because we know bonds are given on accommodation basis. So we'll need your financials because bond is not insurance. So for an insurance to take your risk, they'll need some form of collateral. And an SME may not have this collateral. So what do? We will work with an association. We know the association has an eligibility criteria, and we've had some of them across the day as various people were speaking in. So we already know this association has an existing framework where they're looking after each other. So what we come and do is we work with this association and we tell them, look for a surety that you have a business relationship with. And what we do is we work together. We have a tripartite arrangement between the existing insurance company, the freight forwarding association, and a Frexim Bank. So what we do is we allow the members of the people who would not ordinarily access bonds to be able to access bond, where we capacitate by taking offloading, giving the insurance company comfort that yes, in the case of a default, 50% of the risk is with us. But then again, we work to ensure that not every person is onboarded. Again, what do I say? The terms are not very strict. For instance, we can say, let them access the bonds without collateral. You understand? If somebody is able to access bonds without a lot of collateral, definitely this person is able to do business. At the end of the day, we capacitate the whole food chain. What happens, an insurer would ask me, what happens in the case of a default? Now, we do know within the association, there are smaller associations where these people guarantee each other and look out for each other. So we make sure that client X we work hard to support client X so that they do not default and probably a demand is made on the bond. And as we work towards this, we've seen that this business model is working. A lot of small, medium enterprises who would not ordinarily access bonds are able to access the bonds. And then we go further. We work with the revenue authorities also, that we do ensure that as much as you're doing this business, also the revenue is guaranteed. So should there be a default, 50% of the risk is sitting with us. And in this case, we do make the pay up. So also the revenue authority is guaranteed that business is being done well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Angela. That was very brief and to the point. Why I invited the Commissioner Customs to come back is Stella talked about the gaps that exist within the performance of the clearing agents. But Mr. Commissioner, you know very well that you also have gaps with your officers. What initiatives are you taking also to improve on the training of your officers so that they are also up to date? Because it doesn't make sense if we are trained and the officers are not up to the same standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. And the gaps have been created recently. Those days were the best. And I want to admit, yes, there are gaps. And where I stand now, you find my officers are querying things actually they should not query. And you find a clearing agent and a forwarding agent sending me a text message and said, why did you deploy this person here? They even don't know that a commercial invoice comes after a pro forma invoice. So that's a sign to show you that we need to do a lot of capacity building. And my suggestion is, can they sit in the same room? Gone are the days when we would want to have the pomp. Like I said, we start the process. We sit in the same room, we challenge each other. Like there are areas where they have a gap in oil and gas. I've not done a lot of training around there. Oil and gas, shipping, Incoterms keep changing, and you guys are experts in that area. For them, and classification of goods, because you do it on a daily, from chapter 1 to the last chapter. So for me, my thinking is that without posing around in ranks, we need to accept that you are ahead of us in some areas. And my recommendation is that we need to sit in the same room. There are things you may not know, there are things we also don't know. And then we exchange. And I like the program already done by the Japan International Corporation. That is the arrangement they want. When they want to come and support custom, they say, the people who start the process, can they be in the same room with you people? And if we can fast track it, and that would be good. Then the recent one I've seen you have done, my officers have not been to the port of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam, but they are clearing goods from the port of Dar es Salaam and Mombasa. So these days from your classroom, you take your people to the ports so that they appreciate how cargo comes, the field trips. And I think that is what I'm thinking about and what I want to do to partner with you in this program. Of recent, even the facilitators whom I give you to facilitate you have failed to get more people to replace them. And they train on specific subjects where they are comfortable. So it's an area I think I seriously I'm going to work on. And my strategy is to make sure you're in the same classroom and we learn together. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much, and I can assure you, we have people who can lend you. We are definitely going to help you too. Now, to wind up, there is something that I needed to go back to the Central Corridor about. There was a meeting of presidents in 2015, Tanzania, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, which met in Dar es Salaam, and they were trying to change this, the Central Corridor from a transport corridor to a value corridor. And what did that mean? It meant that the corridor shouldn't be just about transporting goods. You should be able to develop other things like schools on the way, provide power, get industries developed along the same routes, so that it's not just about transport. I don't know whether you have something to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. You are right, it was recommended that the Central Corridor should move from a transit route to a value and economic corridor, whereby some productive centers along the Central Corridor can be able to generate some goods. Instead, if you could look at most of the trucks coming from the port of Dar es Salaam to the member states, almost 90% they go back empty. So where they found that if we could improve into an economic corridor or the value corridor, this would be able to reduce the cost of transport. If you get a container from the port of Dar es Salaam to Kigali, you pay transport to and fro. But if they are able to get another return cargo, the cost would be reduced. So this one, I've taken it, and it's in our strategic business plan 2020-2025. We have it in our strategic business plan, and we are working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are very tired and thirsty. So I would like to thank the panelists. It was a good job. And before we end, during that same meeting, there was a report presented by a consultant of the World Bank that the cargo available in this region, if Eastern DRC can be stable, there will be more cargo than what Dar es Salaam, Mombasa, and Lamu can handle by 2035. So there is a lot of potential in this region, and we need to look forward for these opportunities as clearing agents. And on behalf of the session this afternoon, I would like to thank you, and thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big hand clap. Very pertinent issues. Trade facilitation along the corridors is something that has to continue, is something that has to continue being reinvented. Appreciating where you have capacity gaps in order to bridge them is very key in this whole process. We have come to an end of today, and we want to thank you very much for bearing with us, for being with us up to this point. Come on, clap for yourselves. For those of you who don't know, Uganda is right on the equator. And on the equator, all year round, the sun rises at the same time, at 7 in the morning, 6:37 in the morning, and will set at the same time. 6:30, 7 in the evening. And we do not stop working until the sun goes down. Neither do we start working until the sun comes up. So you're welcome to this part of the world. And want to let you know that on day 3, there is going to be a guest experience. And the guest experience is you being invited to enjoy Uganda. There are very many places you can visit in Uganda. I want to encourage you and welcome you to go to the registration table and register for any of the tours that will be available. They'll be able to give you information on where you can go, on what you can do to go and relax. It is good for freight forwarders to relax on a Thursday, isn't it? It is good, before the weekend, because we work very hard, but we also play very hard, isn't it? And it's also good that you can make those networks, be able to make those connections, close those business deals on Thursday, wherever outside the conference. But it is important that you get to experience Uganda. Like the guest of honor said this morning, you will be blessed if you live without any dollar in your pocket. Similarly, if you live with any dollar in your pocket, we shall come back to that tomorrow. For today, thank you very much for coming. Hope you can get to interact with one another. Hope you can go through the exhibition booths. Tomorrow we are going to be here bright and early. When the sun comes up at exactly 8:30, we'll be here. Make sure you can go for a cup of tea on the way in. And then we have lots of discussions we want to have. We want to take some deep dives into some of the issues. Want to hear from Fiata. There are a couple of presentations that Fiata is going to be making that you don't want to miss. But for today, thank you for coming. Thank you for being a brilliant audience. And let us have the rest of the evening to enjoy and relax and network and get to know each other. Have a good evening and a good night till tomorrow.
Before a container starts its journey overland, clearing agents, freight forwarders and shippers need to deposit heaps of cash with the shipping line as a security to cover any potential costs as a result of delays, damages, or the loss of containers. For you, this means less money to run and grow your business. Because once it has been paid, the money is stuck idle and cannot be deployed for any other business opportunities. This creates a serious cash flow burden, forming a major barrier to trade and transport facilitation in emerging markets. What if you only had to pay a small percentage of your regular container deposit as a service fee, and still had the same means to release your cargo? And what if you had a special facility to settle ensuing costs in the case of delays, damages, or the loss of a container? Introducing Container Guarantee, an innovative trade finance solution by ViaService Financial Services that will help you to reduce the cost of doing business and improve your cash flow. With Container Guarantee, we eliminate container deposits, while at the same time securing the interests of clearing agents, freight forwarders and shippers, as well as shipping lines, with respect to demurrage, damage, and total loss of containers. This is how ViaService Financial Services facilitates trade and freight transportation in emerging markets. Welcome to Container Guarantee, an innovative trade finance solution by ViaService Financial Services that will help you to reduce the cost of doing business and improve your cash flow. This is how it works.